Yu Woo-bin, a skinny and weak high school student, is unexpectedly the star of a YouTube channel featuring fights. By following the instructions from a mysterious channel, he unexpectedly defeats opponents stronger than himself. Fame and money quickly follow, leading Haben into a world full of risks. The further he goes, the more dangerous enemies and greater pressures he faces. Can Haben continue to maintain his performance, or will he meet an opponent who defeats him? Join Life Manhwa to follow this exciting story. The story begins in a classroom where a male student is live streaming on his phone. He cheerfully waves and introduces himself. Hello everyone, I am YouTuber Pago with 700k followers. Several comments appear on the screen. Pago hi, Pago hey, are you at school? What are you live streaming today? Pago loudly introduces a new person. For today's lunchtime broadcast, we have my classmate, Rumi. She is a beauty YouTuber. Immediately, a beautiful girl appears on the screen. Modestly saying, I am new to this, so please be kind to me. Viewers immediately. The female student bows even lower, sincerely promising, I will work really hard, so please treat me well. The comments immediately flood in with praise. Ooh, spending money again. Nice camera angle, I like it already, that was my spot. An anonymous thought echoes, YouTuber. Anyone can become a YouTuber. Meanwhile, Pago proactively guides the newcomer, Rumi, quickly tell everyone about your content. Rumi obediently says, well, I will be doing content about makeup for students. He continues, you have prepared a model for today, right? She gestures towards someone, yes, this is the model I have painstakingly made up. The phone then pans to another male student with gaudily applied makeup on his face. The male student secretly curses, damn it, his face emotionless. The comments section explodes, haha, I am dying of laughter, is that Toshio, ha ha ha, beauty YouTube my ass. The male student, though unhappy, sits still in his seat, letting the other two do their thing, thinking, if I sell my honor, I will get money. Pago turns to look at him, subtly reminding him, hey, Woo-bin, you have to greet everyone. He glares at him, his voice low and threatening, remember to smile. A comment appears on the screen, hey Pago, do not turn your back to the camera. Pago, after instructing Woo-bin, immediately turns back, smiling sweetly, if you guys like and follow, I will give away a computer through a lottery. Seeing his fake demeanor, Woo-bin can't help but secretly curse, Pago, you two-faced bastard, you are all talk. Lies are in your blood. While Woo-bin is cursing, he hears Pago's urging. He grins, letting out a few awkward laughs, thinking, greet my ass. Moments later, in the bathroom, water is pouring from the faucet, accompanied by cursing, damn it. Woo-bin looks at his messy face in the mirror and is annoyed, it won't wash off. He cries out inwardly, then complains, I hate going to school. Woo-bin continues to try to wash his face, starting to justify his cowardice. Why am I living like this? Because everyone has something, and I do not. YouTube Pago has 700k followers and makes hundreds of thousands of won despite his terrible grades. Rumi, a new YouTube, has the talent to live off her looks. Woo-bin looks at the black water at his feet, his inner thoughts continuing, everyone has something, but I do not. My grades are terrible, and I have no money either. He looks up at the mirror, admitting to himself, I am a loser. That is me. Woo-bin continues to stare at his face in the mirror. After washing his face thoroughly, he returns to the classroom, muttering to himself, almost all washed off, even the back of my neck. His thoughts about reality continue. I have realized this. Myself. At the same time, a slipper flies through the air from somewhere. Pathetic. Thinking this, Woo-bin is kicked in the chest by a blonde guy, accompanied by the curse, you bastard. The guy repeatedly kicks him hard, lecturing him, I told you to be careful with your expressions, I told you, do not ruin the live stream, are you doing this on purpose? He pouts angrily, damn it, am I too nice? This guy is also one of Woo-bin's familiar acquaintances, the deputy, one of the bullies in the class. He is Pago's cameraman and his close associate. Woo-bin curls up on the ground, weakly pleading, don't, please do not. Seeing that he is not stopping, he grits his teeth and turns his face away, cursing inwardly, damn it, because Woo-bin knows one thing very well about this guy, his strength is very low. Seeing his fierce face, the blonde guy immediately stops hitting him, retreating slightly in fear. The next second, he suddenly smirks and bursts into laughter. Then, sarcastically to his buddies, Pago, did you see that? His eyes, I almost pissed my pants. They all laugh loudly in unison. Woo-bin silently evaluates him. Even though he is a cowardly rabbit, this deputy willingly became a cameraman to gain some power. Pago speaks up, what is wrong? Deputy, what did Woo-bin do to you? is who been going crazy these days? Seeing the class leader taking his side, the blonde guy becomes arrogant. So, what now? He secretly scorns him, hitching on his fame, acting like a big shot. Always making everyone go crazy, and in my school, there is only bullying and violence. At this moment, Rumi checks her phone and excitedly shouts, Pago, thank you so much, I just made over 300,000 won. Pago coolly replies, see, I told you. If it is you, the uncles will definitely open their wallets. Hubin, hearing the amount of money, opens his mouth in shock, muttering, 300,000 won. He disbelievingly denies it. How could it be 300,000 won? Just a light lunchtime live stream made 300,000 won. On the other side, Pago hints at wanting a thank you gift. The live stream went so well, there should be something, right? Rumi pokes him playfully, coyly replying, what should there be? Just wait. Hubin and the blonde guy coincidentally have the same thought. Should I also do a live stream? He thinks it inwardly, while the blonde guy says it out loud. Hubin hears it and turns to look at him in surprise. He secretly scorns him. What kind of YouTuber would you be, you crazy guy? That is right, anyone can do it. I thought the same thing earlier. The blonde guy mumbles. That is right, I have been filming for so long, I have saved up a little to start. Thinking this, he goes over and asks, Pago, what do you need to be a YouTuber? Pago does not hide anything. You want to make money, minors can't get paid directly. If you want to do it, you need your parents' bankbook and account. The blonde guy exclaims in surprise, really, damn it. He puts his hand behind his neck and laughs shyly, damn it, I used to commit fraud, so my parents can't use their IDs. My grandma is gone. The blonde guy glances behind him, seemingly suddenly remembering something, and shouts, oh, that is right. Hubin feels his gaze and looks up again. The blonde guy actually asks, this is a bit sensitive, but your mom, she is still. Use your mom's account. He did not expect him to make this request, his eyes widening in shock. After a few seconds, Hubin awkwardly utters, huh? Suddenly, the guys in the class burst into laughter. You son of a bitch, apologize quickly. The blonde guy asks blankly, huh, what is wrong? Someone replies loudly. His mom is still alive, you idiot, haha. Pago, sitting in his seat, also jokes, hey, what do you mean your mom or not? It should be is your mom still alive? Is your mom still alive? Rumi chimes in with a few laughs and carefully reminds him, why are you saying that? Apologize. The blonde guy realizes and says, thank you, Pago. It is like I am the only bad guy. Hey, you guys who are laughing have to apologize too. Hubin, sitting on the ground, clenches his fists, annoyed, muttering to himself, I should have punched him a few times. I do not know about others, but this guy is probably weaker than me. Mom, I am sorry. Looking at the woman lying on the hospital bed, Hubin feels useless. I can't do. Seeing him enter, she happily announces, they said I can be discharged now. It really hurt like hell. But Hubin knows perfectly well that Mom is lying. The mother and son begin to talk. Our home is still fine, so Mom should just rest. How can I not worry? This month's living expenses, I told you to leave it to me. Don't worry anymore. But it is hard for you to earn money all by yourself. Outside the hospital room is the patient information for Park Ji-hyun. He said that earlier because he knew that if she were discharged, Mom would be in even more pain. Inside the hospital room, Hubin's mom suddenly notices his smudged face and asks, huh, what is wrong with your face? Did you get into a fight? Hubin is startled and cries out, inwardly thinking, and a second later he smiles brightly. What are you saying, Mom? Have you ever seen me get into a fight? Secretly admitting to himself, I am also a liar. Returning to the payment counter, the staff member, while receiving the money, announces the additional amount needed, 300,000 won. Hubin, hearing the number, is inwardly shocked, 300,000 won. To someone, it is just a small amount of money earned from a lunchtime live stream. While he is thinking, the staff member delicately asks, do you need me to issue a cash receipt? You always have a hard time like this. He replies with a delayed yes. Cut to a piece of beef being flipped over. The inner monologue appears, it is money again. A week's worth of part-time wages. Hubin stands sweating while frying the meat. Outside, the situation seems chaotic. With constant urging, when will the hamburger be ready? Why are there so many customers? Table 192 does not want sweet pickles. When will table 6851 get their burger? Sorry, customers, please come to the payment counter. The meat fell, get another one. He has to work hard because he carries so much money on his shoulders. Electricity bill, 17,060. Gas bill, 20,480. Water bill, 11,320. Residence tax, 6,000. Rent, 250,000. Bank interest, 80,000. Monthly hospital bill, 300,000. Monthly medicine bill, 150,000. Phone bill, 25,000. A total of 1,180,001. How can I make it through this month? Hubin suddenly slams his fist on the table. He unwillingly thinks, if I drop out of school, I can only make 50,001 a day. What kind of small lunchtime live stream makes 300,001, if this keeps up? I am going to blame society. My life is as dark as the future of Sister Jito. Just when he feels that life is unfair, a beautiful girl appears, softly asking, "Where's the meat?" Hubin immediately changes his expression. Let me say it again. He looks at the girl and silently introduces her, "My goddess, Choi Bumi." Thinking this, Hubin speaks up, "You have to look deep in the freezer." Bumi smiles and replies, "Really, thanks." At this moment, another coworker suggests, "I know where it is, let us go together," but she declines, "It is okay." Then another person comes forward, proactively saying, "I will get it for you." Hubin, on the other hand, is blushing, thinking, "I got to talk to Bumi." Bumi is now working at the order counter. She smiles brightly and politely asks, "Yes, what would you like to order?" He gazes at her, feeling satisfied. "My shop's idle. Just looking at her makes me happy." Unexpectedly, Pago appears with his familiar introduction, "I am Pago, with 700k followers, Yorishiku." The viewers are still enthusiastically commenting, "Hello Pago." "Pago, night live stream, what are you live streaming today?" He tilts his head up to the sky, drawing out his words to create a suspenseful effect, announcing, "I will be live streaming tonight about McDonald's." The comments seem surprised. "That is so funny, what kind of night live stream is this? It is not on the schedule." Hubin, looking out from inside, exclaims in shock, "Pago." He also sees the blonde guy filming, wondering, Chig Sa came along too, is he doing a mukbang? At this moment, the customers also recognize Pago. It is Pago. "I am a fan of yours, what is the content?" Pago replies with a friendly smile, "I have a mission here." Hubin sits down, hiding behind the table, so worried that he stutters, "Mission? What mission? If I get exposed I am screwed." At the same time, Pago's voice rings out, "Okay, today's mission." He arbitrarily points the camera at Bumi and loudly says, "I have heard rumors about the McDonald's goddess, so I came here." Pago starts flirting, "Hello, you are so pretty." The chat room is also excited, "Ooh wow, she really is a goddess." Hubin realizes his purpose and is shocked again, "What, why Bumi?" Pago holds up a poster of a hamburger. He brings his face closer, whispering a condition to her, "If you can't make it exactly like the picture in 30 seconds, you have to give me your number." Chig Sa reminds him about the camera angle. "Pago, you're back, all we see is your back." Pago pretends to shout loudly, "Grill a Whopper." Hubin, hiding near the order counter, also overhears his request. Pago tilts his head down, grinning hideously, thinking to himself about his real purpose, "Rumors my ass, I am here to ask for your number because you are pretty." However, he still pretends to be unwilling, "Sorry, I do not want to do this, it is just that my followers are forcing me to." Then he looks at Bumi, thinking, "There is no way you can make a Whopper in 30 seconds. Because the ingredients alone must be at least 10 types." Thinking this, Pago opens his mouth again, pretending to be a good guy. "First, give me your number, and I will try to quickly end the live stream and treat you to a coffee." He triumphantly thinks, "Jealous, then you guys do a live stream too." There are plenty of people who use the excuse of doing a live stream to mess around. Inside, two male colleagues worriedly ask each other, "Hey, what should we do?" The other helplessly replies, "My mom does not even know Bumi's number, these brain-dead YouTubers." Pago is already sure, this pure-hearted girl is mine. Unexpectedly, a hamburger is brought out. It turns out to be Hubin, who politely says, "Burger, here it is." He says seriously, "I even put the flag exactly like in the picture for you, and I am adding an extra patty." Pago and Chig Sa both stare in disbelief. Chig Sa, so surprised, can only stammer, You are?" Hubin is sweating profusely, but he still keeps a serious face, reminding them, "There are more customers behind you, so please move aside." The chat immediately laughs and cheers. Mission failed. Pago is stunned. Wow, 30 seconds after saying this, he decisively turns around and walks inside very coolly. But inwardly he is worried. "Crap, I am exposed. I am going to get punished again at school. Damn it, why did I do that?" While Hubin is worried, his two coworkers are praising him. Well done, kid, you are awesome. You were hiding your skills, huh? You are amazing, you Hubin. He does not understand himself, muttering, I just unconsciously. The sight of his back going inside earlier. Bumi has been secretly watching him. Cut to a pot of ramen boiling on the stove. Hubin is cutting open a seasoning packet and putting it in, cursing, damn it. He remembers the guy's face when he asked, your mom, or not, thinking, Chig Sae, he will be like a crackhead tomorrow. I should have punched him earlier, that son of a bitch dared to say those words. Outside the living room, Chig Sae is focusing on live streaming. Thank you, mister. For donating 300,000 won to me. Yes, if I get 30 kills, you will donate 300,000 won. Hubin is annoyed by this, and he is doing it in my house. Looking at him comfortably shouting as if he is in his own house, I will do my best, sir. Wow, already 1 kill, he is even more frustrated. Is he going to live stream in my house from now on? You have not finished him off yet. Hubin remembers his chat with Chig Sae earlier. If minors can't get money, then screw you. Why use my mom's account and bank number? He feels guilty, thinking. Mom, I am sorry, that bastard is making money using your account and bank number. The shouting announcing the kill count echoes from the living room. 11 kills, 12 kills, 13 kills. Hubin, while eating ramen, feels unfair. 300,000 won for getting 30 kills. Damn it, it is so easy to make money, riding Pago's fame. So many people are watching. Huh, even so, you are using my mom's account, so give me a little cut? Chig Sae continues to increase his kill count. 19 kills, 20 kills, 21 kills. At this moment, Hubin is bringing him ramen. He mutters inwardly, he is even ordering me to cook ramen. Should I eat it first? I think I should ask him about the money. Taking a little is probably okay, right? Unexpectedly, while he is thinking, Hubin's foot accidentally gets caught on the electrical cord on the ground. He loses his balance and lunges forward, his eyes widening with the ramen in his mouth. In front of him, Chig Sae is still focused on live streaming, unaware of the impending accident. 23 kills, 24 kills, 25 kills. He is sweating profusely, thinking anxiously, almost there, 300,000 won. On the computer screen, the crosshairs are aimed at an enemy. Chig Sae, thinking he is about to reach his goal, excitedly shouts, 300,000 won fire. Unexpectedly, at the last moment, the screen suddenly goes black, only reflecting his expectant face. Chig Sae pauses in confusion. A second later, he feels something and turns his head to look. What hits his eyes is a pot of hot ramen right in front of him. After Chig Sae manages to react, he sees Hubin and the pot of ramen flying straight towards him. A few drops of ramen broth fall on his face. In an instant, the entire pot of ramen is dumped on Chig Sae's face. Hubin feels guilty. Mom, I am sorry, the kimchi you painstakingly made is all over the floor. Then he says, sorry, I tripped. Chig Sae immediately goes crazy, repeatedly kicking Hubin, cursing, what about my 300,000 won, you son of a bitch, pay me back. He weakly explains, I really tripped, really. He kicks him harder, angrily repeating, I told you to pay me back, damn it, you are as poor as a beggar so you can't pay me back, right? Hubin sarcastically wonders. Why am I getting beaten up in my own house? At this moment, Chig Sae even insults his mother, you son of a bitch, this is why your mom has cancer. Hearing this, Hubin's eyes widen slightly, the words seemingly reaching his limit. A second later, something flies towards Chig Sae's face. It turns out to be a piece of kimchi from the ramen. Without missing a beat, Hubin throws a punch to Chig Sae's face. He starts fighting while revealing his feelings, my first punch in my life. The first opponent that I beat up. Then got beaten up by. At this point, Hubin suddenly realizes, fighting is easier than I thought. And so, both of them are grabbing each other's hair. Before long, the clock has reached 2 a.m. Hubin sits curled up in the incredibly messy house. His face bruised and battered, he confides in himself, it is weird, I did not feel any pain when I was fighting, but after a while it started to hurt a lot, is that how it is? At this moment, Hubin looks up with his still normal eye. On the left is the overturned furniture lying scattered. On the right is the food strewn all over the floor. He asks himself wearily, when am I going to clean this up? Hubin lowers his head again, hugging his knees with a jumble of thoughts in his head, money, it is all about money again. Why is it just me who has to worry about money? Other kids get allowance to go to school. If I had a golden spoon in my mouth too. Thinking this, he suddenly becomes annoyed, wraps himself in the blanket, and shouts, damn it, I do not know, I am not cleaning it up. So Hubin decides to leave everything as is and go to sleep. But then he remembers something. At that time, the thing that made me realize how poor I was. Hubin reaches out and presses the light switch. At this moment, the entire house is plunged into darkness. He finishes his thought from earlier. It is the electricity bill, and then peacefully falls asleep. Before long, sunlight floods the house. At this moment, Hubin's phone rings again. He angrily curses, "Damn it, who is calling so early in the morning?" Looking at the incoming number, he thinks, unknown number, then answers the phone, "Hello." The other end immediately shouts and curses, "You son of a bitch, you crazy bastard." The sudden sound startles Hubin, making him hold the phone away. It is Chig Sae, angrily ordering, "Delete it, delete the video. Where's your house? What the hell kind of neighborhood is this where everything looks the same? Damn it, why are not you answering the phone?" Chig Sae is running around on the street while talking on the phone. "That YouTube live stream from yesterday, delete it right now." Hubin, hearing his voice, is slightly surprised and exclaims, "Chig Sae." His eyes barely open, he blankly asks, "What YouTube? The live stream yesterday got cut off and ended." Saying this, he groggily opens his eyes. Right then, Hubin saw the power cord he would unplugged yesterday and suddenly realized something. Wait a minute. He looked over at the desk where the computer was and confirmed one thing: the cord was unplugged, but not the main power cord. Hubin looked at the entire power strip and discovered it was the monitor. He was really surprised after realizing this. Chig Sae, on the other hand, was crying and said, "The fight yesterday. It was all recorded." He angrily cursed, "Son of a bitch, that goddamn camera. It was live streaming while the monitor was off, and yesterday, there were so many people watching and gossiping during the live stream, laughing like they were watching a comedy. Ha ha ha, these guys are crazy, they are actually fighting. Anyone know their address? Ha ha ha. They probably do not know the live stream is still running. Ha ha ha." Chig Sae kept saying, "Damn it, because it is your mom's account, I can't delete it myself. Spit out the password, you bastard." Hubin, as if he could not believe what he was hearing, muttered, "What?" Then he spoke up, denying it. "What are you talking about? I did not even upload it. To save electricity, I turned off the main switch. The computer was clearly off, too." Hearing that, Chig Sae cried even harder, wiping his tears and saying, "Damn it, why did you turn off the power? If you turn off the machine during a live stream, it uploads automatically." The last sentence shocked Hubin. His fingers flew across his phone, unlocking it. Then he hurriedly clicked on YouTube, still not believing Chig Sae's words. "Liar, don't you dare lie, there is no such system. There is no way a video uploads automatically when you turn off the machine during a live stream." But as soon as he opened YouTube, the video slammed into Hubin's face. He exclaimed in shock, "Holy crap, my fight video. It is real." Hubin then went to watch the video. It had over 10,000 comments, all of which were uploaded. The comment section was really lively. "I saw this in the live stream recommendations. So funny, they are fighting with kimchi, ha ha ha. These kids, their parents are working their butts off so they can study, and they are sitting around fighting like this. My kid is about to go to high school. I am so worried about school violence. Officer, there are kids fighting here." He kept scrolling through the comments. There were not only Korean comments, but also countless other languages. Still shocked, Hubin thought, English, Japanese? Did the whole world watch this in one day? What language is that? Under the comments, mixed in with 2 Korean sentences, "Wow, the whole world watched this in one day. Who uploaded this overseas?" He held his phone, focusing on scrolling through the comments. After a while, Hubin finally dropped his phone, leaning his head against the wall with a sigh. He thought dejectedly, "From a regular, pathetic guy, I have reached global level pathetic." Then Hubin picked up his phone again, intending to delete it. First, let us delete it, before things get any worse, even though they are already pretty bad. Suddenly, he saw something, jolting upright. Hubin accidentally read a comment that said, "Wow, look at the views in one day. With YouTube, views are money." He was surprised and muttered in confusion. Some people did not believe it, replying, "1 view is 1 won, don't lie. When has 1 view ever been 1 won?" Then someone confirmed, "It is around that much. Converted to 1 view is about 1 won." Hubin vaguely believed it and wondered, "Views are money, what, I can actually make money." He tapped his fingers on his phone, mentally calculating. Converted to Korean money, 1 view is 1 won, so, in total, if the views keep increasing like this. Damn, views are money. Let us see, so the view count is 10, 10, 100, 1000. After calculating, Hubin suddenly stopped. His eyes widened in tension, and beads of sweat poured down. He was anxiously watching the view count, and the exact view count for the fight video was over 10 million. Hubin was so excited that his jaw dropped. He could not believe it was true, stammering in his head 10 million views. At the same time, the video was being replayed with comments like, "That you Hubin is fighting with Kimchi Master, what a loser." The group gathered, watching and talking. One guy with kimchi, one with noodles, a fight full of pride, ha ha ha, embarrassing the whole school, it is humiliating for us too. The whole world has seen it. It turned out to be his classmates. They happily mocked Chig Sae. How can he even go to school? If I were him, I would just drop out. Just then, footsteps echoed outside the classroom. The students whispered to each other, "He is here." As Chig Sae pulled the door open, he was greeted with a sarcastic welcome. New tube star. He cautiously looked at his classmates, who were also looking back. Seeing their knowing, contemptuous smiles, Chig Sae understood, they have all seen it. I have become a loser because of one video. He looked at Pag Zero, who was talking to Rumi, and worried, I leached off Pag Zero's fame. How can I face him now? I can't be a loser like this. Chig Sae started paying attention to the male student wearing glasses, engrossed in his phone. Girls frontline. So he decided, I will pick on a pushover for now, just to show off. Because Chig Sae knew, this is the order in this school. Without thinking too much, he went straight over and smacked the guy on the head. Who knew that before he could even show off, he would get punched. The guy with glasses pinned Chig Sae to the ground, punching him and yelling, "Oh, so you chose death, Omewa Mao Korosa." Looking at the punches coming down, he thought painfully, this hurts so much, it is so heavy, I can't even move. Chig Sae looked towards Pag Zero, trying to wave his hand. Pag Zero, I am getting beat up. He desperately pleaded, help me, Pag Zero. But Pag Zero just looked at him, and grinned. Despair appeared in Chig Sae's eyes. He realized I, who survived with so many rules in this school, finally understand. Looking at the guy with glasses still enthusiastically punching him while saying lines from anime, Omewa Mao, Shinderu, Chig Sae had to admit, everything until now has collapsed. Like wings being torn apart. Here, everything closes for a flatterer. Scene changed to the hospital. Hubin held the hospital bill in his hand, his eyes wide. He stammered, the hospital bill this time is 1,200,000 won. The cashier nodded, confirming. Yes, that is right. Are you okay? She felt sorry for him. This boy is worried about his mother, so he did not go to school today. And his father has already passed away. And he has to work to make money himself. I want to help this boy. Hubin was still clutching the paper, mumbling in a trembling voice, 1 million. 1,200,000 won. Who knew that the next second he would pull out money, grinning and saying, of course, I will pay right away. The cashier took the stack of money in confusion. Hubin, in a very relaxed mood, smiled to himself, if I pay 1,200,000 won, I will still have 8,800,000 won left. Right, I can pay however much they want, because I have 10 million won now. He checked the view count of the fight clip again. The views on that accidentally uploaded video have surpassed 11 million. Getting paid based on views is like a dream. Am I not embarrassed because it is humiliating? Hubin was in a very cheerful mood, talking to himself while tapping his phone. I was already a loser anyway, what else do I have to lose? Suddenly, a shout rang out, hey, you son of a bitch. Before he could react, he was punched in the face. Hubin glanced over, realizing, it is. There was someone else, also embarrassed, Chig Sae, standing in the street yelling, you son of a bitch, you made money, did not you? With tears and snot running down his face, he cried and said, I have become a loser. Chig Sae rushed forward, grabbing his collar and demanding a share. Give me half, now, I was in the video with you, pay me for my image. Hubin let him shake him, feeling like he deserved it. Serves you right, you got humiliated. Thinking that, he kicked Chig Sae hard between the legs, making his private parts feel like they were splitting in two. Not only that, he shouted back loudly. What the hell are you barking about? Chig Sae screamed in pain. No. The two of them started fighting again, but this time Hubin was not afraid of him at all. If I have fought someone before, I won't be scared anymore. Not only were they fighting, but they were also arguing loudly. Son of a bitch, who told you to kick my nuts? Why should I share the money I earned with you? Damn it, I was live streaming. Yeah, but that is your mom's account, because of you I got. Yeah, whatever, I do not care. A moment later, still at the hospital, Hubin was comforting and asking after Chig Sae on a nearby bench. Hey, are you okay? Did they rupture? But are you faking the pain? Even though he felt sorry, he was firm in his position. I can't give you the money. Is your school order ruined? Unexpectedly, Chig Sae suddenly stopped crying, calling out seriously, Hey, Hubin. Hubin responded with a confused hum. He suddenly held out his phone, showing a video of them fighting in the street just now. Chig Sae triumphantly asked, Will you share this time? Hubin watched the video, shocked, muttering, This is the fight from just now. Chig Sae complimented himself confidently. Isn't my camera angle good? You have to film secretly like that. Hubin angrily stood up, grabbing his collar and scolding, Are you crazy? Are you uploading it again? Know your limits. Chig Sae was still calm, seemingly reckless, saying, Look at your reaction. Who would watch this if I uploaded it? What the hell, we are both screwed anyway. I told you how the camera angle was, right? Hearing that, Hubin realized this time, he does not want to fight with me. He wants to collaborate. Chig Sae was still smirking. A second later he asked, You like money too, right? The conversation suddenly changed to a scene at school. As soon as they entered, they saw Pag Zero's fake face, gently saying, I was so surprised. It turns out you two are hot right now. Another classmate, he held out his hand towards Hubin and Chig Sae, introducing them. Immediately, there was a comment under the screen. It turns out they are classmates. Pag Zero pretended to be kind, talking to the viewers. Huh, you are telling me to make you guys fight again? No way. We are classmates. The two guys stood still with cold faces. Hubin muttered, That fake ass. Who is friends with you? Chig Sae thought, both surprised and helpless. I did not know he was going to sell me out like this on the live stream. He is using me to get views again. At that moment, Pag Zero turned around and called out in a gentle but threatening tone, Guys, say hi. The two, who had been cursing him in their heads, immediately changed their expressions. Cheerfully shouting, Hello, we are the loser couple. A second later, Hubin returned to his frowning face, cursing in his head, My life is so miserable. Chig Sae nudged him and called out softly, Hey. He glanced over, secretly asking, When are you going to do it? He replied quietly, I know, just stay there. Hubin looked at Pag Zero in front of him, calculating. I will figure it out. Soon, he was finally preparing to end the live stream. Everyone, do not forget to like and follow. I am going to give away a computer in a raffle. Before he could even say the last syllable of raffle, he was interrupted by a shout. He is lying. It was Hubin. He suddenly pointed at Pag Zero, shouting and exposing him. This bastard is scamming. There is no such thing as a raffle. He always lies about giving away computers. This guy is such a good liar, everyone. Hubin frowned fiercely, looking at him, despising him in his heart. You want me to make money with you, why are you suddenly barking? Suddenly, the scene changed to a hand being held out. It turned out that in the afternoon of that day, Chig Sae had taken the initiative to raise his hand, proposing, Let us team up. He smiled, looking somewhat sinister, saying, I will help you make a lot of money. Hubin's eyes widened, his heart wavering at Chig Sae's words. Is it possible to make more money? He became even more excited, saying, If we upload the next part, won't the views skyrocket? I will help you. I used to write scripts for Pag Zero. Suddenly, he mentioned something. You have not been paid yet, right? Do you know how complicated that is? It has to be audited. Hubin wondered naively, Audited? Why do I need an audit once I get the money? Chig Sae then continuously questioned him about countless things he needed to do. Can you come up with content ideas on your own? Are you going to continue with this content? Who is going to film for you? What about planning? What about acting? Where's the script? You know that Pag Zero does not have the ability to become a YouTuber with 700k followers. It is all thanks to my camera and planning. Hubin became so shocked that he stepped back. He then raised his thumb. Then he pointed at himself, saying, I will be the one to come up with the ideas for you. Next, Chig Sae pointed at him, assigning the role. You just act. If you just listen to me, we will both make a lot of money. Hubin looked at him with wide eyes, so stunned that his mouth opened involuntarily. The truth was that his mind was currently filled with only one thing: money. Chig Sae kept his original posture, looking at the dazed Hubin without saying anything more. Seeing his reaction, he confidently thought, all right, this idiot is hooked. Chig Sae secretly plotted, if I can use his account, I will rise again as a content creator for a star YouTuber. Hubin asked with a blank expression. Money? How will we split it? He was very satisfied, secretly resolving, I will start again from being a loser. Thinking that, Shigesei spoke up. Even though I am doing everything, we are friends, so I will take 9 and you take 1. He divided the tasks himself. You act, I will support. The two hands were held out, preparing to shake hands in cooperation. Just when he thought the plan was going smoothly, Hubin pulled his hand back and raised his middle finger, flatly shouting, no way. He asked very clearly, why do I have to act, and why would I split it 9-1 with you? And who is your friend? Shigesei's face froze, exclaiming in shock, this is not right. It is not supposed to be like this, you have to shake hands with me. Hubin turned around and walked away, saying, I would rather work at a hamburger joint, you son of a bitch. Shigesei, left behind, called out in confusion, hey. He started to worry. If you do not do it, I will live like a loser. I need to revive as a YouTuber content creator, so Shigesei had no choice but to lower himself. Hey, I know, what about you 4, me 6, hey. It seemed that Hubin was still ignoring him, making him even more panicked. I will become a loser, I have to revive as a YouTuber content creator. Shigesei kept lowering the price. Hey, 3 and 7 then 2 and 8. Out of options, he shouted silently, I only have this choice left. Then he was forced to lower himself to the extreme. You son of a bitch, then 1 and 9. Sure enough, at this point, Hubin finally stopped. He turned his face and asked, then what do I have to do? Tell me, what kind of good content should we do? Shigesei gritted his teeth, clenching his hands until they trembled, angrily cursing silently. Damn it, I thought he was retarded. Even though he was frustrated, he still spoke up and replied, the content we will do is bullying. As soon as the sentence was finished, the scene returned to the classroom. Hubin was loudly exposing Pag Zero. That son of a bitch, he is scamming. He is lying about the computer giveaway. This guy is such a good liar, the last 2 words of Shigesei's sentence from that day echoed. Pag Zero. He also asked him, are you scared? Hubin replied indifferently, me scared, and now he had actually done it. He is just acting nice in front of the camera. When the camera is off, he is an asshole. This guy is a bully. Hubin's answer from that day was still echoing in his memory. Anyway, I am always getting beat up by him at school. If I get paid for getting beat up, I can get beat up as much as possible. At that moment, Hubin even took off his shirt to prove what he was saying. These are all the injuries Pag Zero inflicted on me. I will make it clear on my YouTube. The students gathered around, watching the drama, whispering. Did you Hubin eat something wrong? He is not afraid of Pag Zero anymore. Shigesei was secretly satisfied with his cooperation. Great, buddy, Pag Zero's viewers will flock to watch our channel. But you are really acting with heart, How desperate are you for money? Seeing Pag Zero's face turn dark as if he was about to explode, the comments outside were still echoing. You Hubin is so good, look at Pag Zero. Only at this moment did he suddenly feel confused, wondering, what is that expression? It turned out that Pag Zero was not only angry, but also smiling, asking, what are you doing? He held out his phone with a black screen, showing it off. I am out of battery. The live stream is off too. Shigesei outside was also shocked, muttering in confusion. Both of them were so shocked that they stiffened, muttering repeatedly, the live stream is off. Pag Zero very proudly raised his hand, smiling and saying, I was going to surprise you a little. Hubin. Finishing his sentence, he violently slapped Hubin in the face. Pag Zero kept slapping him hard, interrogating him. Are you trying to stab me in the back? Are you planning to take revenge for what happened before? His face twisted from being slapped. His eyes looked in one direction with hope. That direction was where Shigesei was standing. Meeting his eyes, he quickly looked away, avoiding him, thinking, why are you looking this way? Don't look at me now that things have come to this. Don't look. Who knew that his next sentence would cause surprise? Because I am filming, it turned out that Shigesei was hiding his phone underneath. He was very satisfied. Good stuff, the number of viewers is skyrocketing, and there are some surprised comments. What is this? Is that the real Pag Zero? Damn. Pag Zero is like that, whoever is filming, go back and record it. Seeing Pag Zero revealing his true colors, Shigesei thought happily. You thought we were planning to sneak attack you on your live stream. We turned on the live stream a while ago. The viewers' comments still seemed very shocked. I have never seen Pag Zero being such a jerk. Is his live stream always fake like this? Not only that, he was also thinking of a title for the video when he uploaded it. YouTuber Pag Zero with 700,000 followers. Turns out he is just a crazy bastard. Chig Se smirked, looking straight ahead confidently, muttering, "Don't worry about the cameraman. Just focus on the main actor. Just get beat up as much as you want. I will take care of making money." Hu Bin also looked back, sending a message to him in his heart. If I get beat up like this, will I really make money? He started contemplating everything. I have to make a lot of money. Do you know how much money my family owes? The odd numbers alone are tiring enough. If I want to make a lot of money, then YouTube is the best option. Hu Bin also worried far ahead, wondering, I get beat up every day, will the viewers still find it interesting? At that moment, he saw Chig Se's bewildered face. YouTuber and the ability to be active, the interesting thing. Then he looked at Pag Zero, who was punching him. The stream of thought was still running in his head. And fame really is the fight between the bully and the bullied. At that moment, Pag Zero, seeing him brace himself, became even more angry, cursing repeatedly while hating and fearing. Damn it, damn it, damn it. He looked down at him, asking, Are you going to fight me? He gritted his teeth, his lips moving, uttering a few sounds. You. In Hu Bin's head, images of Pag Zero making fun of his mother appeared. Hey, why do you say you still have a mother? It should be does your mother still exist? Does your mother still exist? His face now showed clear resentment, saying, You bastard, daring to insult my mother. Hu Bin narrated to himself, This is the first time I am fighting. Outside, the students watching the drama were all shocked, their mouths wide open. They started talking. Hey, what is wrong with you, Hu Bin? Is he crazy? Chig Se was feeling uncomfortable because things were not going according to plan. Damn it, what are you doing? If you had just stood still, you would have gotten beaten a little more. Why are you suddenly bracing yourself to fight? But right now, the live stream viewers were excited. Wow, it is starting to get interesting. Chig Se judged the situation. If this goes on, it will become a real fight, because that guy. He observed Hu Bin. He does not seem to be scared at all. I did not know he was so tough. He was frowning tightly, full of determination, not saying anything. However, in a moment, the determination suddenly disappeared and was replaced by confusion, wondering, is no one going to step in? Don't just stand around watching the drama, step in. You guys always step in when other people are fighting. Hu Bin glanced at the crowd, starting to worry. So many people are watching, I did not know it would come to this. Then his eyes moved to the front. What caught his eye was the tall Pag Zero, staring intently. Hu Bin wanted to back down now, scared to death. I want to kneel down and repent, it is possible. He mentally assessed every part of the guy. His neck is so stiff, the muscles and tattoos are scary too. His hands are big, full of veins, compared to me. Like a mosquito biting stainless steel. What should I do now? Why are my hands and feet suddenly weak? Hu Bin was having an internal monologue in his heart. If this was an American movie, then just one punch to the vitals would knock him out. Or should I apologize now? Is it possible to fuck up the timeline? But at this moment Pag Zero could not bear it anymore and said, You cancerous bastard. So, your mother has cancer. That sentence, as if it touched the limit of Hu Bin's mind, made his face suddenly halt. Without thinking anything more, he charged directly towards him. Pag Zero was caught off guard by the attack, his eyes widening in reaction. Chig Se and the other people watching also opened their mouths in shock. Hu Bin was giving it his all to attack. However, Pag Zero did not budge at all, making his face freeze. The comments immediately showed a string of laughter. Chig Se worriedly cursed, Damn, you can't even weigh him down. A starving 170 centimeters 50 kilograms kid like you, how can you weigh down that 180 centimeters 80 kilograms guardian god? Pag Zero laughed a few times and praised sarcastically, Hey friend, you are so strong. Then he grabbed the back of Hu Bin's pants and said, It hurts a lot when you suddenly charge, your mother is still in the hospital. Pag Zero gently lifted Hu Bin high up. A second later, he used force to slam him hard on the ground, saying, I will make you lie next to your mother. Hu Bin was in so much pain that his facial muscles contracted. The people watching the drama also started laughing mockingly. What should we do? Bragging so much, you have to know what weight class to choose, he can't get up anymore. Chig Se, looking from the outside, also felt sorry for him, sighing, Damn it, that hurts so much. The comments also felt it was funny. Did he learn this in the story? So funny. Hu Bin lay on the ground, thinking, so weight class is that important? I knew that for the first time. Fighting with Chig Sae is like child's play, this is the real beating. Anyway, he sighed, giving up, it is over, right, after all. Before the stream of thought could end, Pag Zero's face came in, saying, and what end? Now, it is the real beating, Hubin shouted in shock. He asked himself, is this beating not enough? Pag Zero raised his fist high, grinning and replying, nope. My fist is rushing fast towards my face, Hubin secretly objected, no. Suddenly, at this moment, a male student who was slumped on the table spoke, let me sleep in peace. Pag Zero angrily turned his head and scolded, who the hell, if you want to sleep, go home and sleep, you son of a bitch. The male student did not even bother to raise his head, just simply let out a short sound. A second later, he sat up and repeated 3 words, you son of a bitch. As soon as Pag Zero saw the male student's face, his eyes widened in surprise. He immediately became scared, stammering an explanation, no, I mean. Suddenly, someone in the comments recognized him. That guy is my old classmate. Others curiously asked, who is that old man? Hey mister, who is that student? Someone quickly replied, Korean MMA fighter Yu Mang-ju, super rookie, Kim Moon-sung. Hubin, lying on the ground, raised his head and looked. At that moment, he suddenly realized something. So even the strong are afraid of those who are stronger. Kim Moon-sung did not dwell on it, just coldly reminding, be careful. Looking at his appearance, he thought, someone even stronger than the strong. Pag Zero looked worried and obediently replied, ah yeah, Moon-sung. Hubin understood, you have to back down in front of someone stronger than you. He admired, with just one sentence, he changed the whole atmosphere. What kind of mood does someone like him come to school with? At least he won't have dark thoughts like me, I am so jealous. After he was done, Moon-sung slumped back on the table, saying, going to sleep. The students were also made serious by Moon-sung's attitude. The viewers also commented in surprise, Pag Zero does not even dare to move. How can someone like that exist? So he does not get bullied, so tough. Chig Sae bit his teeth, secretly assessing. Kim Moon-sung, someone who has everything and is good at fighting. I heard he used to be trained by world-class MMA fighters. Look at Pag Zero, he is scared he will piss his pants. Sure enough, Pag Zero did not dare to make noise anymore, weakly saying, going to smoke a cigarette. Chig Sae lowered his eyes, muttering anyway. He looked at him lying on the floor, secretly praising, you are pretty cool too, you Hubin, even though you got beat up a lot. Even though you suck at fighting, but it seems you have fans. Sure enough, under the comments, some people were admiring and empathizing. So tough, haha, so cool, respect, I am a bullied kid too. Scene changed to Pag Zero, he was charging his phone, thinking, damn it, finally charged the battery. I forgot my portable charger at home. Almost got screwed. Luckily, the battery died while I was live streaming. Almost got stabbed in the back by that Yu Hubin. How could a cowardly guy like him dare to do that? As soon as Pag Zero turned on the power, he heard notification sounds constantly. He asked in confusion, so many missed calls as soon as I turned it on, why are there so many? Checking it made him even more surprised. 300 KakaoTalk messages, what is going on? Pag Zero started scrolling through the messages, feeling extremely confused, not understanding what was happening. What are they saying? True colors stabbing in the back, what did they see that made them like this? A second later, he did not know what he saw, but his face was so frightened that it deformed, shouting 4 words, son of a bitch. Scene changed to a faucet pouring water downwards. It turned out that Hubin was splashing water on his face. He was taking a shower, reflecting on his life. I am a loser. It is because of them. Thinking of this, Hubin struck a pose in front of the mirror and praised, now, I am pretty cool. He asked himself, why? Then he answered proudly, because I gave Pag Zero a lesson. Next was a screen displaying the 10 most popular hot searches. Quick search keywords 1. Pag Zero 2. Pag Zero's true colors 3. Pag Zero fake 4. Video of Pag Zero being stabbed in the back 5. Pag Zero's school violence 6. Lookism 7. Search Pag Zero 8. Naver webtoon 9. The Green 10. White blood. Because while Pag Zero's phone was off, I uploaded the secretly recorded video. Seeing this, Hubin worried about a new problem. Damn it, will Pag Zero sue me? If he does, then I will sue him for assaulting me. There's even a video of it. The problem was quickly solved. He was also surprised by the result. I did not think I would get on the hot searches. How did I get on the hot searches? Because a lot of people shared it, just constantly sharing the link, and my channel became famous instantly. The views are increasing crazily, the number of followers is increasing rapidly. I must have absorbed all the luck in the universe to make this happen. Pag Zero's collapse is only just beginning. Sure enough, Pag Zero was cursing angrily in his room. You son of a bitch. Hubin sat in front of the computer, saying to himself, and I am also just beginning. He remembered Chigese's words, listen carefully, from now on our main content will be fighting. But there was a big problem. At that time, he and Chigese were sitting on the stairs, discussing it. Hubin asked in confusion, problem. He turned around and said seriously, the length of the video. He explained in detail to him. Making money is not based on views, it is based on ads. You think the money earned from ads comes from views, you have to insert ads into a video of a moderate length to make a lot of money, but you can't even fight for a minute. At least you have to last about 3 minutes. If you can't solve this problem, then your YouTube career is over. You definitely have to last about 3 minutes. Back to the present, Hubin rested his chin on his hand, thinking. That is true, if the fighting content can't last 3 minutes, who would want to watch it? He slumped on the table, committing himself, I have to go find a gym nearby. But there is no way I can get results from training for a short time. A second later, Hubin raised his head and looked at the screen. He thought to himself, theory, maybe, so Hubin muttered as he read. Quickly, 3 words appeared in the search bar. How to fight well. In this topic, someone asked, who can teach me to fight well? I want to be good at fighting. Please tell me how to fight well. Underneath was an answer from Lookism. Teaching the way, just copy Park Hyung-suk and Sung Yo-han. Do not forget to talk while copying. Jin Sung is much faster, Vasco is much stronger, you can't do it. Then just charge in and fight to the death. Hubin read it and exclaimed in disdain, what the hell, are you kidding me? Next, he searched elsewhere. What about NewTube? I have to look to learn, but what should I learn now? Taekwondo, boxing, finally, Hubin chose to search Taekwondo. Underneath, a series of suggestions appeared. Taekwondo tattoo, Taekwondo pumsi, Taekwondo demonstration, Taekwondo fight, pumsi Taekwondo, Taekwondo pumsi 1. How to fight Taekwondo, Taekwondo pumsi 8, Taekwondo pumsi 5. He did not know what was on the screen, but it made Hubin widen his eyes, muttering, this. It turned out that the search results showed a video of someone named Tebow teaching some moves. Build your abs, he exclaimed in shock in his heart, Tebow video, you son of a bitch. Hubin leaned back in his chair, sighing tiredly. There are so many results, but none of them are practical, or rather, I do not have the guts to follow them, I am not a man. He put his hand on his chin, continuing to think. What should I search for now? Because I have to learn by myself, martial arts. What you think is what you do, Hubin started typing again. Let us see, learn by myself, martial arts. Some jumbled letters appeared on the search bar. Hubin saw it and suddenly realized, damn it, it is switched to the English keyboard, I have to type it again. However, something made him stop. Unexpectedly, a channel appeared on the screen. Hubin was also very surprised, exclaiming, a channel. He paid attention to the number of followers, thinking to himself, no followers, well that is right. Who would know a channel with this name? Am I the first to discover it? This content was clearly created by accident. He curiously clicked to watch. There were many clips inside, shocking Hubin. Holy crap, so many, and he uploads so diligently. Hubin was watching and talking to himself. It is really funny, who would want to watch it, he uploads so much. Content about learning martial arts by yourself, let us just click on one randomly. As soon as he clicked, an image of someone wearing a chicken head appeared, saying, hello, he was even more surprised, exclaiming in disbelief, a chicken. Hubin watched intently, his eyes wide. At that time, I did not know. Just with a channel from a completely unfamiliar foreigner that I accidentally found, the voice of the chicken on the screen was a bit awkward, introducing with incorrect pronunciation. Nice to meet you, I am a fighting chicken. Today's fighting technique will be, how to get beaten without getting hurt. Hubin's stream of thought continued, could it change my whole life? The chicken's voice was still speaking evenly, teaching. You want to win when you fight, do not want to get beaten in front of other people, want to protect yourself when you get into a fight with someone. Before we go into the basic fighting techniques, let us review the mental state we learned last time. The mental state when fighting is, not to be too excited. Hubin was listening very carefully, suspiciously. Pumsy 1, forbidden to be too excited. If you want to use the fighting techniques you will learn later, then from now on. Basically, you have to maintain the mental state. If you can't control yourself, then what you swing out is not a fist, but your own emotions. From another point of view, making your opponent excited will make it much easier to win. His eyes were still wide, stammering, Is this real? The chicken's voice was still speaking. So the first technique we will learn today is. He waved his hand confidently, saying, how to get punched without getting hurt. Next, he started getting into the main content. Every sentence from the chicken was something unfamiliar to Hu Bin, making him focus so much that his mouth opened involuntarily. Before long, Hu Bin leaned back in his chair, muttering with a headache. What is he saying? He bit his teeth, thinking, this is a scam, damn it, a scam, is it that easy? If it is that easy, everyone would learn it. At this point, Hu Bin left his chair, deciding to postpone it temporarily. Alright, forget it, let us go work part-time. Even though no one was watching, the chicken's voice was still quietly speaking evenly. This is how to get punched without getting hurt. So next time, we will continue to learn martial arts by ourselves. Here, Hu Bin's day of searching came to a close. Scene changed to a bustling street at night. There were countless girls with beautiful makeup here. They were surprised, wow, not knowing what they saw. It turned out to be Pag Zero. He was still pretending to be kind, politely inviting, sisters, I am live streaming at night, can I interview you a bit? Everyone started focusing their attention on him. It is Pag Zero, that YouTuber, accompanied by Hu Bin's thoughts, Pag Zero, YouTuber with 700k subs. At this moment, someone replied bluntly, yeah, that has been. The sentence went straight into Pag Zero's ears, making him secretly curse in humiliation. Damn it. He also knew this clearly, his career was over. After getting on the hot search, he quickly went live, mainly pretending to be pitiful to retain viewers. It was true that many people were on his side. Okay. I support Pag Zero, just do not do that next time. He has already gotten to this point, so forgive him. Pag Zero is really kind. But the apology livestream was too laggy, which again made him reveal his fake face. A second before he was regretting, a second later he flipped his face, asking, is it recording yet? The cameraman replied, yeah, the audience reaction is really good. Pag Zero did not even know how to be discreet, saying, these damn netizens are as easy to lead by the nose as cows. The viewers quickly changed their tune, so you chose death, haha, so funny, a dog is still a dog, the camera is still on, oh my god, oh, you dog friends. You got fooled again, his true personality is like shit. In addition to the computer raffle being exposed by me, netizens have dug up quite a few other scams. I told him to show the purchase invoice, but he could not show it. I went to confirm with the shopping center, and they said he exchanged all the items cleanly. The winning emails are all Pag Zero's emails, everyone. He opens the event himself, and wins himself. This guy is such a dog. He even set up a page to count the decrease in followers. Everyone was as enthusiastic as counting down to New Year's Eve. Decreasing by 1 follower per second. It is already 500k. Who set this up? Down to 400k. Down to 300k. Down to 200k. A live stream would be great. His channel quickly went from 496,000 followers to 0 followers. However, Hu Bin understood one thing. Anyway, there is always a way to regain the audience's heart. The path back will be full of ridicule and contempt. There will be no more glorious Pag Zero of the past. Currently, entering Pag Zero's channel is only full of negative comments like, Tae-sung, oh wait, Pag Zero is so ugly. Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Black Tortoise. What else is there, scammer? Anyone want to play word chain? Goose, 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 goose. Recipe for braised beef short ribs. Cut the beef short ribs about 5 centimeters. Different from his collapsed career, there was a rising YouTuber. Besides the toxic comments, everyone was also discussing another topic. But who exposed Pag Zero? How can you not know? If you are truly willing to know, then I will be willing to answer. Loser King, the hero of losers. From today on, I will worship this king. Hu Bin proudly answered himself, it is me. I even changed the channel name to Learning How to Fight. Everyone is expecting my content. Supportive comments like, oh my, the future content is worth looking forward to. Good move. He could not stop now. That is why he made a decision. I am quitting. The sentence made the manager say, unhappily. Bin did not explain much, just asking, "Can I get my salary up to today?" He knew that the part-time salary was nothing compared to his mother's hospital bill. He had to earn more. Very quickly, this spread in the staff room. "Hey, did you hear? He said he is going to quit." Inside, everyone was preparing and talking. "Who is quitting?" "That guy who makes the hamburger super fast, that guy." "You Bin." Rumi immediately paid attention after hearing this name. She silently listened to everyone laughing and talking about him. "I know him, the guy who is a YouTuber, right? Yeah, the guy who exposed Pag Zero. He is talking to the manager about quitting now. I saw him take off his shirt on the live stream. He is so skinny." Bin outside was not doing much better. The customers kept looking at him and talking behind his back. How can he still come out after being so humiliated? What else can he do? Is he going to expose other people to make money in the future? Their voices were so loud that Bin could hear them very clearly. "I tried going to his channel. It is so funny. Is he planning to promote the image of a loser?" Haha, his face had no emotion, but he still cared a lot in his heart. "Even though I predicted this and was very determined, it is really humiliating. Did Rumi watch my video? I deliberately chose the shift change time. I have to leave quickly." In the kitchen, the colleagues were teasing him. "Hey, be quiet, or you will get exposed." The other guy pretended to be scared, chiming in, "Then I will die, haha." The manager was not any better, laughing mockingly. "Now that you are famous, you can't work anymore, huh? Are you addicted to attention? It must be nice to be famous. Or should I become a YouTuber too?" Bin flinched slightly after hearing these words. He frowned angrily, muttering, "This guy, he does not know anything about other people's circumstances but dares to." But he still said calmly, "It looks scary." At this moment, Rumi appeared, smiling and saying, "I think it is very cool." She said honestly, "At that time, I did not know Pag Zero was like that. I only knew after watching it, thank you." After finishing speaking, Rumi suddenly took out her phone. She proactively asked Bin, "Can I have your number? Because you are quitting, I probably won't see you anymore." Rumi's actions surprised everyone in the store. The manager said painfully, "Rumi, mine." On this side, she smiled and said, "I will send you a KakaoTalk message." The sentence made Bin's face freeze. Not long after, in the classroom, he was pressing his phone, smiling to himself. Bin happily thought, "I did it, I am talking to Rumi." On the screen were the messages between the two people. "I am so bored with studying." "Bored, yeah, are not you bored?" "Not bored, why, you are scaring me." Scared. At this point, he also wondered, if a girl asks, "Does that mean she likes me?" Bin chuckled happily, remembering the scene just now. He still remembers their expressions. He tried to suppress his happy expression. Oh my god, texting with Rumi like this, and even having the McDonald's goddess ask for my number. However, a suspicion suddenly arose in Bin's mind. It is not a scam, is it? What if I get scammed? Thinking that, he immediately texted, "It is not a scam, is it?" She asked in confusion, smiling. "Huh, why did you suddenly ask if it is a scam?" "Haha," he replied foolishly, "No, even if you scam me, I will give you everything." Rumi seemed very happy too, texting back, "You are so funny, I am not that kind of person, but it is really hard to see you now that you quit the part-time job." While he was happy, Chig S8 popped up from somewhere, asking, "What are you doing, acting like you are sick?" Bin jumped in surprise, shouting. Then he made up a random reason to reply. "I am researching content." He suspiciously questioned, "Researching what?" with that sick expression. What it is like to become a YouTuber with 100k subs. He was a bit dazed by this question. Chig S8 sat on the desk, continuing, "You are the first guy to get 100k subs with just 2 videos, even famous artists can't do that. Have you thought of a way to fight for over 3 minutes? You said you would consider the gym. But what are you going to learn? Boxing?" Bin flinched after hearing the question. He secretly remembered the image of the chicken he had watched, thinking to himself, "Can't say it." So Bin replied awkwardly, "I will think about it more." Chig Se heard this and supported his forehead, shouting in disappointment. This guy has no determination at all. He urgently reminded, "Don't wait until the last minute. You said you wanted to make money. You think you are still hot, that is why you are like this. Do you know how good it is to be more famous?" Bin scratched his ear, smiling foolishly, replying, "If you are more famous then you will." Before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted by a sweet voice. "Hey, Bin." It turned out to be beauty YouTuber Rumi with 150k followers coming to find him. She proactively invited him. "Do you want to live stream with me?" Hu Bin's eyes lit up, shouting, I can feel it, I see the determination now. Chig Se also agreed. However, a second later, the two guys sobered up and asked alternately. But you have a lot of followers too. Rumi also replied honestly. Because the fans keep telling me to live stream with you. Yeah, just one time, yeah. They then asked, you always stuck with Pag Zero, did not you? Rumi leaned over, pinching Hu Bin's ear gently, begging. Because Pag Zero got exposed and sunk, I did not like him anyway. Live stream together please, he felt good all over. Quickly agreeing and begging as well, Chig Se, live stream together. Seeing this, Chig Se also wanted to, so he pretended to ask. Then Rumi, do you have any female streamers, if we also live stream 2 versus 2 then? At this moment, the classroom door was suddenly pushed open violently, accompanied by a shout. So you are playing games here? A second later, they saw Pag Zero walking in, his face angry, scolding in a gloomy tone. You sons of bitches. You are so happy clinging to each other, right? It really makes me want to puke. Because of you guys, my new tube has vanished into thin air, you bastards, who've been worried they thought, this is bad, Pag Zero is getting too excited. Just mentioning that word, he remembered something in surprise. Wait, too excited? The chicken's voice from that time echoed in his head. If you make the opponent too excited, then that is the easiest way to take down the opponent. However, seeing Pag Zero taking off his shirt and walking towards him, calling him directly, you Hu Bin, damn it, come here quickly. Hu Bin immediately felt scared. What is wrong? But that guy is getting too excited already. At this moment, he still remembered the chicken's teachings. If you can't control yourself, then what you swing out is not a fist, but emotions. Sure enough, he dodged the punch that was too full of emotion from Pag Zero. The people outside who saw it also widened their eyes in surprise. Pag Zero became even more angry, cursing. Damn you, dodging, Hu Bin secretly replied, but I did not dodge. He roared like he was crazy. My new tube, you son of a bitch, my 700k subs. The chicken's teachings appeared again. If you make the opponent too excited, then after that. Hu Bin asked with wide eyes. This situation, what is it? Looking at Pag Zero's attitude in front of him, he suddenly realized, just like the chicken head said. Hu Bin was starting to believe in the chicken head guy a little. It is not a scam, is it real? That video really, can it help me fight? Pag Zero charged forward forcefully, shouting, so you chose death. Hu Bin thought in fear, not again. But instead of resigning himself to it, he chose to believe the chicken. Anyway, I am going to get beaten, let us just consider it getting scammed. Hu Bin used all his strength to shout out a long cry, thinking to himself that he would practice the way to get beaten, without getting hurt. When he was ready to get punched, Pag Zero suddenly stopped. Hu Bin looked at the fist in front of him, wondering, why is not he hitting me? Just then, Chig Se's voice rang out, that is right. He was holding the camera in his hand, saying openly, Pag Zero. He was so angry that he was trembling, saying, Chig Se, it is you again. Chig Se asked without any fear, don't you know, Pag Zero? He opened his mouth and smiled, saying triumphantly, compared to your fist, my camera is much faster. If I release this video, you are definitely dead. If you want to go out without daring to raise your head, then go ahead. Thanks to that, we will make a killing. Haha, let us leech off Pag Zero's fame and aim for 200k subs. Pag Zero finally let his hand down. He was so angry that his face turned red, glaring and warning, just you wait. You think I am the only one getting hurt, I will get revenge soon, Rumi said with an innocent face, it was not me. After speaking, Pag Zero turned and left. They muttered in relief, he is gone. Chig Se's legs were so weak with fear that he collapsed on the ground, sighing in relief, I was so scared. After that, he turned to demand money, you Hu Bin, are you okay? I saved you, you know, this equipment is expensive, quickly calculate the fee. Seeing that he did not react at all, Chig Se called out, a little confused, you Hu Bin. But Hu Bin was still immersed in doubt, in the end, what is it? Who is he in the end? Not long after, at a park. Hu Bin was standing alone, waiting for someone. He thought to himself, what is taking this Chig Se so long? I have decided to quit my part-time job to discuss content. While waiting, Hu Bin took out his phone to review the video, thinking to himself, this fighting content is very complicated, we can't just keep exposing Pag Zero. Or should I make up a story? No. I do not want to earn money by scamming like Pag Zero. That is right, first. I have to text Rumi first, just mentioning her, his face lit up with happiness. Hubin started texting happily. I have been texting with Rumi for 3 days now, just texting makes me happy. But he did not expect Rumi to reply, even though we are texting like this, I prefer hearing your voice. Hubin exclaimed in his heart, a little stunned, she does not like texting with me. He thought disappointedly, so it is over, but she is still rejecting me so kindly like this, thank you. Hubin politely replied, sorry, I won't text you anymore. Rumi had to explain, annoyed by his stupidity, it is not like that, I do not hate texting. It is that I want to call. The message made Hubin unable to control his expression. His eyes widened as if they were about to fall out, stammering in fear. Call, phone. This is the moment, I have to call right now. Just then, 2 strangers walked over. Oh, that is right, it is the YouTuber learning how to fight. Right, wow, it is really him. It is you, right, wow, I am your fan. Hubin quickly put away his phone, admitting yes. He objected secretly, no, this is the decisive moment. The couple got close and asked, wow, do you live here? It is really you. Hubin replied shyly, no, I am waiting for a friend, thank you. He thought in his heart, have some manners, please. The man asked with a friendly smile, did you get paid yet? You must be making a lot of money, right? He replied politely, no, I have not yet. The man then continued, I see. Hubin felt special, being treated like a friend by someone who looks so scary. Is this what they call the power of media? Who knew that in the blink of an eye he would see the man searching his things, also fiercely warning, if you report to the police, you are dead? He thought again, that is right. The couple also reminded each other, check his underwear and socks carefully, they often hide things there is nothing in his underwear either. Hubin could only resign himself to letting them do their work. These guys are professionals, even if I am famous, I will still get robbed as usual. However, after searching in vain, they started criticizing him directly. I knew it when I saw him wearing fake shoes. He has not gotten his salary yet, there is not a single cent. He consoled himself, I am not sad, my family is too poor. I do not have anything to carry anyway. Just then, a familiar voice rang out. It was Chig Sae running quickly, shouting, hey you bastards, what are you doing, do you want to die? He shouted his introduction, I am Chig Sae from Kaibang High School, you guys are from Bangchan High School, right? Do you want to die? The woman hiding behind her boyfriend asked. Chig Sae from Kaibang High School, who is he? The man replied, who knows, I have never heard of him. Hubin exclaimed in shock, Chig Sae? He was so touched that he was crying, asking, Chig Sae, are you here to save me? Hubin's heart was filled with gratitude, praising without restraint. He is really a hero. Amazing strength, truly the savior of the class, and also fighting power. While he was praising, Chig Sae tripped, falling face down on the ground, bleeding. The man said disdainfully, so weak, the girlfriend noticed and said, Appa, his shoes are very expensive. A moment later he also called out, hey, lend me your phone, let me use it. Hubin obediently offered it. The phone, sir. He appeared willing, but inside he did not agree at all. No, to a YouTuber like me, it is my whole life. The man took his phone, saying, I am confiscating it, so you won't report to the police. But diligently go live, so you can earn money. Hubin opposed in fear, exclaiming secretly, no, I can't. Looking at the backs of the 2 people leaving, he called out helplessly, no, give it back to me, he said sadly in his heart, no, in the phone is. Hubin reached out, shouting, I still have to text Rumi. The rest of the sentence he only said in his heart, Rumi's phone number. Hubin unconsciously fell to his knees, shouting unwillingly, you have stripped this guy bare already. His phone is the latest model. Just then, Chig Sae also woke up. Calling out weakly, hey, I am awake. He turned and shook him strongly, calling urgently, hey, what should we do? Turn on the phone and report to the police, we have to find my phone. However, Chig Sae asked calmly, report to the police, are you kidding me? He held up the phone that was live streaming, continuing, can you see it? These enthusiastic viewers, some comments were greeting him. Hello Hubin, hello? Chig Sae said proudly, I have been recording since you were dragged away, what are you doing? Quickly greet everyone, the viewers are commenting enthusiastically. Are there still robbers these days? How poor do you have to be to go robbing? My favorability has increased again. Hubin was still in shock. This crazy bastard. He is still recording like this. He whispered in his ear, those guys are famous on Culture Street, this is an opportunity to make money. He immediately regained his composure, exclaiming, money. The viewers heard it and teased him, We heard that. You are so greedy for money, haha. Chig Se started laying out the plan. If we run straight to them and expose them now, would not the views increase rapidly? Hubin thought angrily. You mean you want me to get beaten up again? You bastard. The comments were also very enthusiastic in their support. Go get the phone, go now, the embodiment of justice. Chig Se also chimed in. As a YouTuber, are you going to abandon your viewers? Hubin bowed his head, not saying anything. A few seconds later he spoke. Hello? Chig Se said, confused. Then he took off his hat, revealing a radiant face, saying, I am going to start live streaming, learning how to fight. The viewers were extremely excited, constantly laughing happily. Ha 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 ha, so interesting. I only trust you guys on YouTube. In the blink of an eye, they were at the robber's place. He asked with a stammer, ha 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 ha, what? You want the phone? Ha 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 ha. Seeing who been standing in front of him, everyone in the comments was very supportive. The emotions are so real. Looking at this makes me remember the old days. Spit out the phone, you bastard. Seeing Chig Se filming from behind, he cursed angrily. These guys are crazy, and they are live streaming again. The girlfriend asked, pouting. Appa, they keep filming, what should we do? He then showed off, damn it, let them film. Do you think I am scared? The netizens commented. They agreed to film, so it is okay. Then the girlfriend asked in confusion, Appa, why do you keep talking into the microphone? He just laughed, but Hubin was secretly observing him at this moment. He is holding the microphone with his right hand, so he is right-handed. The chicken's lesson appeared in his head. Have you found out the opponent's dominant hand yet? If it is a normal person, there is a high chance that they will punch with their dominant hand. Let us make it clearer, if the opponent is right-handed, then to make it easier to block, you should stand on his left side. So Hubin moved to the man's left side. Seeing that, he also stood up and asked, hey, what is wrong? Are you planning to fight me? The viewers also showed anticipation. Oh my god, the atmosphere is starting to get dangerous. So fun. Hubin remembered the chicken's voice. To make the opponent punch with his right hand, if there is an obstacle on the left side, then you will naturally use your left hand to swing your fist. Right at this moment, the man stepped forward, instructing, keep it safe. The girlfriend flattered him, praising Appa, you are so cool. He also quickly prepared mentally. Anyway, I can only get beaten up. Hubin thought back to the chicken's instructions. Even if you can't avoid the punch, you can definitely react to it, especially with normal people who have not learned combat sports. He frowned tightly, his eyes full of determination. The chicken's voice echoed evenly according to the situation. Because they have to expand their shoulders. Very quickly, the man charged forward. His punch was very close. Hubin widened his eyes, focusing all his strength. It is coming. He quickly applied the way to get punched without getting hurt. The man looked at him in surprise. The two people outside were no less shocked. On this side, Hubin secretly followed the chicken's instructions. When swinging a punch, the target must be at a distance within reach, so it has a lot of power. In other words, just receive it before it exerts its power. The pain-free tactic when getting hit quickly. That is, you will use your head to block the blow. If you lower your chin, it will help protect your chin and be useful for blocking the blow with your forehead. Chig Se wondered secretly, confused, what is that guy doing? Why is he taking the punch with his face? Under the comments, countless question marks appeared. What is this? Hubin was successful with the last move, thinking, it does not hurt at all, what now? And the man was getting angrier, saying, you like getting beaten, huh? I will beat you until you are salty. He continued to remember the lecture. It is as hard as climbing to the sky for a normal person to see a fist. But what if the opponent is also a normal person? At this moment, the fist was coming very close. Hubin thought nervously, it is too late, I am going to get punched. Then the opponent will also find it hard to hit a moving face. Hearing that, he quickly lowered his head. Weaving, even if it is clumsy, weaving has an effect, right, and weaving is the technique of moving the upper body to avoid blows. Even Hubin did not expect to successfully dodge. Wondering dazedly, it is deflected. In the video, the chicken explained clearly, a normal person wants to block a blow with their head, a normal person wants to punch the head. What happens when two normal people like this meet? The person who perseveres in getting punched with their head like you, in the eyes of the opponent, will be a boxer, proficient in weaving. Just think that you are not getting punched but you are attacking, then the fear of the punch will disappear. Everything happened beyond everyone's thoughts. The comments were also dazed. What is this? This is not what I thought. Inside the fight, everything was still happening according to the chicken's words. If that is the case, the fist will be deflected. The man gradually lost patience, seeing him so persistent. This guy. Or even if it hits, it does not hurt. Hu Bin's eyes were full of persistence, looking up. The chicken's confident voice, as if everything was certain, rang out again. How is it? Getting punched does not hurt anymore now, right? At this moment, Hu Bin suddenly spoke. Give my phone back, are you still afraid of fighting? The chicken's final concluding sentence. Hu Bin shouted with full momentum, I have to text Rumi. Countless praises appeared in the comments. Shocking, you Hu Bin, I believe in you, awesome, you are not a loser anymore. And everyone at the scene had one question, but who the hell is Rumi? The gangster constantly threw punches and kicks at Hu Bin, accompanied by cheers, oh, so good. Chig Se stood with the camera in his hand, his mouth agape in disbelief, thinking, wow, Yu Hu Bin is so awesome, seriously. He looked at the gangster, secretly assessing, the opponent, is a gangster like that. The gangster saw that he could avoid all his punches and angrily thought, what the hell is this guy? He constantly swung his fist at Hu Bin, but he could easily dodge, making him grind his teeth angrily. Why does he just keep getting punched, but just keeps getting punched? Hu Bin poured all his strength into avoiding the attacks, thinking, crazy then, so what? He frowned a little regretfully, blaming himself, I should have watched more videos. Hu Bin recalled the ending words of the chicken YouTuber, so get beaten up, see you in the next video, and thought, I only watched each way to get punched without getting hurt. Thinking of this, tears and snot streamed down his face, crying silently, that is, now, I do not have any real techniques, boo-hoo. At this moment, a girl suddenly entered calling out. She walked over to Chig Se, who was holding the camera, and said with emotion, so this is a live stream, wow, so cool, this is my first time seeing it. He heard it and replied. Showing off, good, right, want to try filming. Saying that, Chig Se looked at the live stream screen and felt something was not right, thinking, but this fight, how can it just? Even though the fight was real, he felt, it is so fake. On the screen, the comments were also criticizing the fight. What the hell is this? One guy is charging in to hit. One guy is sticking his head out to block. Kick with your feet, damn it, so boring, I am out. Looking at the live stream viewers leaving, Chig Se could not help but worry, biting his nails and thinking of a way. This is dangerous, the viewers are decreasing. Last time, the fight with Pag Zero ended quickly, which was also a problem, but this time, fighting for too long is also a problem. Or should I clap a few times and end it? That is right, before I lose viewers I should just. As he was about to implement his plan, someone commented on the screen, this fight, it seems like Sam Dok won. Chig Se remembered the live broadcast with Moon Sung and thought, is this guy pretending to know Moon Sung? Now he is pretending to know combat. At that time, there was a comment saying, potential MMA fighter of the Republic of Korea, Superboxing, Kim Moon Sung. Looking back at the fight, everyone can understand, anyone can see that Yu Hu Bin is going to lose, he is getting beat up like that. The comments were also lively. The expert is here, the guy getting beat up, confiscate one person's dentures. Mocking comments arose. I am telling you, empty vessels make the most noise. One comment after another, look carefully. At this time, the gangster noticed that his two fists were swollen and red, that guy's fist. His face became panicked, thinking, you son of a bitch, what is wrong with my hands, how did my hands become like this? Due to adrenaline, he did not realize it. Underneath, the comments were also discussing. His hand is swollen big, already. Hu Bin's forehead was also swollen, he did not understand what was happening, again being too excited, so he punched the skull so hard. The gangster suddenly lay struggling on the floor, shouting, my hands. Seeing this, the girl next to him asked, Appa, are you okay, after the adrenaline wore off? The pain finally arrived. In the end, he had to press the bail button. Chig Se excitedly turned his head towards Hu Bin, thinking, so that means, Yu Hu Bin really won. He held the camera close to Hu Bin's face, while he was hugging his swollen face, complaining, it hurts so much, what win? Hu Bin happily received his phone, laughing and saying, hee, I found my phone, I have to text her. Chig Se stood opposite, dejectedly thinking, maybe the money earned will be used to compensate the hospital bill. But when he saw the results that Hu Bin brought, He closed his eyes and thought, oh well, even if you bleed. Looking at the views increasing rapidly, he thought with satisfaction, but I gained more fans. The people online, looking at Hu Bin happily holding the phone, said, what should I text first? Should I text, are you asleep? Would that be okay? And were extremely annoyed, commenting, that is not okay. A few days later, after uploading the video with the title, I found the robbers and taught them a lesson, updating new content. In just 1 week, the views reached 1 million. The fighting videos were all very popular, with a total of 4 videos. Every video had 1 million views. The total number of views was 25,700,000. At this time, the money had also been transferred to the bank. The total amount of money, 20,350,803. Holding the money in their hands, both Chig Sae and Hu Bin shouted happily, yeah? The two of them stood in front of the ATM. For the first time it is the first time we have received a salary. Hu Bin spoke up, asking, but if we calculate one view as 1 then we should get more, right? Chig Sae replied, well, we have to deal with it. After YouTube checks, we have to quickly contact advertising. Let us just be satisfied first. Hu Bin looked at the pile of 1,001 bills in his hand, feeling and speaking at the same time. I was also surprised that it is not 1 view is 1, but we have to earn money through advertising. Chig Sae continued beside him, I told you that 1 view is not 1 already, even though it is about that much, it is still not. He sat in front of the magazine stand, explaining further, calculating in Korean currency. 1 view is equal to 1. In general, calculating the salary of a YouTuber is not easy. Hu Bin approached Chig Sae, asking further, anyway, if we live stream like now, it is okay, right? Be more active, more violent. Chig Sae shook his head, saying, what are you saying? We were lucky this time. He was busy searching for a magazine, saying, because we did not get the yellow $sign. Hu Bin asked again after hearing that yellow $sign, what is that? Chig Sae took out a swimsuit magazine, replying, it is the YouTube review system, if you get the yellow $sign. Then that video won't earn any more money. For YouTubers, it is a nightmare. He held the magazine out in front of him, using it as an example, saying, if it is too lewd, violent, or cursing too much, then the earning feature will be turned off. Just like this magazine with the red label. Hu Bin stroked his chin, staring at the magazine, replying, too lewd, The magazine was raised just as Rumi passed by, and her head and the magazine cover matched perfectly. Hu Bin replied, understood. She did not know anything and was still talking to her fans. This is Rumi's night live stream. Outside, beauty YouTuber Rumi, with 70,000 subs, was happily live streaming on the street. It is not a suggestive live stream, but that night's live stream. Chig Sae looked at Rumi outside on the street, thinking, Rumi, she is doing a night live stream. But why do I feel uneasy? She read the comments criticizing her. What is wrong with this girl? This damn YouTuber gets cursed at all day. After reading it, she pretended not to understand, replying, oh, you guys said someone deliberately made it dirty. Where, my lips, where? When Rumi looked into the glass of the convenience store, she saw Chig Sae and Hu Bin inside. Outside the glass, she raised her hand, imitating a camera, pointing straight at Hu Bin's face, and he was startled. Chig Sae knew her intentions and pulled Hu Bin, running away, saying, damn it, run quickly, she is planning to leech off our followers. Rumi ran after, calling, oh my, everyone, wait for me. Before long, the city was dyed in the golden light of evening. After cutting off Rumi, Hu Bin and Chig Sae stopped and panted, saying, huff huff, we cut her off. Chig Sae wiped the sweat off his face with his hand, then said, gritting his teeth, she is so cunning, is she planning to leech off my followers? When he turned to look at Hu Bin, he saw him standing in front of a store. Hey, what are you doing, you Hu Bin? He was standing dazed, looking at the clothes inside the store. Hu Bin looked at the clothes, admiring secretly. So pretty, how much is this set? He looked at the clothes and guessed the price secretly. It is training gear, so it must be expensive. 300,000 won, 400,000 won, even if I made money, this level. But when he looked down at the listed price, he was extremely shocked. 1,480,000, hic. Hu Bin's mouth dropped open, reaching out his hand and muttering to count, what kind of fabric is worth 1,400,000 won? I can get 100 identical sets at the market. He turned his head regretfully, calculating, if it is 1.4 million, then that is the salary I pay to Chig Sae, who can afford it. Thinking that, he said to Chig Sae, let us go. But Chig Sae was already standing in front of the checkout counter, That will be 1,400,000 won, please. He happily held out his card, saying, yes, please process it for me now. Hubin stood outside, his mouth agape, thinking, that is his salary. After paying, he even turned around to look at Hubin, not knowing his current thoughts. He really spent 1.4 million. You have so much money. Chigese looked at him, laughing and asking, what is wrong? Aren't you buying it? You should have some basic items too. Hearing that, Hubin widened his eyes, looking at him. Chigese was still choosing more accessories in the store, saying to the employee, that one, show it to me for a moment. Hubin thought, so that is how it is. He clenched a bag of money in his hand, full of thoughts. So for you guys, this is considered basic. This is the first time I have known that even if you earn 20 million won. Chigese's voice rang out, asking, aren't you buying it? I still do not dare to buy anything. Hubin looked at him, laughing and replying, I am not buying it. Suddenly, his phone rang, notifying him. Hubin wondered, taking his phone out to look. A message, who is texting at this time? As soon as he opened his phone, he widened his eyes in surprise. Hubin read the information on the phone, covering his mouth in disbelief, thinking, no, it can't be. Early in the morning, the streets were bustling with people. Curses were echoing in Hubin's mind. I am crazy, I am crazy, I am crazy. He was now wearing the clothes from the store yesterday. People on the street were evaluating, wow, Gucci. Hey, I can tell it is fake at a glance. Hubin was still wondering. Buying a coat, 1,400,000 won. The people on the street kept evaluating the clothes he was wearing. How could a high schooler like him buy that, no matter how a loser wears it? Hubin was still hesitating between returning the clothes or keeping them. But I have to buy them, you did well already. I have not removed the tags, can I return it? Thinking that, he looked at the scenery around him and wondered, but why did she call me out to a place like this? It is all couples here. I am so nervous. I can't calm down, or should I live stream a bit? Then he turned on the live stream. Hello, I missed everyone so much, so I turned on the live stream. The comments were also very interactive. Hello? Hey, what do you mean you missed them? You missed the money. People around him saw him turn on the camera and said curiously, YouTuber, oh, it seems he is live streaming. I think I know that person, who is it, seeing so many people looking at him. Hubin thought, have I been recognized? Suddenly someone brought up his old story. The guy who exposed people to get money, haha. Then there were sarcastic words behind his back. That guy, he exposed Pag Zero, right? He is so greedy for money that he even exposed his classmate. Look. His clothes are all designer brands, he must be making a lot of money now. Hearing these words, a hint of sadness flashed across Hubin's face. Those people are casually gossiping about me. Being famous is not a good thing. His fans also heard these words and commented, don't you dare insult our Hubin, that is why it is dangerous to go outside. You do. Hubin did not care anymore, turning back to interact with his fans. Thank you, I only have you guys. Comments kept popping up. Damn. It seems he is just taking a walk. There is no content at all. Are you going to insert any ads? Are you kidding me? Suddenly, someone called from afar, oh, I am your fan. Suddenly, a beautiful girl ran to him, saying, I watched all your live streams. The girl made a request. Can I take a picture with you? Both he and the people in the comments were surprised. Me, he wondered, my fan. But when she called out, Jian Appa, he looked to the back and realized, Jian was smiling at the girl, replying, haha, sure. The comments exploded. Jinan Appa is so handsome today too. Appa, where are you? It was so noisy. Hubin heard the two of them talking. You are so handsome in person. Haha, thank you. And wondered blankly, it is not me, this person is also a YouTuber. The people in his live stream were laughing. Loudly. Haha. Should we try to ease the male YouTuber, Jian, 170,000 followers. He saw the number of viewers increasing and wondered, oh my, why are there so many male fans all of a sudden, after looking at his face? Hubin's fans pulled out of the live stream. So beautiful, well, I am stopping here, retreat, out quickly, can't win, whatever, just jealous. Those people returned to Hubin's live stream, comforting him. Sorry, Hubin, we have no choice, you win some you lose some. Behind them, Jian and the fan were still interacting with each other. What are you doing here? I am here to find a girlfriend for content. Seeing his distraught face, they added, hey, what is so good about girls, you have us here. Hubin, sons are loyal fans. Jian on this side saw something and his eyes lit up. Huh. He quickly ran to the person in front and introduced himself. Hello, I am YouTuber Jian. You are very beautiful. Can I have some of your time? As he spoke, he thought, if this girl appears in the live stream, it will definitely explode. The fans saw this and said curiously, her voice is as sweet as honey. Too sweet, boo-hoo. Let me see the girl's face. The girl declined the invitation, saying, I am sorry, I have a date. The fans commented in surprise after hearing this. What is wrong? Are you playing hard to get? Jian said awkwardly after hearing that. So you are waiting for your boyfriend. Who is it? She did not answer right away, just smiling. Then she went to point at Hu Bin, saying, it is him. Hu Bin looked at her blankly. Bumi smiled and said, sorry, it took me a while to find this place. She looked at the clothes he was wearing, saying in surprise, but our clothes. Bumi pointed at the coat he was wearing, adding, our couple clothes. Hu Bin looked at her beautiful face, blushing shyly, stammering in response, that is right, right. His live comments immediately exploded. Damn it, everyone. This guy has a girlfriend, damn you. You came here to date, you jerk. Wow, the next chapter will probably be very interesting. Hu Bin recalled the past. There were two couples hugging and walking with their arms around each other in the hallway. Hu Bin, who was a student at this time, thought when seeing this scene, actually, I am jealous of those extroverted kids. The image of him walking past the four people was extremely contrasting. One short, shy, not good at sports, and also mediocre in studies. Looking at the clothes he was wearing, he was very self-conscious, and also penniless like me, always feeling humiliated and ashamed. As he was walking, someone blocked his way. Hu Bin looked up, thinking, I would rather. It was Pag Zero. He looked at him with disdain, ordering, get out of the way, you bastard. At that moment, he wished he was good at fighting like Pag Zero. After his order, Hu Bin leaned close to the edge of the wall. Pag Zero's group walked past him, smiling with satisfaction, saying, haha, press the bail button. At this moment, he realized clearly, the school is a world where the big fish eats the small fish. Hu Bin hit his head against the wall according to his orders. From now until the end of the break, keep hitting your head for me, ha. The fact that the weak have to bow their heads is obvious. Suddenly, someone blocked his way, warning, hey, watch out for the road, Pag Zero. He was preparing to scold that person, what the hell, which? But that thing. When he saw Mun Song said, Pag Zero immediately turned off his light and swallowed the words he was about to say. Hick. Hu Bin knew that this law also applied to Pag Zero. Mun Song did not forget to remind him before leaving. Walk quietly, speak softly, smile sweetly. Pag Zero also had to stand and hit his head with Hu Bin, replying, yes. The fact that the weak have to bow their heads is obvious. Hu Bin secretly turned his head to one side. He looked at Mun Song's disappearing back, jealous of Mun Song. Returning to reality, he looked at everything around him, thinking, but now I do not feel jealous anymore. Hu Bin looked at the beautiful girl in front of him, feeling grateful. Because Bumi is by my side. Seeing him silent for a long time, she asked, what are you thinking? The people around him looked at Bumi's beauty and had to admire, damn, wow, she is so pretty. Hu Bin wished at this moment. I do not need to be extroverted at all. I do not need to be good at fighting either. His face smiled brightly, continuing to think if only time would stop. While the two were walking on the street, Bumi's hand accidentally touched Hu Bin's hand lightly. She turned to him, her face shyly saying, sorry. Hu Bin was now completely conquered by Bumi. He dreamed of the prospect of the two getting married. Hu Bin returned home after a tiring day. I am so tired, there was so much stress today. He was taking off his tie while telling his wife about the company. That Lee from the business group got angry, so I had to teach him a lesson. Bumi, wearing an apron, ran from the kitchen, replying, you worked hard, Hu Bin. Seeing her coming, he brought a large bouquet of flowers in front of her, saying, here, I saw flowers on the street and remembered you. Bumi happily accepted the bouquet. When she saw a wrapper without flowers, she asked in confusion, oh, why did you buy this? But there is no flower in it. Hu Bin held the flowerless wrapper under her chin. Then he sweetly answered her, because this flower is even more beautiful. So what do I need flowers for? Bumi heard that and covered her face, laughing happily, The kids at this time also rushed out happily, saying, Dad's home. Hu Bin opened his arms, welcoming them into his arms, replying, oh, my little bunnies, my daughter, my son. The daughter called softly, Dad. Hu Bin smiled gently, replying, "Oh, what did my daughter do today?" The daughter with an innocent face replied, "Take it easy, you weeboo." Returning to reality, Boomy looked at Hu Bin, asking blankly, "Do you hate coffee?" Hu Bin, still not recovered, wiped the cup from his face, replying, My dear, there is." "Oh no, why do you keep saying nothing?" A moment later, he realized he was in the coffee shop, panicking and replying to her, "No, I like coffee a lot, and it is because I am a bit quiet, so." Then he thought to himself, "Lord above, I just touched her hand and I have already thought of what to name my kid." Hearing his words just now, Boomy's face flashed with contemplation, saying, "Quiet, I understand." Seeing her change her expression, he worried secretly, What is wrong with her? Did I say something wrong?" Hu Bin started thinking wildly, blaming himself. "That is right, being around me must be boring." Some other customers noticed their outfits, praising, "Oh look, it is Gucci. So they are wearing couple clothes, nice. Honey, should we buy them too?" But when they saw Hu Bin's figure compared to Boomy, they evaluated, saying, "Too bad for that girl, is not it a little embarrassing to be with a boyfriend that short?" "Hey Appa, they can hear that." It is okay, they can hear." Hu Bin heard all of those words. He lowered his head, thinking self-consciously. "This idiot, I heard everything. I knew it would be like this." He glanced at Boomy, thinking in his own way. "Boomy must also be embarrassed to be with me." Thinking that, he took off his jacket, saying, "It is not." Seeing that, Boomy looked at him, accidentally hearing his words, "It is not couple clothes." Hearing these words, her face was a little sad. Hu Bin was still muttering beside her, not knowing. "You guys do not know anything." Before long, the cafe brought out a huge plate of strawberry bingsu. Boomy looked at the space in the cafe, saying, "This cafe is so pretty, I have wanted to come here for a long time." She sat opposite Hu Bin, excitedly telling the story of the past. "I look at it on Insta every day, but this is the first time I have come here, because I was too shy to come alone." Contrary to her, Hu Bin timidly picked up his coffee and drank, replying, "It must be pretty, I do not know." Boomy looked at him with expectant eyes, asking, What should we do after we drink coffee?" He lowered his head, avoiding her gaze, replying, "Then, if there is nothing else, let us go home." At first, she still asked enthusiastically about Hu Bin. "What are your hobbies? What do you like?" Hu Bin still kept his head lowered, his hands clenched around the cup, replying, "I do not have any hobbies. I do not particularly like anything either." Later, Boomy gradually lost her enthusiasm, but still tried to ask, "What do you usually do when you go out?" Hu Bin hesitated, looking to the side, replying, "I do not like going out very much." Finally, she could not stand this heavy atmosphere anymore, so she stood up. She pulled out the chair, preparing to leave, saying, "Hey, let us stand up and go home." Hu Bin said in confusion, But you have not eaten the bingsu yet." Before his bewildered face, Boomy said honestly, I thought it would be a lot of fun after we met." She looked at him with a disappointed expression. "Texting is like that, but when we meet you do not even say a word." She said goodbye to him and left. "Sorry for bothering you." When Boomy had just reached the door, she heard Hu Bin asking, "Being with me, is it very embarrassing?" Before this unexpected question, she exclaimed in surprise. Hu Bin at this time spoke out his feelings shamefully. "Sorry, because this is the first time I am meeting a girl alone. No, to be more precise, this is the first time I am talking to a girl. And it is also the first time I have come to such a beautiful cafe. In fact, I have never been to a cafe before." He also seriously answered her questions just now. "My hobby is sitting at home watching YouTubers. I usually do not go out, but because I was shy, I could not say it. Because I do not have friends besides Chig Sae. No, compared to friends, he is more like a dog." Hu Bin had difficulty saying the thoughts from his heart. "I originally wanted to eat a meal with you, but sorry, if I sat down to eat a meal with you, I would not be able to eat. Because. After a while of hesitating, he was finally able to say it. "Looking straight at you, you are even more beautiful than from an angle." This compliment surprised Boomy. She blushed shyly, stammering, suddenly, "What are you saying?" Boomy saw sweat pouring all over Hu Bin's face, worrying, "Hu Bin, why are you sweating so much?" It turned out that Hu Bin's sitting direction was facing the sun, he replied, "because I was afraid you would be hot sitting here, so." The cafe was noisy, but at this time, it seemed that Boomy could only hear Hu Bin's voice, "Sorry." Hu Bin regained his composure, admitting his mistake, continuing, "I worried on my own accord, according to my own thoughts." After understanding all his feelings, Boomy looked at him, smiling sweetly. The two of them continued to stroll down the street under the setting sun. At this time, Boomy got a phone call and answered, "Yeah, I am with a male friend." Really? Are you also nearby?" Hearing this conversation, Hubin thought with satisfaction. Hee, talking on the phone like this makes me feel like a real boyfriend. After hanging up, she turned to say to him, "Sorry, because it is a childhood friend from elementary school who I have not contacted in a long time." Hubin asked in confusion. "A childhood friend from elementary school?" Boomy replied casually, "Yeah, we were playing together, then lost contact. Suddenly, we reconnected, and it turned out he was nearby." Hubin asked further. "He seems to like dessert a lot," she replied. "That is right, he said he came here to eat strawberry bingsu." Hearing that, Hubin thought, strawberry bingsu, how cute, but why eat that? For the same price, I can eat several bowls of mixed rice and soup. Boomy exclaimed as if remembering something. "That is right." She looked at him, saying, "He also goes to your school?" Hubin asked in surprise. "Really, what is his name? Goes to the same school?" Her next question made him freeze. "Do you know Mun Song?" Hearing this name, he immediately felt uneasy. Kim Moon Sung. He recalled his strong body when he was competing, thinking, Kim Moon Sung, a potential MMA fighter in Korea, the top dog of the school. He looked at Boomy, who was curiously asking him, "So, you do not know him?" Hubin did not know how to answer her. "Mun Song, who I have never talked to once at school, is a friend of Boomy." He imagined returning home after a tiring day. I am so tired, there was so much stress today." Still the same action, the same words also. That Lee from the business group got angry, so I had to teach him a lesson. But Boomy was no longer his wife, but Mun Song's wife. She helped him take off his jacket, saying, "Is that so? You worked hard, Mun Song." The kids ran towards Mun Song happily, Dad's home. At this time, Boomy looked towards the door, asking, "But?" She looked at Humin's unfamiliar face, saying, "Who is that?" Mun Song replied, "I do not know." He imagined Mun Song walking in front of him, warning, "You loser, how dare you imagine dating someone like her?" That kid still had that innocent face, mocking him, saying, "That is why, take it easy, you weeboo." Returning to reality, Hubin felt like, I feel like. Boomy, not knowing his thoughts, was still asking, "Do you know Mun Song?" There was an invisible wall between him and Boomy. Hubin kept his head lowered, stammering, "Yeah?" He really wanted to. "I want to tear down that invisible wall." Thinking that, he decisively replied, "I know him." Hearing this answer, she asked excitedly, "Really, you know him? Are you close?" Before these questions, Hubin thought, "I do not know why I said that at that time, with other people I do not know." Hubin tried to say each word, "Of course, we are close." He did not want her to know, but with Boomy, "I do not want to be revealed that I am an introvert." Boomy was really happy, saying, "Oh, how great, hey, and me." Not knowing from when, Mun Song had already come to his front, asking, "What are you doing here?" At this time, he had regretted it immediately. Before Hubin's surprised face, Boomy asked Mun Song happily, "How great, Mun Song is here. I heard you and Hubin are very close." Hubin at this time said silently, Kim Moon Sung, why is it at this time, why are you wearing the same clothes?" After hearing Boomy, Mun Song looked at Hubin, saying, "Close." He moved towards Hubin, coldly asking, "With me?" Looking at Boomy and Mun Song standing together, Hubin cowered, lowering his head to the ground. He bit his lip, worrying secretly, "What should I do? I already bragged so confidently." Hubin's face was pale, stammering, saying, "Mun Song and I are very close." Saying that, he thought, "I even bragged that we were close." Mun Song's large figure was completely opposite to Hubin's. He stood in front of him, asking again, "Close with me?" Hubin apologized silently to her, "Sorry, Boomy, actually we are not close at all." He thought that the lie would be exposed. "Boomy, you do not know, actually us losers have an unspoken rule. You can't pretend to be close with anyone. I have broken the rule and said that I am close with Mun Song." Looking at her cute face, Hubin really wanted to, "Because I want to, open up with you." Boomy went in front of Mun Song, asking, "What are you two doing?" He looked at her, replying, "Well, we are close, we share the same class." Hubin, not paying attention to their conversation, was still immersed in his own thoughts. "And a guy who breaks the unspoken rule like me must be punished." When he was preparing to receive the punishment, "I love you, Choi Boomy." But unexpectedly, Mun Song nodded, replying, "We are close, because we are in the same class." This answer surprised Hubin. What is he saying?" Boomy cheered happily, "Oh, how great, it must be like that." Mun Song stood in front of him, calling Hubit. He corrected him. Hubin then thought further, we are not close at all, you can't even remember my name. Mun Song nodded, asking further about him. Is he the guy who live streams? Not rushing to answer, he thought, I was still worried, because I bragged that I was close with him. Hubin smiled awkwardly, ha 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 ha, indicating that it was so. So you are the type to say whatever you want, huh? The choice of being close or not is yours. When he was feeling happy because of his answer, more tragically, I felt happy. Mun Song pointed at the jacket he was wearing, saying, oh, you are wearing the same jacket as me. Hubin laughed to brush it off, replying, that is right, Mun Song, because Mun Song said that he was close with me. Hubin's thoughts were increasing. From the beginning, I never had any malice towards him, on the contrary, the one calculating was someone without confidence like me. The three of them walked down the street together. Question 1. Point out one of the most perfect couples, 5 points, look and guess. Hubin felt like Boomi and Mun Song were a couple. Even a first grader can answer this question, even I know the answer. Ah, the thing that is wrong is me. Hubin was lost, falling behind the two people. From the back, he called out, everyone. At this time, Mun Song and Boomi turned their heads to look. Hubin made up a reason to leave first. I am going first, I have an ingrown toenail. I am too self-conscious. Boomi heard that and said in confusion, ingrown toenail. But Hubin had already turned to leave. I am really crazy. He pretended to walk awkwardly, calling out, my big toe. Even Hubin felt that his lie was really clumsy. Out of 7,749 lies, I chose an ingrown toenail. Boomi looked at him walking away, saying softly in sadness, yes, play again. After speaking, Boomi and Mun Song continued to walk together again. Standing not far away, Chig Sa was secretly live streaming. Seeing him leave, he thought angrily, damn it, what are you doing? The fans also learned a lot. Ha ha, damn it, ingrown toenail, ha. Suddenly, he shouted loudly. Ah! Hubin was startled and shouted as well. Ah! He yelled at Chig Sa, you son of a bitch, what are you doing? He covered his mouth, replying in a whisper, sure, you will be heard now. He had his mouth covered by Hubin, but he struggled and explained, I just accidentally saw you on the street. But what the hell is an ingrown toenail? You are crazy. The atmosphere was good, but you suddenly lied about an ingrown toenail and ran away, what for? Hubin used his head to bump Chig Sa's chin, replying, if you were me, what could you do? They are completely different from me. Chig Sa grumbled to him about Boomi and Mun Song. You have to stick to them and say you do not have an ingrown toenail. Hubin shouted with tears in his eyes, Boomi and I are not compatible, can't you see? Suddenly, Chig Sa became serious, saying to him, love is something you have to fight for. Hubin shouted, what the hell is that? He looked at Mun Song and Boomi talking in the distance, adding, a fight between many guys fighting for the love of one girl. Chig Sa looked at Mun Song's handsome face, saying, of course, there will be a strong opponent. Are you planning to give up the fight? Hubin lowered his head, saying unconfidently, but if I do not fight, how can I lose? Chig Sa rushed to grab his collar, yelling, you son of a bitch, listen carefully. He said as if he had a lot of experience, there is a famous basketball coach in the world, who said this to a player who wanted to give up the fight. Seeing that, Hubin shouted, what the hell is that? He imagined the scene of that coach and player, continuing, if you give up, then the game is really over, do you still want to give up? Chig Sa yelled, asking Hubin, who asked you out, who bought you coffee? Hearing these words from him, Hubin seemed enlightened. If she did not care about you, she would not spend a penny. Chig Sa conjured up the image of Boomi in his head, remember, Boomi's regrettable expression when she did not want to break up with you. The more Hubin heard, the more ashamed he felt about himself. Do you want to give up again? You are closer to victory than anyone else. Hearing these words, Hubin was in tears. Chig Sa, you are right. He rushed to hug Chig Sa gratefully, saying, thank you, even though it is not your business. Chig Sa replied gently, it is nothing, I will tell Boomi my true feelings. He patted his back lightly as if to give more motivation, saying, we are friends, come on, you Hubin. Then he urged him to go. Go quickly, and tell your true feelings too. Hubin left with high spirits, replying, yeah, I am going. He rushed forward quickly, saying firmly, I am going to confess to Choi Boomi. Chig Sa stood behind, thinking, that is right, it has to be like that. It turned out that everything was part of his plan to earn views. Chig Sa held the camera up, smiling with satisfaction. The new live stream is interesting, the fans are also looking forward to it. Ha 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 ha, did he go yet? My heart is beating fast. He followed Hu Bin while saying happily, I confessed to a girl and got dumped. The live stream will continue everyone. The comments jumped quickly. Santa himself has to bow down to you. You leech, selling out your friends for views, but that famous world coach, is that slam dunk. While he was chasing, someone suddenly blocked him, making Chig Sae stunned. Huh. His face became flustered, stammering incoherently. You. On the other side, Boomy asked worriedly, your ingrown toenail, how is it? Hu Bin looked at her and answered clearly, I pulled it out, because you are much more important. Yeah, it is okay. He had just finished speaking when someone added, it does not seem quite right. It was Mun Song. He pointed at himself, saying, I am good at pulling out ingrown toenails. Hu Bin, hearing that, thought in fear, please do not say any more, I am so scared. Saying that, he stood up and left. Then I am going. Boomy also replied, yeah, work hard at practicing. Seeing him leave, Hu Bin wondered, going. He turned to look at her in confusion. Aren't you two going on a date? Boomy laughed and explained to him, Mun Song is busy, he has a competition next week. He does not have time to eat bingsu at all. At this time, he knew he had misunderstood. So it was just me who did not know, then ran away out of self-consciousness. Thinking that, he said, go well, Mun Song. When he passed by Hu Bin, Mun Song suddenly called Hu Bin. He was startled. Yes. Before his bewildered face, he said, you are good at fighting? Mun Song looked at him, adding, I watched YouTube, learning how to fight. Hu Bin, hearing that, thought suspiciously, he watched my live stream. He remembered the way he fought and asked, before getting hit by the opponent, you use your head to block first, to reduce the force, right, before this question. He thought, I am just following the video. Mun Song continued to ask the question, you deliberately did not do the next move, right? Before his praise, but anyway, I thought it was very good. Hu Bin was shocked, the next move. Mun Song said goodbye to the two people and left. I am going. Hu Bin watched his figure suspiciously. What did he know? Only I know the next move. In the late afternoon, the park was much less crowded. Boomy sat next to him, asking, so, what were you going to say? You had something to say, that is why you came back, right? Hu Bin said hesitantly, the thing is, it is that. Hu Bin was so worried that his hands kept rubbing against his pants. That thing, well that. Seeing that, Boomy said, Hu Bin, you are going to tear your knees now. At this time, he stopped that action, blushing, saying, what kind of people do you like? Before this question, Boomy was also a little startled, but still answered, a person, an honest person. Hearing that, he looked at her in panic. A honest person, Boomy also asked him, and you? Hu Bin clenched his hands, replying to her, my ideal type, that is right, I have to speak honestly. Before her expectant face, he shouted, my ideal type is Choi Boomy, you are my ideal type. Before he could say these words, before Boomy's frightened face, he pulled Chig Sae out of the bush, saying, before that. Hu Bin grabbed Chig Sae's head, saying, I know you are filming, you unscrupulous bastard, are you planning this? Before he finished speaking, he was shocked by his bruised face. Chig Sae, your face, Chig Sae urged, run quickly. As soon as he finished speaking, he got kicked in the face. That person stood behind Hu Bin and Boomy, saying, Chig Sae, thank you. It was Pag Zero's group. He looked at him, saying, because you let us know where you guys were live streaming. He looked at him with disdain, saying, I told you, I will get revenge. Boomy angrily shouted at them, who are you people, what are you planning? Hu Bin called her, Boomy. He said to her gently, go first. Pag Zero's group did not intend to let her go, saying, go where? When I asked for your number you acted like you were above it all. You slut. Saying that, he grabbed her. Hu Bin saw him bullying her and boiled with anger. Pag Zero was still saying insulting words. Now you are running around flashing your ass everywhere. Hu Bin tried to remain calm, thinking, I can't be too excited. Then he remembered the chicken's lesson. There is no opponent as easy to defeat as when they are too excited. Hu Bin reined in his excitement, calling, Pag Zero, I have to restrain my emotions. He beckoned, provoking him, saying, want to get beaten again, you baldy, making the opponent excited. He ridiculed him, laughing, saying, you are still not enlightened after being like that, I have to control my emotions. He stroked his flowing hair, saying, you baldy, and make him excited. At this time, Pag Zero was completely enraged by him. He let go of Boomy, saying, get out of the way. Then he charged towards Hubin, raising his fist and yelling, "I am not bald, my dad shaved my head." Hubin braced himself, thinking, "I can do it." He put his head out to block Pag Zero's fist. That was the way to get punched without getting hurt. But this time, instead of hitting his head, he hooked his fist from under his chin. He had grasped his tactic, saying, "You think?" After the blow, Pag Zero glared at Hubin, continuing, "I did not watch your live stream." At this time, Hubin still remembered the chicken's reminder. There is probably no one who has mastered the move, to get beaten without getting hurt, then continue to use it, right? His whole body staggered backwards. This technique is easy, to have the hook punch block it. That is right, the hook punch is the weakness of this technique. Boomy saw him get hit and called worriedly, Hubin?" He looked at her, thinking, "I am so dizzy, is it because I got punched in the chin? But more importantly, what should I do now?" He had only watched a few martial arts videos from the chicken. I have not watched any more videos after the how to get punched without getting hurt video. He remembered Mun Song's words just now. "You deliberately did not use the next move, right?" Then he thought, "I did not know at all, the next move that Kim Moon Sung said." He helplessly watched Pag Zero walk towards him. My head is completely blank. At this time, he vaguely saw his home, his house, with tall buildings below. He remembered the scene of being beaten by Pag Zero's group. Perhaps it is because of that I am at the bottom of the school. He looked at the stats on his YouTube channel, so the opportunity to be a YouTuber is like winning the lottery for me. Then he found the chicken's instructional videos. "Hello, I found a channel to learn how to fight. Learning how to get punched without getting hurt and making money makes me very happy." When he first started, he encountered a lot of nosy people. "Isn't it humiliating to sell your shame? As long as I make money, I do not care." Hubin was very happy when he received his first YouTube payment. Making money and escaping poverty, then I can live like other normal kids. After that, he was lucky enough to meet Boomy. At that time, I was satisfied. I did not try to learn how to fight anymore. Hubin was now getting beaten up again by Pag Zero. Everything has vanished. The sky had become dark. Hubin blamed himself, I again. Under the rain, he was again being bullied by Pag Zero's group, returning to the dark times, before becoming a YouTuber. Standing before Pag Zero's arrogant face, he thought for a long time, I had thought that getting beaten up was a good thing. Hubin's face was swollen from getting punched. He said weakly, Anyway, the wounds will heal, because with time, they will disappear." Pag Zero excitedly raised his fist, saying, "Are you begging for forgiveness?" Hubin tried to say, "Please," but this time, Boomy was being held back, helplessly watching him get beaten. Hubin, even while getting beaten, he was thinking of Boomy. "Let Boomy go, then they can't disappear anymore." He looked at Boomy, who was screaming under the rain, and worried. "I do not want to be seen like this. I just want to end this quickly. I have to get Boomy home first." Pag Zero lifted him up, the people next to him mocking. Hubin still has not learned his lesson. He did not care what they thought. "I do not know anymore, maybe Boomy knows too." He looked at her, his heart completely helpless. How hopelessly weak I am. Finally, Hubin surrendered to Pag Zero, kneeling before him, saying, "I know my mistake. Why would I beg in front of someone I like?" He accepted his empty words. He wanted to humiliate him. The apology has no sincerity at all. How can a streamer like you not know? Take off your pants and apologize. The camera was pointed straight at Hubin's face. Pag Zero said, "There are thousands of people watching." Hubin looked at the camera, not understanding what was happening. Pag Zero's group said mockingly, "That is a beautiful angle, as expected." Chig Se was beaten until he was bruised. They even forced him to hold the camera and pointed at Hubin. He looked at Chig Se and was surprised. "It is Chig Se." The bully said happily, "If our Hubin takes off his pants and kneels, then I will forgive you. Haha." Hubin was motionless, thinking, more tragic than being on livestream now. He felt ashamed when he saw Boomy responding to the bullies. "The girl I like is much braver than me." Pag Zero angrily pushed Boomy, scolding, "You dirty slut." He grabbed her collar, then looked at Chig Se, reminding, "Hey Chig Se, turn on the camera. I do not like making a scene." As soon as he turned his head, he saw a very spectacular scene, exclaiming, Hubin on this side started taking off his outer pants. Before everyone's shock, he did as he said, not worthy of being a man. In a flash, the clothes on his body were taken off. He said, "If I kneel, then let her go." At this moment, he thought helplessly, not confident that I can win. I can only use the most pathetic method. The bully said with satisfaction. That is right, I am starting to see the subs explode. Chigese looked at him, crying, who been? Pag Zero was very satisfied with his obedience, laughing evilly, saying, return my followers too, you won't be a YouTuber anymore. The next action made Boomy turn her head away. Pag Zero said in panic, wait, you? Hubin was preparing to take off his underwear, saying goodbye to her silently. Goodbye, Boomy. The bully shouted in panic, don't take off your underwear. He yelled, stopping him, if I see your dick, then I will get banned. He shouted helplessly. No, as the pants were about to be pulled down, he also gave up. My last resistance. But at this moment, Hubin felt something was not right. It was Mun Song. He stood behind him, pulling both him and his pants up. He looked at him calmly, saying, no need to take them off. Mun Song clenched his pants tightly, saying, Sam Dok. Hubin thought silently, my last self-esteem. He watched Mun Song confidently walk towards the bullies, thinking, he watched Pag Zero's live stream, and ran here. He did not say many words, forcefully kicking Pag Zero in the face, and, after dealing with him, Mun Song went to kick the blonde guy away. Every hit he threw was very decisive, he flew several meters, he is very strong. Mun Song continued to go to the last guy, he punched him repeatedly in the face. Finally, he finished him off with a body slam. Mun Song took action very quickly and decisively. Seeing his underlings being beaten so miserably, Pag Zero said in fear, wait, Mun Song. Mun Song did not reply, raising his hand, looking at him coldly. Just one of his blows made him scream in pain. Hubin, almost naked, stood watching Mun Song walk to Boomy, asking, are you okay? He had thought, so that is it. He looked at Mun Song, calling her tenderly, Boomy, then he could only be silent. I am even more miserable. She replied to Mun Song hurriedly, Mun Song, I am okay. Then she looked at Hubin, who was kneeling on the ground, saying worriedly, and Hubin? Mun Song gently pulled her away, saying, let us go, Boomy. She was a little reluctant, go, but Hubin? Mun Song resolutely dragged her away, saying, going is good for him. Leaving Hubin alone, Boomy still looked back a few times with longing, but then still turned her head and left. The sky had also just cleared, sunlight appeared again, everything had ended. Hubin, completely soaked, sat limply on the ground. I am over too. Chigese came to his side, calling softly, Hubin. He did not reply to him, only thinking, I am not angry about Chigese's attitude, or about Pag Zero. Tears started falling. Hubin sobbed, hating himself, I am angry at myself. He sat there stunned for a long time, thinking, why am I so weak? Why am I living like this? I just want to shatter. The next day, Pag Zero continued to live stream in the classroom. YouTuber Pag Zero here, my little friends. He looked at the camera, saying badly, hey, whoever is cursing me, get out, I only need those who love me. Underneath, the comments liked it a lot. This is more interesting than pretending to be nice. Knowing how to grasp the trend, is Sam Dok still going live? He glanced at the person next to him, saying, I have prepared someone for today. I have put a lot of effort into the makeup. Saying that, he pointed the camera at Chigese's white face and red lips. This is the model, everyone. The fans laughed loudly. Haha, that is Chigese, haha. Chigese's face had no emotion, turning his face to the side, thinking, Hubin does not pay attention to Pag Zero calling, Chigese. He looked at Hubin's desk, which had been empty for a long time, and worried, where are you? You have not come to school in a few weeks. Pag Zero called, say hi. Seeing that Chigese did not react, he glared, threatening, say hi to everyone, I have to. Apologize. Chigese did as he said. Say hello? He opened his mouth wide and yelled, ha 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 ha. On the other side, at a crowded cafe, Boomy stared at her phone. She was calling someone. After a while, the operator announced, unable to connect, making her very disappointed. On the other side, the phone on the table jumped with notifications, 15 missed calls Boomy, 3 missed calls Boomy. That phone kept ringing, from head to toe, I just want to shatter. In the dark room, only the voice coming from the computer was heard. Miracles will not happen to those who just stand still. On the screen was the image of the chicken teaching martial arts. The next technique is how to defeat a normal person. Hubin followed the chicken's instructions, his whole body drenched in sweat, with the thought, I have decided to challenge myself. After the exercise, he clicked on a new video. On the screen, the chicken showed off his muscular body, asking, "Do you know the real motivation for people to change?" The images on the computer kept changing: motivational videos on YouTube, self-help books by celebrities. All of the above are bullshit. The chicken exposed the truth of these things. It is all bullshit. Those romanticized nonsense can't change people. Hubin was stretching while listening. You yourself possess that motivation, that is. He was doing push-ups and exercising more and more frantically. The anger of yourself. Hubin bit his teeth, enduring all these hardships, hoping to return one day. Be angry for yourself. Miracles never happen to those who just know how to stand still. The sweat on his body flowed like water. Tear yourself apart with the determination to die. You have to work hard. After these words to stimulate the listeners, the chicken started his lesson. The technique I will teach you next will take about a month. The schoolyard at this time did not have a single person. In the classroom, Rumi had cosmetics all over her desk. Beauty YouTuber Rumi, 100,000 subs. Someone passed by saying, "Hey Rumi, congratulations on reaching 100,000 subs." She said, pretending to be modest, "Is that so? Thank you." Someone added from afar, "I am telling you." The people in the classroom had started talking about Hubin. That Hubin has not come to school again today. It has been a month already. They remembered him taking off his pants on the live stream, continuing to gossip. That is right, it is too humiliating. How can he come, having to take off his pants and be humiliated in front of a girl like that? Whispers rang out constantly. The law of nature is like that, not knowing your place and showing off to people. Rumi at this time looked at the person opposite her, asking, "Hey, but..." She looked at Chig-se, wondering, "Aren't you close with Hubin?" He snorted, replying, "What are you talking about?" He shook off all relations with Hubin, saying, "Me being close with him. But do you have a content creator? I have a lot of experience. So is there anything useful here? If it is okay, then we..." Before he finished speaking, Pag Zero patted his shoulder from behind, saying, "You are close with Hubin, are not you?" making him dazed. Pag Zero. Chig-se smiled awkwardly, explaining desperately, "It is just a business relationship. What is that guy? It is good that he is gone, actually, I with that guy." Before he could finish speaking, Pag Zero punched him in the stomach, scolding, "You trash," making Chig-se cough. Cock. Rumi, seeing the fight, covered her mouth in fear. Pag Zero was still teaching Chig-se, scolding, "Damn it, you betrayed me, then licked Hubin's feet. Now that Hubin is done for, you are turning around to bite him, huh?" After beating him, he looked at Chig-se with disdain, saying, "This sly bastard compared to Hubin." He beat Chig-se until he lay on the ground, then continued, "Then a sly rat like you is more dangerous. You are finished." Saying that, Pag Zero looked at the watch, saying urgently, "It is time to livestream." Chig-se at this time regretted extremely, thinking, "I should not have gotten involved with that Hubin in the first place." He observed the judging eyes, saying, "That is right, I am a rat, someone who is not good at studying, and also not good at fighting like me. This is the only way to integrate, but even so." He lay motionless on the floor, silent. "Rat, that is right, I am a rat." Chig-se braced himself, clenching his hand tightly. Is it wrong for a rat to want to survive in a place like this? He used his hand to cover his face, which was full of tears. "Someone who is not good at studying, and also not good at fighting like me, this is the only way to integrate." At this time, those nosy people had left. Only Chig-se was still immersed in his own thoughts. "But damn it, how can I not even have a single friend like this?" Pag Zero continued to live stream in the classroom. "My Pakaku, you have been waiting for a long time, right? It is time for the midday live stream, you little bastards. And the netizens are a bunch of dog-headed monkeys." Chig-se looked at Pag Zero's live stream. "Are you scared of pissing your pants yet?" "I am cursing, but I am making money." Underneath were a bunch of comments chiming in. "Haha, Paco changed the concept. I was really expecting it." "What is the content today?" Making Chig-se despise those guys were so aggressive when exposing him. After a while, they come crawling. Chig-se wiped the blood on his nose, looking at the way Pag Zero was talking. "Hey, whoever is cursing, get out quickly. I only need those who love me. Thank you for supporting 100,001. You bastards," and wondered, why do they have to shell out money for a guy like that? He changed the controversial concept. But, not long after, Pag Zero's group was celebrating 900,000 subs. They shouted happily. "Damn it, we reached 900,000 subs, thank you everyone, Pag Zero up, Pag Zero up, Pag Zero up, Pag Zero's NewTube had become a sensation. At the same time, fans on Hubin's NewTube were decreasing. Hey, is Sam Doke still active on NewTube? The last video was 4 weeks ago. There is no video today either. I am unsubscribing. On the contrary, the number of subs on Hubin decreased significantly. Of course it was because the YouTuber had disappeared and there were no new videos. There were some fans who persisted in leaving comments. Wait a bit, you guys, waiting is happiness. There are still old men like me left. However, there were not many left who were waiting for Sam Doke to return. All of this was caused by that villain. Pag Zero sat with his legs crossed on the desk, complaining. I want to reach 1 million subs so badly, what should I do? The fans commented with interest. Look at that attitude during the live stream, haha, haha, Pag Zero, just lie down. A few days later, he found Chig Se, asking, hey Chig Se. He replied blankly. Then thought, what now, has it come to this? He ordered, pretending to be superior. Do you know Yu Hubin's house? Bring him here from now until tomorrow. Hearing that, Chig Se thought, you want me to sell out my friends. The guy offered Chig Se a sweet deal. If you film him and get me 1 million subs, I will put you back in your old position. After hearing that, he cursed inwardly, you son of a bitch. But hearing such an appealing offer, Chig Se did not hesitate and replied with a smile, okay, I will bring him back, of course I will. He remembered himself smiling and saying to Hubin, because I am a sewer rat. Anyway, he and we are not even friends. Because I have to survive. The afternoon sun reflected through the hospital window. In the hospital bed, Hubin's mother was attentively reading a letter in her hand. Suddenly a voice startled her, excuse me, madam. It was Chig Se. He stood outside the hospital room door, panting, and asked, are you Hubin's mother? Where is your son? The mother looked at Chig Se and asked curiously, who are you, a friend of Hubin's? He did not answer her but kept asking, you do not need to know. Where is your house? I have to take Hubin back to school. He has not been to school for a month. Hearing that, the mother looked at Chig Se and asked, school, what is going on? He yelled at her, it is just a little something. He thought in his head for a moment, I can't tell the truth, that Hubin took the beating for me. Then he said, can you give me your address? Chig Se made up a reason, because all the houses in your neighborhood look the same, so I can't find it. He watched her write the address, thinking to himself, what can I do? I have to survive. After writing the specific address, she handed it to Chig Se and said, here, you must be in a hurry. Tell me what is going on later, okay, looking at the paper. His heart was filled with joy, okay, I am saved. Holding the address, Chig Se could not hide his excitement, go to his house, and coax him to go to school, and that is it. The next day, Chig Se got beat up again, coax him to go to school, what the hell. Pago aggressively shoved his phone in his face and said, do you know how much money I lost because of you? I even got a mission for you Hubin to appear and get 500,000 subs. Chig Se lowered his head and explained to them, actually, I already found his address, but he did not show up. I was planning to let things calm down a bit, how about I bring him tomorrow? Pago refused and slapped him, of course not, I already promised the viewers. The fans chimed in, you said you would show me Sam Doke's panties. Pago's live stream is ruined again. Even if the concept changes, it is still rotten. The guy pulled Chig Se's hair back, pointed the camera straight at his face, and said, no way, send a video to you Hubin, that is the only way he will show up. Chig Se said helplessly, Hubin, come to school quickly, so I do not get beat up. Pago grabbed Chig Se's head and added, and so you do not get bullied anymore, right? Chig Se thought, if I say that, will he not bully me anymore? Chig Se stammered, you Hubin? Suddenly his eyes became firm and he said, don't come to school. Pago took on a mission to filter your bones and get 500,000 subs. If you come, he will really butcher you. These words made Pago extremely angry. Chig Se sincerely advised, if you go to school, you will end up like me. Hide at home, How can I do this to you? Just after saying this, Pago started brutally punching Chig Se's face. Remembering the time at the hospital, he held the address and thought, find his house, and coax him to go to school. Just as he turned to leave, Hubin's mother called out to him and asked, hey, are not you in the same class as Hubin? Chig Se was surprised to hear that and asked, how did you know? Hubin's mother replied with a smile, that is right, my son tells me about you every day. He was stunned by Hubin's mother's words, you are the first friend, at the school for my boy. Thanks to that friend, who always comforted him, He had the strength. These words made Chig Sae so dazed that he even dropped the address. Returning to reality, even though he was getting beaten, Chig Sae thought, "You considered a backstabber like me, your friend. How can I betray you?" Pago furiously continued to strike at Chig Sae. A moment later, Chig Sae collapsed on the floor, cursing inwardly, "Son of a bitch." Those around just stood and watched. No one dared to speak up. "These dogs, stop being drama addicts, help me out a little, come on. I guess this is my karma. The karma of a guy, living furtively like a rat." Pago at this time looked at the screen and said, "See that, Yoo Bin, he thinks you are his friend." He filmed Chig Sae's bloody face. "If you see it, come quickly. If I can take off your panties, I will get 500,000 won." Chig Sae, with tears in his eyes, stopped him and said, "No, do not come, Yoo Bin." He wanted to remind Hu Bin through the live stream, "Just hide at home." Hu Bin on this side already saw the live stream. Chig Sae was still warning him, "Absolutely do not come to school." Hu Bin stared intently at Chig Sae through the screen. "If you happen to see this live stream, then do not show up, stay at home, got it?" Suddenly, a familiar pair of shoes appeared on the screen. "Huh?" Hu Bin stood outside the classroom door, to everyone's astonishment. Pago was the happiest, laughing and saying, "Huh, what is this? He is here, haha." He said to Chig Sae with satisfaction, "Oh my, Chig Sae, were you acting? You should have told me sooner." But Chig Sae was very surprised by his presence. Hu Bin. Hu Bin did not say much and threw the phone aside. Then he walked towards Pago. Chig Sae caught the phone and asked blankly, "The phone?" The live stream was on in the phone, making both Chig Sae and the fans at a loss. "What is going on? What the heck, live stream?" He turned on the live stream. While he did not understand anything, Hu Bin said, "What are you doing, Chig Sae?" He looked at him and said, "Turn it around." Chig Sae, still clueless, heard him say, "Content about the return of How to Fight." Comments exploded. "Huh, no way, oh my god." Pago, still with that arrogant look, said, "What are you barking about?" Hu Bin was not afraid of him anymore. He glared at him and replied, "How to win against ordinary people." Pago put his hands in his pockets, standing face to face with him sullenly. Rumi covered her mouth, her eyes wide with worry. Chig Sae, with a bruised face, held the phone, filming and crying, "You idiot, Hu Bin, I told you not to come." He held out his hand toward his friend, trying to stop him. "Hey, Chig Sae." Hu Bin, covered in cold sweat, still smirked. The cameraman should not shake the camera. He yelled, "What the hell are you philosophizing about?" Suddenly everyone noticed the words all over his palm. "This guy, you wrote it all on your hand, you loser. Were you practicing this at home?" He panicked, planning to wipe it off now. Everyone still did not stop talking about him, trying to look cool. Near Hu Bin's wrist was a small line of text, "And if I say this, you look cute right now, you dog." Pago chuckled, hitting him hard on the top of the head. "Then you will get hit by Paco. How to take a hit without pain." Hu Bin smirked, frowning at him. "Yeah, I care, Hu Bin, what are you planning to do?" Chig Sae frowned, a look of fear on his face. "That thing, you already failed last time." Hu Bin bent over, dodging left and right continuously. "Seriously, I am speechless." Pago glared arrogantly, breathing heavily, planning to keep using the same old trick again. He smirked, throwing a punch straight at his face. "Then you are screwed." Night gradually fell in the small alley. On the computer screen was an image of a man wearing a chicken mask. How to take a beating without pain, easily countered by an uppercut. Hu Bin sat hugging his knees on the chair, listening attentively. "No fool would keep using that method after it has been countered, right?" He pondered. "That fool is me." Hu Bin remembered Pago's uppercut aimed at him before. "It was originally just a move to reduce damage, but I still used it." He took off his shirt and knelt in the rain as a couple walked away together. "So I was humiliated in front of Bomi. How can I face Bomi? Maybe it is over." Hu Bin pondered as he looked at his video on the internet. "And Nutubu, what should I do? I have been so humiliated. How can I livestream? But if I do not, what about my mom's hospital bills?" His face swollen and red, he hugged his legs and burst into tears. "Why am I so weak? Why am I a loser? In movies, the main character has a miracle happen, but this is not a movie." Suddenly, Hu Bin's eyes widened. He quickly clicked the mouse repeatedly. Another video channel appeared on the laptop screen. "I still have one." The chicken man appeared, and the voice echoed again. "Episode 2 of How to Fight, How to Win Against Ordinary People, Another Miracle." Chicken man folded his arms across his chest, looking straight at the camera. "Congratulations on making it to episode 2. In the previous episode, I taught you how to take a beating without pain. This is the sequel to the How to Take a Beating Without Pain trick. From now we will start with the basics. Ho-bin followed attentively. You have to be really diligent. Unlike the difficulty of the previous video, this lesson will take about 1 month to complete the course. He exclaimed, 1 month, 3 basic things of combat. A kitchen full of raw food was shown. First, weight class. Ho-bin gritted his teeth, holding the blender that was shaking violently. If you want to fight, weight class is the most important thing. It is not by chance that UFC divides the weight class. If you can't eat it all at once, just squeeze it into juice and drink it. His eyes widened, tears streamed down, trying to drink the purplish liquid in the glass. Fighters all have techniques to improve weight class. But what about a person with nothing like you? You must create a body that can attack the opponent. Ho-bin trembled, hugging the toilet bowl and vomiting violently. It is like eating crap. How can those gym guys eat this so well? His face covered in mess, he shook back and forth. I am not eating anymore. I have to eat food for humans. Actually, supplements are also a little hard to eat. Ho-bin pursed his lips, tears and snot running down his face. 3 most basic things of combat. Inside the blender was still some purplish liquid, pouring onto the ground. Second. Ho-bin put his hands on his hips, resolutely holding the blender to his mouth to drink. Is willpower, forget it. If you do not have willpower, weight class cannot be gained. He lifted 2 bottles of water, standing up and sitting down. If you just eat, you can't gain weight. If it is not absorbed, it will be eliminated through the feces. You have to eat supplements for money. But this is more expensive. You have to exercise equal to the amount you just ate. Ho-bin smirked, adjusting his swimming goggles. Finally, stamina. Go swimming right now. Go to the pool right now. If you want to improve stamina, swimming is the best. He opened his mouth to breathe, swimming along the water. If you want a stamina strength that can fight for a long time, swimming is a sport that requires a strong stamina. However, there is a way to increase stamina even more. He swung his arm, several drops of water splashed around. It is to clench your fists to swim. This is how I used to do it when I was training. Ho-bin swam noisily. The extroverts are just going swimming in the pool. The old men in the public bath annoyingly reminded him. Hey kid, is this your bathroom? I hate undressing anywhere else. He covered himself loosely with a towel, sitting and hugging his face glumly. Using your fists to swim is several times more tiring. However, there is one thing you need to know. Ho-bin frowned and yelled, tears welling up. Even if you try hard for a month, stamina and weight class will not change much, you damn pig. His hands gripped the phone tightly as the chicken man was still being shown. Like in the game, leveling up requires fighting monsters. Fighting also needs skill. Skill, tell me your ultimate move. Different martial arts were being shown, from fighting to boxing. Do you know what the best martial art is for you right now? Boxing, jiu-jitsu, wrestling. The scene changed to an interview. A reporter asked a fighting champion, that assuming he was a loser who did not know how to fight, a blonde girl wondered, is it boxing? Jab, straight, the other person smirked. Only those who do not know how to fight would say that. So what technique in fighting would he want the most? The man with the tattoo stroked his nose. One skill. If you only have one skill, not boxing, I would not choose boxing. The chicken man stared intently at the camera. The only technique that the champion chose. Ho-bin slightly bent his knees, his hands clenched into fists raised up. I will show you that technique first. This looks like the stance of boxing, feet shoulder width apart. His toes curled down into the ground, one foot firmly planted on the ground. A straight punch from boxing. No, he said, it is not boxing. Put all the weight on this leg. Ho-bin leaned over, clenching his fist. The other leg focused power, turning his body strongly. He kicked hard into Pago's ankle, that is, MMA-style low kick. He gritted his teeth, his face red, his eyes popping out, looking at him. The technique that the champion chose, not an uppercut, also not a choke, neck lock, but a low kick. Ho-bin was stunned, breathing heavily. Okay, you just have to. At night he kicked the punching bag continuously. Practice kicking. Within a month is enough, he did not lie at all. Everyone in the class were astonished to look at him. If you try to take a shortcut, you will not be anything. Practice diligently, you will receive worthy rewards effort. Suddenly a voice of laughter rang out, which drew Ho-bin's attention. Never betrays you. Pago bent over, glaring at him. Son of a bitch, I am going to die laughing. You are kicking a low kick. You do not know how to kick a proper low kick. Shigesi pouted, his cheeks red with embarrassment. Low kick is kicking the thigh, you idiot. The audience in the live room also laughed non-stop. Oh man, too embarrassing. Wow, I am embarrassed too. He is learning on the internet. How can anyone self-learn to fight? Suddenly a different comment appeared. intentionally kicked there. Chigese's eyes widened in surprise. Huh, what is this guy saying? The audience in the live stream room stirred before the person's assessment. Oh, naive lambs. The uncle is here again. What, do you guys know UFC? UFO, you idiot. Oh my god, stop it. Suddenly a voice rang out that drew his attention. Intentionally kicked that. Mun Song sat on the desk, resting his chin, thinking seriously, low kick, MMA style. He frowned, his eyes sharp, the most upgraded and superior low kick, with all the advantages of a low kick. Hobin flexed his strength, kicking hard into Pago's calf kick. He was in pain, his whole body trembled, swaying, hugging his ankle, groaning, ugh 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 ugh. Pago's calf was red, damaged from the inside, different from the kind of low kick that focuses damage. Calf kick is a kick that hurts immediately. Mun Song pursed his lips, holding his phone, thinking intently, the kick that a UFC fighter would limp from round 1, but not the kind that an amateur can kick. Follow, like from now on I will practice kicking calf kick. The bullies in my class are dead meat with me, you losers are reborn from here. Is that guy watching the live in person? He smiled slightly. What is it you know? Mun Song pondered softly. Skill, you deliberately did not do the follow-up movement, right? Paired with how to take a beating without pain. Pago was angry, clenching his fists, rushing towards him. You son of a bitch. Hobin frowned, afraid, moving back. In his head the voice of the chicken man echoed again. One of the 3 things you need to know in combat is weight class. If it is a different weight class, run away quickly. Pago rushed forward, but he quickly jumped over 3 rows of seats to avoid it. I am not teaching you to exercise, but to fight. In real combat there are no arenas and referees. Comments became noisy again. He ran away, Mom. Oh my god, awesome. Hobin looked back worriedly. I have to continue to create distance. If I am caught then I will be screwed like that time, if I can make distance. He turned and kicked, calf kick. Pago's whole body shook. He closed his eyes tightly in pain. Ah, son of a bitch. So awesome, you Hobin, I always believed in you. UI, is that true? Did that guy just scream? Chig-se and Rumi both opened their eyes wide in astonishment. Wow, what is this situation? Damn it, see, is not it interesting? Swearing will result in confiscation of dentures for 1 month. Hey, did this loser really win? Mun Song frowned, carefully reading the comments. But something is really strange. Why not hit another strike? But why just calf kick all the time? No more moves, haha. He suddenly opened his eyes wide in surprise. Could it be, you Hobin? Pago smirked, raising his leg to block his kick. I know, you only know calf kick. He clenched his fists, his face pleased. You only know how to kick your legs, right? That is right, just 1 month is short. Rumi and everyone else panicked, covering their mouths to avoid looking. Yeah, Yu Hobin only knows how to kick his legs. It seems like he only practiced that one move. True, Mom, it is definitely true, respectfully sending the soul of the deceased to heaven. Pago continuously punched towards him. We have already learned calf kick with our right leg. Do you understand, you loser? Very easy to predict and easy to block. Hobin gritted his teeth, lifting his leg, turning his body slightly to the side. In the short time of 1 month, you can't practice 2 skills at the same time. The chicken head spoke in a deep voice, so I will teach you first. Pago chuckled, veins popping on his forehead. Another calf kick, when the opponent is focusing all their power on calf kick. Hobin's eyes widened, opening his mouth to yell. He remembered the hard days of swimming. His fist clenched, moving in the water. Hobin put his strength into punching Pago straight in the face. He bent forward. He was unbalanced from being hit. His whole body swayed. Not a loser, overhand hook. Hobin remembered his school days, sitting alone at a single desk. Since when did I become so timid? He pursed his lips, his eyes were sad. Was it like that since birth, or when Dad left home? Hobin smiled and chatted with 2 or 3 classmates. No, did you guys watch LOL Champions yesterday? At the beginning of the semester I still remember that I was quite sociable. A large foot headed towards the back of his head. He kicked him aggressively onto the chair. Shut your mouth. That was before I met Paco. He closed his eyes in pain as he was kicked in the face continuously. I did not know the reason for being beaten. Paco, why suddenly? No, of course I did not know. He raised his eyebrows, putting his hands in his pockets, stopping the action. Yeah, Paco also does not know. He slumped on the table. He and his friends stood behind laughing loudly. I started, ha ha ha, that guy is pretending to sleep. We know right away if Hobin makes a fuss. Do not do that, I have hated school since then. Hobin kept his head down as he walked through the crowded hallway. My eyes, why is that guy walking with his head down? can't look people straight in the face. He mumbled softly, "My mouth, let me borrow the way, so heavy that I can't speak." Hobin bent over, lowering his head. "My appearance. That guy's hunchbacked so badly, haha. It is because he is too timid, it is like there is a wall in front." Pago squinted, yawning loudly, reaching out to pick his ear, when being terrorized by others. Today's live stream is so boring, I do not even have the courage to curse inwardly anymore. However, it is different now. Hobin put his strength into punching him hard in the face, yelling loudly, "I am not a loser, Paco is a son of a bitch." He was hit screaming, flying back. Chig Sae and all the classmates were stunned and motionless. Rumi's mouth dropped open in surprise. Hobin's fist clenched, with blood still on his fingers. He stood motionless in place, his whole body still leaning forward, silent. Pago lay collapsed motionless, his whole body leaning against the cabinet behind him, silent. All the classmates gathered to watch did not react. When I threw a punch in class, not a cheer, not a taunt. Hobin dropped his hands, opening his mouth to breathe heavily, only my breath. Two guys with black hair and yellow hair, his friends, quickly ran in. "Paco, are you okay? You son of a bitch, you are dead." Chig Sae yelled, blocking in front of him, "You bastards, do not touch you Hobin, he is my friend, you bastards." His whole face was swollen red, his nose was bleeding. "I will protect him, you damn sons of bitches. If you dare touch a hair on you Hobin, your mothers will be poisoned too. Even if I get punched I do not care." An image of Hobin's gentle mother appeared in his mind. Thanks to that friend, who always comforted him, he had the strength. "I did not know you Hobin thought of me that way." Chigesi was silent as he watched the two guys look gloomy, shrinking back. "Oh, you are not talking anymore." He smiled, pointing provocatively at them without knowing that Munsong was right behind him. "Or am I super strong? If you do not want to get beaten, then be CM and careful in the future." Hobin kept his head down, standing silently motionless. Munsong looked at him, calling softly, "You Hobin." He put his hand on his shoulder as his whole body trembled non-stop. "You were awesome, so." Hobin bit his lip, tears and snot running down his face. "Don't cry anymore." He spoke slowly, drawing his attention. "I am not timid, learning how to fight, I am not a loser." He looked up at the sky, raising his hands high, yelling, "Please click the notification button to follow." Hobin bit his lip, his eyes swollen from crying, and like two, "Do not underestimate me." Pago was lying prostrate on the ground unconscious. After that day, Paco did not come to school anymore. He rested his chin bored, scrolling through his phone. "Because he is scared of me, I do not think I won against Paco." Hobin imagined the last scene when he punched him in the face. "Even though I tried so hard bleeding, that punch was just luck." Other classmates in the class discussed animatedly, "It is not that I am scary, it is peaceful without Paco. If the person I bullied hit him like that, how dare he come to school anymore?" Every day I watched the video of Paco getting hit over and over, that he was scared of the collapse of himself. Hobin squinted, carefully clicking on his phone. "Anyway, it is all caused by him himself, but actually I feel that guy." His phone screen showed the video channel of Pago. "It is well deserved. May your channel be quickly destroyed. Got hit by a loser, those bastards are destroyed, that makes me happy. Bro, get lost. Actually Paco's livestream is just." He switched to his channel. "But Paco's followers over time, it is not a godlike punch but an overhand hook. I saw you punch Paco, so interesting. This guy and Jik Sae Chemiste are awesome. Seen the godlike punch, it is just luck you idiot, they are pulling into my channel in droves." The shiny silver button was placed in his room. I received the silver button for over 100k subs. Hobin bowed before the broadcasting screen. "Thank you guys, I have reached 150k subs, I am kneeling, so cute." Sam doke up. His whole body trembled, flipping upside down to do a handstand. "I will try really hard. Hey, this is a little too much. So this is precious. The people in the industry are different." Hobin's mother in the hospital was slightly astonished. Tada. She lay on the hospital bed revealing a surprised look. "Oh my, what a waste of money. What kind of shirt did you buy?" He smiled. "I bought a shirt for Mom. The shirts at the market are cheap." His mother took the shirt. That is right, the friend that you always talk about just came." Hobin secretly removed the tag on the shirt. "My friend, who, the guy before?" Chig Sae stood stunned motionless as he heard the conversation of the two people, who befriended, and always comforted the child and helped him have more strength. "Aha!" Hobin tilted his head, smiling happily. "Moon Sung." He waved goodbye to his mother. "Moon Sung came to the hospital, so I will go to work now." "No way," She also said goodbye to her son. Yes, go son, that friend's name is Moon Sung. Ho-bin quietly closed the hospital room door. But mama. Suddenly a loud voice attracted his attention. The friend who comforted you is not me. I think there is another person. Chig Se held a large basket of fruit, glaring and scolding. It is Kim Moon Sung Ah. The name is Jik Se. He jumped up, knocking him on the head. You son of a bitch. Ho-bin puffed out his cheeks, clasping his hands, bowing low, taking a beating without pain. He grinned as Chig Se continued to scold. Do you know because of you, that I protected you before Paco, you son of a bitch? He is a kind-hearted bastard. Night fell on the city, the buildings gradually lit up. Chig Se sat in the revolving chair in his room seriously. If you want to develop Nutubu further, then you have to find an editor. Ho-bin sat on the bed, taking out paper and pen to write. But an editor, what salary? I am just an amateur, there has to be a professional. Chig-se raised his hand to make a number 2. If we only focus on content as it is now, then it will gradually become boring. If there is a time when we film a video wrong or like crap, then there needs to be an editor to save it. Ho-bin bit his pen, nodding. Good idea. But where do you find a good editor? Should I post a job ad on my work? Chig-se shook his head. Right, youth have not experienced the world. Then how long will it take to find someone? Where else to find? He grinned, winking at the screen. I am looking. Live stream of how to fight. We are looking for an editor. Hello, another hidden live stream. Jik Se is super awesome. Ho-bin flinched. You are filming? He and she knelt on the bed. We are recruiting an editor. Super cute here. Hello everyone. Ho-bin has grown up a lot. We should find an editor now. Please support us. Haha. Chig Se pursed his lips, making a pitiful face. Let us accept the applicants now. Okay. Ho-bin also smiled, rubbing his hands together. Please write your information here. Though I do not have much expectations, indeed belittling those who watch Nutubu, do not you know the subscribers are awesome? I am getting angry. Suddenly his eyes widened in surprise. Wow, this is. He carefully read the floating comments. Although like this, male 41 years old divorced his Vietnamese wife yesterday, male 22 years old in English class. I went to the bathroom in front of the person I like, male 28 years old stole money from his mother to go to the internet cafe. All awesome. Ho-bin leaned closer to whisper to Chig Se, hey, can these people be editors? I also do not know why it is like this. I heard that, Are you jealous of us? You guys are too awesome. The guy who just divorced should worry about your family. He smiled wryly, rubbing the back of his head. Ha. Is there anyone with editing experience? If there was, they would not be watching this live stream. True. Suddenly a comment arose. Me. I know a little bit of editing. Ho-bin's eyes widened, inwardly considering. This person, the one who always comments on the live stream. Jackpot. It is him. Take that, uncle. These guys, do not underestimate me. Chig Se rested his chin, his face disgusted. Uncle Ch. Oh no, older person. Did your grandson turn on Nutubu for you to watch? Hey uncle, you said you are applying. Take uncle up. He turned to discuss with him. Hey Ho-bin, what is up? He looked blank. If the uncle applied then take him. But the age is a bit. What does it matter, as long as they can do the work? Hey, what does editing do? Attach our country's flag to the video, these guys. Chig Se reluctantly rubbed the back of his neck. Alright, I know, then give me your Kakao Talk address, the boss said to interview first. Fresh morning at the high school campus. Chig Se ran to where he was pressing his phone. Hey, did you message the uncle yet? Yeah, then I messaged. Ho-bin drooped his face, his expression difficult to describe, but the problem. His phone screen showed the background of the opponent as a stone statue and a colorful heart background. I see. Like 1900 at that time. Chig Se frowned, his eyes sharp. Block mom. Hey, but I accidentally made an appointment. He put his hands in his pockets, turning away. Where are you planning to interview? He looked up, following him. I do not know. He said he would come here. But how would he know where this is to come? Oh well, whatever, that uncle does not know anything anyway. Hey, watch your language a little. Ho-bin narrowed his eyes tiredly. I am also a little worried, meeting him but still speaking nonsense like that. Suddenly a voice rang out, drawing his attention. Boo-hoo. Everyone in the class opened their eyes wide, their faces red, looking towards where the voice was ringing out. Done then what? A girl with short hair, wearing a bright yellow jacket, tilted her head, smiling, planning to confiscate dentures. The two of them were stunned motionless. You guys, who are stunned there? She grinned brightly, not interviewing. Hello? She stood outside quietly listening to the gossip about herself. So cold. What autumn, what is up? No. Her name is Jieyul. the cute and popular first-year junior, 1 year younger than us. She still stood still at the door of his class. But you did not hear the rumors about her, huh? Everyone secretly avoids her. How so? So cute. Because. Jia-yo's eyes widened, smiling friendly at them. I go. First time meeting, huh? Opening her mouth and you know right away. Chig-se looked at her, his eyes wide. The two of them are talking back and forth loudly, because she lived abroad for too long, so she only learned Korean through the internet. But where she learned was all from old uncles who like to curse. Old uncle, is that her? You are that person who always says damn it, damn it. The two of them continued to discuss. Then how can she learn Korean well? So that is why a high school girl comes out with an old uncle style like this. Jia-yo puffed out her cheeks. Turning away, not interviewing. Chig-se rested his hand on his thigh, bursting out laughing. Old uncle what? Clearly it is a high school girl, haha, her face is so cute. Jia-yo grabbed the tip of his finger, pointing at something. You damn it. She smiled softly, her other hand gently grabbing the sleeve of his jacket. So tired. Chig-se's eyes widened, his cheeks flushed red with a lightning bolt of love. The man with blonde hair, wearing a black suit, entered the house quietly, taking off his shoes. So much stress today, Assistant Director Won Suk flew into a rage. Chig-se frowned, pulling his tie, so he has to teach him a lesson, living in life. Jia-yo wore a pink apron hugging a white dog, smiling and running out. There will be days of fatigue and beauty, woof woof. She sighed softly, taking the flowers from his hand. Oh, why do you have to do this? When I saw flowers on the road I immediately thought of you. I am also very happy. But is there a flower language in the bouquet? Chig-se turned to whistle with the dog, then turned to smile at her. That is because, woof woof. I know, let us go eat a light meal with Hobin too. The tiny dog paw pushed his hand away. The white dog looked at him, its eyes wide. Gal, enough with the weeboo crap. Jia-yo tilted her head, looking blank, not focusing on the interview. Chig-se woke up from his dream, reaching out to wipe the saliva on the corner of his mouth. Hummy dear, oh no, sorry, where was I? Hobin moved his chair slightly away. Have you tried editing our video? This son of a bitch just called me dear. He was flushed red, his whole body jerking. Oh my god. Just touched her hand a little, and let his brain go too far. Jia-yo pushed her hair back, leaning closer to him. Chig-se was still lost in his own thoughts. But, I already did, but I do not know, so pretty. She pointed at the screen of his phone. This is a channel with 150k followers. Without an intro it is not good. Wow. Hobin exclaimed, did you draw this, Tiny? Lovely fingers, I want to arm wrestle you. Chig-se jumped, putting his arm around his shoulder. No need to look anymore, definitely passed. We will cooperate. Hobin frowned in dissatisfaction. If you want to interview, you have to do it properly. I want an editor who can insert subtitles that are appropriate and detailed. The other person interrupted, forget it. He turned back, focused on the phone in his hand. But it is really awesome. Also chose a number of interesting comments, then zoomed in. Thanks to the editor the video is much more interesting. Jia-yo pointed at the screen, answering seriously. Followers are the lifeblood of How to Fight, he asked softly. In the process of editing did you see any inconvenience? But I see something missing, not very eye-catching. This place has a little inconvenience. Where? The screen showed an image of him pulling down his underwear. This place is so difficult, because a little hair is showing, so even if I edit it it will be covered up. Jia-yo pushed her hair back, took the phone. Something was showing in the underwear so I had to use CG to cover it all. Is there anything else on the butt? Hobin jumped, his eyes watering. AAA. She continued. Zoomed and then I saw, what was showing is not hair. He was embarrassed and blushed, shouting, passed, you passed. Hobin wondered as she tilted her head to look at him. But I wanted to ask one more question. With your current ability you can do other YouTubes. Why do you want to be an editor for me? Jia-yo grinned. I do not know. She put her hands in her pockets, walking along the hallway, seeing people gathering, peering into his class. Hey, are they fighting? Haha, you think that is fighting for sure. Hobin took off his shirt, got into a defensive posture when facing the guy. This is the massacre site of Paco. People discussed without end. Jia-yo was not interested, turning her face to leave. Haha, that guy gets beaten every day. Today he plans to fight back. It is probably a big fight, tisk. Suddenly someone spoke, attracting her attention. Hey, but it is a little strange, huh? Hobin gritted his teeth, his skinny body covered in bruises. It seems like he really plans to fight back. He frowned tightly, clenching his palms angrily. Don't insult my mom, you dog. Jia paused, carefully looking at him. She watched the live while pressing the keyboard to comment, "This match Sam Dok wins." Ho Bin, with a black eye, awkwardly held the phone that appeared on the screen. How to send a message first now, huh? Is he sleeping? No way. Hey, stop him. Stop filming, stop it, Jik Sae. Today is also so interesting. Jia smiled softly as she watched the live. She held out her hand. Jia revealed a radiant face under the golden sunlight. Please take care of me in the future. Ho Bin was stunned, not understanding anything, still reaching his hand out to her. Yeah? The two of them shook hands, same to you. Suddenly Chig Sae, his face flushed red, jumped out, squeezing himself in to grab her hand. Please take care of me too. Finally the three of them joined together into a group, making a circle shape with their hands. Found the editor. The phone screen showed an image of the three of them on the cover, with Jia Yul's face covered in black. Found the editor. Boomy with brown hair pursed her lips, silently looking at the screen. He is still doing Nutubu. She pondered, quietly walking on the road. But why does not he contact me? Does not answer his phone. Suddenly Boomy noticed a crowd gathered in front of a grocery store, discussing noisily. Should I report to the police? Let me film, post on Nutubu. What is going on? She walked closer to look at the situation. See the fighting yet? Yeah. It is the first time I have seen fighting like this. Wow, I even thought he was not a high school student. Who is fighting, Boomy was stunned, her eyes wide in shock. Inside the store, a man with brown hair was sitting with his legs curled up on the chair in front of the arcade machine. Around him was a group of people who had been beaten, lying motionless on the ground. Boomy looked at him, pursing her lips, smiling slightly, inwardly bewildered. Is it him, taking them all on alone? A big thug stepped forward, rudely kicking his game machine. Hey you dog. He glared fiercely. You hit my underlings, right? The game machine screen showed an image of a character being defeated. Lost? He called out in a deep voice to the thug, sullenly. Hey. The brown-haired boy sitting on the chair, tilting his head back, smiled eerily. Got 501. The young shirtless boy with his hair slicked back to one side, eyes smiling softly. Sung Tae-hoon from Kongbuk School, 18 years old, belonging to Max FC. The young fighter group of Korea, used to be, personality like crap so got kicked out. Chig Sae sat on the swivel chair, his arms folded. His nickname is Idol Tae-hoon. At Kongbuk School, there is not a kid who has not been beaten by him. Ho Bin rubbed his chin. Wow, awesome, but why did you show me this? On the screen, Tae-hun was stretching on the ring. Did you see that he knows martial arts? This fasted is boxing. Chig Sae covered his mouth, his eyes widened laughing until his body shook. It is Taekwondo. His face chuckled, his face flushed red. The Kongbuk School kids are so funny, going to school all day getting beaten by the Taekwondo guy. Ho Bin wondered, but why did you show me this? What about Taekwondo? Is it very weak? The screen changed scenes to when Tae-hun was facing the opponent on the ring. Taekwondo is easy to block. Once he swings his leg to kick wasabari, just hug the leg. If I went to Kongbuk, I could probably be the school bully. Jia suddenly jumped out from somewhere. Wrong, you do not know anything. Ho Bin's eyes widened in surprise. I was startled. On the fight screen, Tae-hun leaned slightly, his right leg stepped towards. Wrong, outsiders do not know anything. He flung himself into the air, kicking straight into the face of the thug opposite him. I just said that Taekwondo can't be used in real combat. Tae-hun smirked. The thug was kicked, his face crooked, falling backwards. What does not have practicality is Taekwondo's sport. Real-life Taekwondo is completely different. Two athletes wearing blue and red armor pressed close to each other, raising their legs to kick. Taekwondo sport, in the Olympics, is to win by scoring as many points in a limited time. Tae-hun used one leg to stand on, then turned his body. And what about real-life Taekwondo? He leaned back, raising his leg high, hooking the fat thug charging towards him. No need to score points, just need to defeat the opponent is enough. Tae-hun looked at the guy, smirking. There used to be a small experiment. A group of people with different martial arts were ranked, gathering those who had practiced fighting for a long time, and studying the speed and power of the leg kick. The man with the tan skin yelled, turning and kicking the punching bag. Muay Thai has a speed of 209 km per hour and a power of 635 kilograms. Another person with braided hair, putting his hands on the ground, then jumping up to kick, capoeira, has a speed of 160 kh/h and power of 816 kilograms. The man wearing the white martial arts uniform, wearing a black belt, got into a ready stance. Then what about Taekwondo? He rushed out, jumping, The measured speed was 219 kilometers per hour. His legs powerfully kicked the punching bag. The power was 1,043 kilograms. Chig Sae screamed in shock, backing away, blowing smoke. Is Taekwondo that strong? Jiao rubbed her chin, tilting her head. Jiao rubbed her chin, tilting her head. Well, I know Taekwondo now too. Hobin grabbed his shoulder. But this person, what does he have to do with me? He opened his eyes wide, slowly replying, Hey, that is not important. Our content is exposing bullies. He agreed. Yeah, that is right. Chig Sae squinted. That Sung Tae-hoon is your opponent. Hobin chuckled. Ah, is that so? His eyes watered, grabbing his shirt, shaking him back and forth. Are you kidding me, you dog? Why are you suddenly barking? The other person was still happy and calm. Because I just started accepting the opinions of the followers. Who knew Taekwondo was so strong to fight. Jiao was grumpy. There is evidence. She started to tell. Fighters in the UFC use Taekwondo, including a bald man with tan skin and a brown-haired man with white skin and a big tattoo on his chest. UFC middleweight champion Anderson Silva, UFC middleweight champion Conor McGregor. The female MC interviewed, What do you think about Taekwondo? The bald man crossed his legs, his arm raised. The techniques are quite colorful and easy to find flaws. However, that technique is different. Do you mean a special move? The other person gently rested his chin, stroking his nose. That is right. Taekwondo's special move makes fighters like me wary. He said in a deep voice, Speed, damage, and accuracy. The big thug spread his arms, lunging at Tae-hun. If I grab you, you are going to be done, once he seriously fights. The opponent only has death. He turned his ankle, a technique that can be flaunted in front of the enemy. Tae-hun flipped his body, kicking the middle of the thug's stomach, the essence of Taekwondo. The other person's eyes rolled back in pain, his face twisted, spitting out a mouthful of saliva. Side kick. Tae-hun smirked, the corners of his eyes curved up. You planning to grab me, huh? Ho-bin was stunned, inwardly exclaiming, although receiving feedback from the followers, good is really good. Tae-hun stood on the ring, looking at his opponent lying collapsed motionless on the floor. But this is not a normal bully, he is a pro. Ho-bin's face paled, raising his head to yell, I do not like this proposal. How can someone like me fight him? His yell echoed out of the small house in the dark alley. How to fight a pro? Let us go eat mukbang, Chig Sae asked. Huh, are you planning to betray the trust of the followers? Jiao also contributed. I looked it up just now. If you get hit by the side kick you can really die. The chicken head blinked. I did not think it would come that. I am so close to winning. The sky was covered by a layer of dark clouds. At the high school campus, I want to expose the bully at Kongbuk School. The classroom was messy. The students were missing, gathering to play. Oh my gosh, this is anonymous, right? If not, I am screwed. Tae-hun had a mouthful of cigarettes. Phew, our school has an evil demon. He put his feet on the table, leaning back. I want to be a billionaire so much. That crazy guy's name is Sung Tae-hoon. He wore a medal, holding up a gold cup, taking photos. Originally he was famous because of Taekwondo, but for some reason he gave up. Tae-hun said in a deep voice, If you guys see me become a billionaire you will be very happy, huh? The two people's faces were covered with sweat, scared. Of course, Tae-hoon. How bad is his personality, huh? He put his feet on the shoulders of the person in red. Yeah, well then. Tae-hun put his hands in his pockets, pressing the other person's shoulder down hard. Change shoes with me. If he wants something, he has to have it. The other person trembled. The branded shoes with the red and black colors stood out, to put it lightly. Huh, that is a limited collab of DG and Nike. His face twisted, stammering. How is he different from those thugs? But this, you guys do not know that crazy guy. Tae-hun straightened his leg, kicking the person beside him, causing the other person to fall back. He beats your friend too. He put his hands in his pockets, one foot stomping on the body of his friend lying on the ground. What Sung Tae-hoon wants is not material. It is because Cheol-soo did not change shoes with me. He reluctantly took off his shoes. What he really wants, alright, change shoes, is the feeling of shame when his friend is being beaten. Cheol-soo held his shoes in his hands, his whole body trembling. I also like your shoes a lot, but there is nothing else I can do. Ho-bin's face was red like a monkey's but wrinkled. I am stopping reading here. He held the live stream stick, crying softly. How to fight with someone like that? Paco has to carry his shoes for him. Such a psychopath. Comments continued to arise. You guys said you would go expose the bullies. Wow, so scared of peeing now. These guys have lost their mind. The students near their playing soccer scrutinized. It is the trio of losers. Yeah, right. Ho-bin yelled loudly. Of course I am scared. Am I scared? Ah, is you Ho Bin scared, huh? He cried, twisting his face and yelling into the phone. Who would not be scared, you idiot? His leg kicks up to the head. Chig Sa twisted his face, displeased. But you have to keep your promise with the audience. He gritted his teeth, pushing his face close to him. I thought I would just go expose the bullies. But I did not expect I would live stream fighting a pro player. The other person pouted, arguing. Doesn't matter, anyway I am not the one fighting. Hey you dog. Jia Yo angrily rolled up her sleeves. A thug like that. I will not let it go. Just stay there. I will teach that brother a lesson. Ho Bin looked at her, his eyes wide. Honestly, it is not you but me. I do not even know why I have to fight. Ho Bin lowered his head, biting his lip, frowning, inwardly full of thoughts. Receiving a report from a stranger, then fighting with someone I do not know is too weird. What? The big road of the city with rows of tangled electric poles. Tae-hun had his hands in his pockets, walking on the empty road. Ah, I want to be a billionaire so much. Suddenly someone called, drawing his attention. Hey! 3 thugs stood blocking in front of him, the fat one leading, glaring. Are you Sung Tae-hun, huh? He glared, threatening. My friend told me to come beat you up. If you dare touch my friend, I will. Wu Pan Hyuk, Kangdong District. Before he could finish speaking, Tae-hun had stepped forward, kicking the skinny guy next to him in the stomach. The other guy was pale when he was kicked, trembling painfully, collapsing. Du Dong Ju. Pan Hyuk glanced at his friend, Taekwondo. Tae-hun tilted his head unhappily, leaning to stand in the posture of raising one leg, calmly replying, Got 501, I am planning to go to the game room for a bit. Pan Hyuk leaned closer to him, his eyes rolling back. Learning a bit of martial arts, and you want to show off to me, huh? His friend quickly reminded loudly, Pan Hyuk, be careful. That guy is a pro. This guy a pro what? His eyelids twitched, the corners of his mouth curved up. There is not a player who looks this polished. Martial arts without grappling, wrestling, and locks, then is that martial arts? Pan Hyuk laughed derisively while Tae-hun had been standing silently. Taekwondo is just dancing a few strokes, haha. He shouted loudly, jumping forward while he took off his bag, throwing it on the ground. If I grab you, you are finished. Tae-hun seized the opportunity. With only a small dodging movement, he avoided the big body of Pan Hyuk. His face twisted in shock. What, he is that fast? Tae-hun turned, a side kick in the air, hit him straight in the face. Pan Hyuk spat out blood from being hit, falling back, his legs so skilled. Tae-hun tilted his body, again throwing out another kick, again, a side kick. Pan Hyuk gritted his teeth, quickly raising his hands to block in front of his face. Block then counterattack is fine. Tae-hun lowered his center of gravity to his waist instead of aiming for his face. He staggered because of anger, straightening his leg, kicking Pan Hyuk away. His friend who was bandaging his hand nearby could not help opening his mouth in shock. No way. In front of him, Tae-hun was constantly kicking the fat guy's face, and he was kneeling on the ground, moaning and begging for forgiveness. Pan Hyuk again, do not stop eating a beating so easily. His face was swollen, blood flowing down the corner of his mouth. I was wrong. I am sorry, bro. Tae-hun tilted his head, smirking. Got 501. Pan Hyuk collapsed on the ground, breathing heavily. Ho got, I will give you 5 times as much. He smirked, turning his face towards the one bandaging his hand not far away. Not you, hey, got 501. The other guy was stunned when he heard him say that, quickly feeling for his pocket. I will give it to you right away. After giving 501, then please stop, bro. I am sorry, I won't come near you again. Tae-hun put his hands in his pockets, straight leg hooking Pan Hyuk's jaw. The one bandaging his hand stood still, cold sweat running down his face. A few silver coins fell out of his pocket. Hey! Tae-hun held a cigarette, stepping on the face of Pan Hyuk lying prostrate on the ground. Got 50k1. I am planning to go to the game room, he trembled, replying. I will give it to you. 50k1 is fine, so please. Before he could finish speaking, he raised his leg again to kick his face. Tae-hun tilted his head, smiling, his eyes narrowed slightly. Got 5,000,001. I am planning to go to the game room. The one bandaging his hand knelt on the ground, trembling, crying, how interesting. Hey, my friend said he would not give you 5,000,001. I am sorry, this situation is really interesting. Tae-hun kicked Pan Hyuk non-stop. Chig-se bit his lip, his face twisted, holding the phone to film the video. That is Sung Tae-hun, that guy is crazy. The screen recorded the image of Tae-hun kneeing Pan Hyuk clearly. It is the first time I have seen a guy who specializes in causing trouble, but only beats his friends. That guy can never make friends, huh? Or should I cancel this content? Tae-hun glanced over, causing Chig Sae to panic inwardly. He looked over here. He hurriedly put away the phone, hiding in the corner of the wall. Phew, that was close to a big deal. The sun gradually set on the blue sky, so I just came back from filming, really. Chig Sae raised his eyebrows. You have to be careful in the future. Ho-bin smirked. Just work hard is enough. The pupils of his eyes trembled slightly. His face like he was about to cry. Hearing it out beforehand is also good, but you have to be careful in the future, okay? Tae-hun loomed in front of the two of them. You dog. Ho-bin broke out in cold sweat, lowering his head to the ground. You were discovered. Why did you call me out? I am screwed. He smiled gleefully, leaning closer to Chig Sae. Who are you guys? Why are you filming me? Inwardly the blonde boy cried out. Why do I have to meet this demon? I did not want to meet him. He smiled wryly, rubbing the back of his head. It is because your taekwondo is too good, really. As expected of the talking genius, Chig Sae can talk nonsense like a god. Ho-bin pursed his lips, cold sweat pouring out like a spring. I do not even have the intention to fight this monster, and even before I did not have that intention. I am not the main in an anime, an incarnation of justice. The purpose of my live stream is to expose bullies, not to fight. Suddenly a yell came, drawing the attention of the three of them. What is going on? Ji-yo rushed over, panting. Who touched my person? I will teach them. She suddenly stopped, noticing the other person, Sung Tae-hoon. Ji-yo, I am done for. Ho-bin inwardly remembered what she had said. Thug, that kind of thug. I will not let go, just stay there. I will teach that brother a lesson. With her personality she definitely won't let this go. His memory showed the scene of the brown-haired girl slapping the face of the thug. She might fly into a rage like Bomi at that time. Ji-yo awkwardly turned away, kicking a small rock nearby. That bully damn. Ho-bin was stunned. So she is like me, Chig Sae panicked, whispering, you idiot. Why did you come if it is this dangerous? She puffed out her cheeks, pouting, bashfully walking over, standing beside them. This bully, I will tell my dad. Ho-bin smiled resignedly. It is over anyway. Even Ji-yo is scared, so it will be quickly over. Tae-hun suddenly spoke. In conclusion, you guys just want to film me, right? The three of them quickly nodded like chickens pecking rice. That is right. We will delete it right away, haha. So can we go now, right? He took a puff of cigarette. Whether you delete or not, what does it matter? Tae-hun's words left the three of them speechless. You guys are the how to fight people. He smirked. You guys plan to fight me, right? After you live streamed, a lot of kids contacted me. Tae-hun suddenly asked. After exposing you get a lot of money, huh? The three of them backed away in fear. Listen. He raised his eyebrows, lowering himself to look straight into Ho-bin's face. Give me your nutabu. He was stunned, cold sweat pouring out continuously. How is he different from those thugs? You guys do not know this crazy guy. Tae-hun turned, a side kick straight into Chig Sae's stomach. He will hit the friend beside you. The other person was hit until his eyes rolled back, his mouth open, flying backwards. Ji-yo was shocked, covering her mouth in fear. Ho-bin did not have time to react, standing motionless watching his friend. What Sung Tae-hoon wants is not material. He widened his eyes, slowly looking up. What he wants is the feeling of helplessness that can't do anything. Tae-hun's face darkened, a mocking smile hung on his face. Give me your nutabu, when your friend is being beaten by him. He stepped forward. USSA doke. Tae-hun leaned close, softly speaking next to his face. Got 501. Ho-bin was shocked, his eyes wide. What is going on? What is happening? Tae-hun swung his leg to kick Chig Sae's face. Just because you do not have it, and he hits people, Ji-yo cowered in fear, covering her mouth, speaking incoherently. With that reason, that is not a reason, and he can hit others so brutally. Tae-hun squatted down, grabbing Chig Sae's hair, pulling him up. Give me your nutabu. Are you all like this? He was pulled up, his face bruised, his nose bleeding, still not giving in. No, that nutabu we had a hard time setting up. That is not right. Ho-bin smiled wryly, trying to defuse the situation. Hey, let us not fight anymore. Can we resolve this with words? This is not right at all. Before he could finish speaking, a white shoe pressed against his face. Sam Doke, what is it? Tae-hun had his hands in his pockets, in a side-kicking posture, pointing his leg straight at his face. Possibly, give me the nutabu. He raised his eyebrows smugly, smirking. So far away, even if I declare war, can I even touch the hair on his leg? Do not want to, Ho-bin gritted his teeth, jumping. How to win, ordinary people, calf kick. Tae-hun straightened his leg, turning to kick straight into his face. Of course it is not going to work. Hobin clenched his palms again, overhand hook. He lowered himself, kicking back into his stomach, also does not work either. Hobin scratched his head, concluding, lost. He narrowed his eyes, ending the imagination, laughing loudly, give it then give it, because getting hit means eating feed right away. Tae-hun leaned closer, leaning against the wall, forcing him in the middle, giving it right away huh, he wants the feeling of helplessness and guilt. Chigese was helped up, Yu Hobin Yu, Jia frowned, taking the other person's hand bro, what did you just say, when friends are being beaten, right? Tae-hun swung his hand, slapping him, smart. Hobin shrugged, covering his face, if I give you Nutabu you are so wrong. He raised his face, his thick eyebrows frowned, then you won't hit any more right. With a person with rotten character like me, then your move is useless. At the large hospital, the Korean sky gradually changed color. Chig Sae sat quietly on the hospital bed. The sunset is beautiful huh, is not it? Chig Sae is hospitalized. He smiled wryly as he pursed his lips, turning back to reveal the face that was covered with bandages. Are you very angry? Ah, of course I am angry. Eating one side kick, the rib is crooked. Hobin sat on the chair next to the bed, looking away, still peeling an apple. But I can't do anything else. If I did not give the Nutabu to him, he would continue to hit you. 36 Tactics fleeing is the best plan. Just report to the police to solve it. Chigese mumbled, slowly speaking, if it was me, I would not do that, huh? His pupils lit up, his face sad. Even if I got beaten how, I would not give him the Nutabu that we set up. He remembered his last punch into Pago's face. Actually, when you were fighting with Paco, I was deeply affected. Even if it is a loser, they can do that. I also tried to take all my courage. Hobin's apple-peeling hand stopped when he heard him say, but what is this? How is this different from reporting to the police? He lowered his face, pursing his lips when being questioned. You have no shame ah. Hobin suddenly raised his head, calmly replying, where is there? This time it was Chig Sae's turn to be stunned when he heard him say, can shame be ground up to eat? Can shame help me win against him? Can shame make him stop hitting you? Hobin clenched his fist slightly, standing up. Paco is just an ordinary person, and he is a pro. He remembered his own imagination about his kick, with an opponent that even if I use calf kick or overhand hook, it still would not work on him. Chig Sae pursed his lips, lowering his face, pondering when he heard him continue. I am also so scared of peeing. Getting beaten hurts a lot, yeah that is right. I am scared. How can I win fighting with a pro? Hobin turned to leave, opening the hospital room door. Sorry. Chig Sae tiredly closed his eyes, sighing, yeah, just do what you want. Hobin stood still for a moment. At the same time Jia walked in. She put her hands in her pockets, slightly nodding her chin. Assistant boss, are you feeling better? Chig Sae's eyes widened when he saw her. Jia, boss also stay a little longer. Where are you going? He softly refused. No, Jia, you staying is better. She asked, are you not feeling well anywhere? Outside the hospital room was posted a nameplate. Woo Ji Hyuk. It is nothing, you still look okay, I am so glad. Chig Sae smiled, clenching his hands, swinging his fist slightly. Although my condition is quite good, but if I fight with Sung Tae-hoon, I am very scared. Jia walked over, sitting on the chair next to the hospital bed. Yeah, you are very good at enduring. I was a little worried so I will be here. Hey. Chig Sae grinned brightly. Sorry but can you not be here today? I am a little tired. Jia was stunned. I am sorry. She turned to leave. Go, remember to take care of your health. He watched her shadow. Yeah, you go carefully. Chig Sae clenched the thin blanket on his leg, his hand trembling. He gritted his teeth, his face twisted, trembling. Damn, I do not want her to see that appearance at all. Chig Sae remembered the time he was lying on the ground being beaten by Tae-hun. I had to rely on her to get up. Damn it, I hate being seen at that time. The image of Jia Yule's widened eyes, scared, was engraved in his mind. Really. Chig Sae covered his face, crying, I am too pathetic. Damn it, worrying is so good. Hobin leaned silently against the door of the hospital room. Chig Sae inside the room, tears flowing down through his fingers. Hobin was silently outside, pondering. He remembered the rainy night when he was punched by Pago. Bomi was held back by two thugs. Hobin knelt weakly at the feet of the guy opposite him, facing the girl he loved. Bomi looked worriedly at him. Hobin looked up at the sky, his eyes full of thoughts. At the game room, which was already crowded, the screen lit up, showing the notification that the match had been lost. Does Taekwondo have a chair-hitting move? Hey, watch your mouth. The opponent is Sung Tae-hoon. He sat with his legs curled up on the chair, his hands pressing the game button continuously. Sung Tae-hoon ha. A few kids nearby cowered, playing and discussing. Mess around and you are done. Hey, if you are not playing then I will play. Sung Tae-hoon's game character is also Taekwondo. The two boys got up, leaving, walking and talking. He is still lingering. Huh, you do not know, actually he is not talking about retiring from fighting. The boy with the bowl cut suddenly noticed, wait a minute. The game screen showed the result of the fight. The bear raised his hand to win. Sung Tae-hoon lost, and also lost by a perfect. Why is it like this? He was stunned motionless in place, staring at the arcade machine. PSH Taekwondo, Self-Taught Fighting Volume 1. Ho-bin seemed to be sitting opposite him, is nothing, making the opponent too excited. He smirked, sitting in front of the arcade machine. Huh? Tae-hun walked over, his face gloomy. He was scared inwardly. You are crazy. I am going to pee my pants. Ho-bin raised his face to face him. I am here to give you, Nutaba here, he smirked. Huh, then now. He took out his phone. Not now, Mom, look at me. Comments jumped up. You guys ready yet? Okay. He straightened his body, challenging him. 1 month later, if you win against me then I will give it to you. Currently I am challenging a pro. Everyone in the game room gathered around to watch. If you want to get my Nutabu, then you have to win against me in 1 month, then I will give you both the assistant and the editor. And the followers too. Why give it to us, this crazy guy? The law is the law. Tae-hun pressed his fingernails into his shoulder, causing him to wince in pain. Ha ha ha, are you laughing? Are you still able to laugh? It is not good. Sung Tae-hoon, ha ha, I am done for. He glared, leaning close to him. What if I want it now? Ho-bin frowned, smiling wryly. Are you scared? You will lose in 1 month. Tae-hun raised his leg to kick the screen of the arcade machine behind his back. He pursed his lips, his eyes full of determination as the broken glass flew everywhere. All right, that is it. 1 month later, phew. Tae-hun glared, his eyes rolling back. You choose the date and time, then tell me. I am peeing. Ho-bin knelt on the chair, rubbing his head, laughing loudly. So it turned out like this. I was planning to pay for the repairs. Hick. Ji-yeol angrily shouted, that guy dares to. If I was there, he would get kicked right away. If you lose again then I will have to take care of you again. Chig Sae difficultly held her shoulder. Ji-yeol, calm down. She struggled. Good, then come out. Ji-yeol's calf kick. I will let him know. The other person held her hat and coat while frowning worriedly. But why did you do that? Before his questioning words, Ho-bin only tilted his head, smiling. I said eating a beating hurts a lot. He remembered the time when he was leaning against the door of the hospital room, and his friend was covering his face crying inside. Ji-yeol and Chig Sae both stopped when they heard him reply. It is just my compassion, haha, huh? Ho-bin stood up to say goodbye to his friend. Alright, I am leaving. I am going to be very busy soon. The little editor put her hands on her hips, shouting, where are you going? You are getting calf kicked, then you can go. He remembered his battle with Pago. 1 month. Ho-bin glared, his face determined. It is very short. The image of the chicken man was opened again. How to Fight Volume 3. Inside the locker hung a few hooks with a power outlet. It is not too difficult. You just need to prepare an unused power outlet. Ho-bin gritted his teeth, sweat running down. I have absolute faith. The technique we will learn this time is. He took off his shirt, wrapping the wire around his wrist, then hanging his whole body. How to win against Taekwondo, because I have experienced victory. A muscular man with a chicken head appeared on the screen, along with the sound, How to Fight, Volume 2, How Ordinary People Beat Regular People. Did my low kick and overhand hook help you? If so, then we will continue with Volume 3. How to Fight, Volume 2, How Ordinary People Beat Taekwondo People. The answer is simple. How can you possibly win? Just thinking about it vaguely, it is known that ordinary people can't win. Hearing that, you've been panicked, yelling, that uncle. But on the film, it still showed the chicken shaking its head, advising, forget it and be a person. The opponent is a pro, so low kick and overhand hook won't work either. Damn it, Hubin was even more flustered, asking, if uncle also gives up then what am I supposed to do? Chicken continued to say, just eating one side kick, and your soul will flutter around. You are definitely dead. Hubin anxiously asked, why do you keep scaring me like that? Chicken continued, just with a vague side kick. Ordinary people also can't resist and will die. Hubin listened carefully, then cowered in fear, thinking inwardly. It is the first time I have seen Uncle Chicken say that. Is there really no way to win against a pro? Suddenly Chicken paused, saying, however, at this time Hubin was still lost in thought. Ordinary people can never win against a player, so, what about my Nutubu? At this time Chicken said, if it is a real fight, not in the arena, then it is different. Did you forget? I am not teaching you martial arts, but I am teaching you how to fight. Hearing that, Hu Bin yelled irritably, you scared the crap out of me, you have too many muscles. So your hand can't reach the ribs. But Chicken continued to explain how to win in a real-life fight. With a taekwondo guy who has a dangerous side kick, it is actually very easy. Do not let him side kick. Find a location first. Can he side kick in a place that is not an arena, and is slippery and steep? All types of martial arts have obstacles in different locations. Taekwondo is no exception. You have to fight in a place. He can't side kick, just as Hu Bin remembered Sung Tae-hun's face when he said, you choose the location and date then tell me. Then he thought, find a location. Narrow and steep, or anywhere that is slippery, I know. 1 month later, I will challenge him on a rainy day. Chicken at this time continued, after choosing the location, then we start practicing all that we have learned before. Calf kick and overhand hook must be flexible, use them at any time possible. Hearing that, Hu Bin calmly thought, although Taekwondo can't side kick when it is raining, maybe calf kick will work. Chicken continued to remind, 3 things to remember when fighting. You must always diligently train weight class, stamina and willpower. Hearing that, Hu Bin was immersed in training. Even when taking a bath, causing the boy there to ask, Dad, that brother is weird. Chicken continued to remind, you are a person full of willpower and energy, and can also use calf kick and overhand hook. Hu Bin then mumbled, if it rains, Sung Tae-hun can't side kick, so can I win with overhand hook and calf kick? Chicken then replied, you still can't win. Being answered that bluntly, Hu Bin panicked, yelling, hey you uncle. Chicken pointed at the punching bag there, then said, even if the location, weight class, stamina and willpower are perfect, then the win rate is only 5%. Hearing that, Hu Bin asked, then what should I do? Chicken then replied, however, I will tell you the technique that will help you increase the rate by 40%, is tackle. Oh shit. For martial arts with a kick as the basis, tackle is very effective. My punching bag, so expensive. You have to practice this move a lot. If you do not want to go to the gym, there is nowhere to practice, do not worry. We have water. Hu Bin went in and used that technique but was washed away by the water, so he thought, so hard. Just a little bit more. Chicken was wholeheartedly exhorting, diligence makes up for clumsiness, you reap what you sow, overcoming the drag of the water will greatly improve your speed. The key to tackle is the core muscles. In 1 month you must train the core muscles. Understanding that, Hu Bin listened and soaked himself in the cold water, causing him to yell, so cold. A boy there saw his shriveled appearance, and said, Dad, that brother is shrinking. Chicken at this time asked, is core too difficult, do not know how to practice. At this time 2 young couples suddenly entered Hu Bin's room. Sorry we intruded. They entered and walked around the house, asking each other, what is up, you Hu Bin? The front door is wide open. Where did he go? Chicken then continued, the way to train core muscles is very simple. When walking past the cabinet, Chig Sa heard a faint cry, asking himself, what is that? Is seeing Hu Bin huddling himself to support himself with his hands. Seeing that, Chig Sa screamed. The chat then discussed, wow, so scared, like Do Kwogen, I swear. It is because of you that my younger sister cried, take responsibility. Chicken then confirmed, you can latch on to anywhere. Chig Sa at this time regained his soul and asked urgently, are you crazy? Hu Bin trembled, replying, my core. He then said, then go buy a pull-up bar. Hu Bin stammered. A pull-up bar, so expensive. Chig Sa then said, then go outside to do pull-ups. The chat was still discussing before that situation. He does not know anything. You are telling the losers to go exercise? No way. After giving up, Hu Bin fell onto the floor and asked, but why did you guys come? Chig Sa then replied, come to live stream, or what else, can't rest until the fight with Sung Tae-hun. If not, the followers will be lured away. The chat heard that and said, I heard that, you two go close the door and tell each other. Suddenly Jie Yul noticed something and asked, what is this? The chat heard Jie Yul's voice and asked each other, is the editor pretty? Is she pretty? Why do not you show me her face? Jie Yul then saw the duffel bag wrapped by electric wire, so she asked, what is this strange equipment? Hu Bin panted, replying that. Suddenly he remembered the chicken saying, there is a way to increase the win rate, from 40% to 50%. And at this time Hu Bin was standing up, suddenly falling onto the floor, causing the whole chat to say, you are live streaming, then turn off the alarm. Damn it, why is there an alarm now? At this time Hu Bin grabbed the duffel bag, then did the sit-up and lie-down movements, according to what the chicken said, is doing the airbag. Seeing that, Chig Sa cursed. If there is a problem with your brain, then go to the hospital. You will win against Sung Tae-hoon with abs. You have to learn martial arts properly. The chat heard that and also agreed. What is this guy going to do with abs? You need 6 packs to wear Sung Tae-hoon's martial arts clothes. Learn a move, damn it. Jia at this time got annoyed, saying, he is seriously practicing. If you guys do not know anything, then just be quiet. Chicken at this time said the side kick, even if it just brushes against it, can be fatal. Hubin mumbled side kick, even if it just brushes against it, can be fatal. After that, Chicken continued to encourage, you must try to train your body well. Hubin, while bending, continued to mumble that sentence, you must try to train your body well. And Chicken said, I will tell you a little for your reference. At this time, Jae-yul took off her jacket and said, I will tell you. A more effective way is to have me step on you. Just as she said, she stepped heavily on his stomach, causing him to tremble, and Chicken said, having someone step on your stomach is actually quite effective. And on the other side, Chig S.A. frowned, holding the camera, thinking, I am so jealous. I am so jealous. The chat saw that scene, gleefully saying, oh la la, I am going crazy, so lucky. And then time gradually passed, at somewhere. 1 month later, the students were whispering to each other, did you go see Yu Hubin's live stream? I saw it, so interesting, so you also know that, huh? Today he challenged Sung Tae-hoon. Hubin was worried, his hands were still doing core, already knowing that 1 month had passed. He sank into thought, I trained according to what old man Chicken taught. Can I really win? Can I beat a pro? No, old man said I could. Taekwondo that can't kick is done for. The location is the narrow alley in my neighborhood, so narrow that you can't kick your leg. Is that still okay? For example, the weather forecast said that there will be showers today too. If the ground is slippery, then Sung Tae-hoon can't kick his leg, just as he remembered the weather forecast. High chance of rain in the mainland. There will be showers and thunderstorms throughout the country today. And at this moment black clouds appeared in the sky, causing Hubin to think, please. Rain come quickly, then make the ground slippery. Suddenly Chig S.A. came over with the camera, chuckling, asking, hey, did you know? The weather forecaster said that it will rain during the sports day. Hearing this, Hubin stopped. Chig S.A. still kept talking, good, it is too dark, the camera can't capture the image well. Do you have any insights to deal with Sung Tae-hoon? Great. But Hubin's face had turned pale and he thought, this is not good. How can it be okay if it does not rain? Without rain, what is the point of fighting in that place? And then he remembered the Chicken saying, if you can't stop the leg kick, then ordinary people can't win against Taekwondo. After that he imagined the scene of Sung Tae-hoon kicking him away, and thought, then I. No. At this time Chig S.A. stopped, blankly looking at Hubin. Seeing him run away like that, he yelled, hey, you Hubin, and he thought, can't fight. Won't fight. At this time Chig S.A. explained to the viewers, dear friends, sorry, Yu Hubin suddenly ran away again. This guy is so fast. Suddenly there was laughter. It was Sung Tae-hoon looking at that appearance of Hubin. He smiled and said, cute. And Chig S.A. chased after Hubin, saying, hey, where are you going? This is not the appointment spot at all. What are you doing? Why did you go into the restroom? Tae-hoon was taking a leak, complaining, I want to be a rich man. I have to go to school to find him tomorrow. So annoying. Suddenly water sprayed straight into his face from somewhere. He stopped, his eyes full of murderous intent, shifting them to the side. Then there was mumbling, How to Fight, Volume 1. Making the opponent overly excited. Tae-hoon licked his lips, saying through gritted teeth, it is useless. And Hubin was still mumbling, How to Fight, Volume 3. How to win against Taekwondo. If it does not rain, then make it rain. Must stop the leg kick. If he can't leg kick, Hubin suddenly yelled, please press like and share to receive the latest notifications. Then he thought, then I will win. Just as he thought, he rushed towards Tae-hoon, who was lowering himself, preparing to throw a kick. But at this time, Tae-hoon threw a punch straight into Hubin's face. Tae-hoon asked, you think I only know how to use my legs? Tae-hoon gently adjusted the watch on his hand. Main fighting category, Taekwondo, professional player from Max FC. Mixed martial artist, Sung Tae-hoon, and he said with a cold face, this is a real fight. I had a lot of expectations. At this time Hubin's legs were trembling, thinking, what was that just now? It looked like something just flashed before my eyes. Could it be that I am about to get punched? And Tae-hoon asked, is this all you have? Chig S.A. stood at the door, still holding the camera, but his face had turned pale, thinking, you Hubin only has those moves, that is all, and he had to prepare for a whole month. He thinks that just spitting some water and stopping the leg kick is going to be enough, At this time Taehoon was slapping Hoobin repeatedly, causing him to be completely defenseless, only able to think, I can't concentrate, this guy is completely different from Pago, and the channel chat was laughing. If the floor is slippery, then he will also fall. Taehoon smiled, sneering, asking, what to do now, huh? Suddenly Hoobin quickly kicked and yelled, calf kick. That is right. I only have this much. After that the channel chat noticed his shoes, because he is wearing waterproof shoes. Then Hoobin remembered the time he had to withstand the current of the water. And he thought, if I wear these shoes, then I won't feel the slipperiness anymore. The extroverts always wear these shoes to play in the water, huh? I am also about to become an extrovert. Just as he thought, he wore those shoes into the bathroom, causing the boy there to ask, Dad, that brother is wearing shoes in the public bathroom. But Hoobin did not care, gleefully thinking, wearing these on moss, I won't slip, everyone probably wears these in the water park. Then he immediately ordered a pair and said, I have to buy a pair that matches my uniform. Then he continued to think, as long as I have it, only me, won't slip and fall. Returning to reality, Hoobin, with one side of his face still red, said, to be honest, I originally planned to pretend to faint from the pain. Sorry. If I faint for about 3 minutes then I can't put ads. But suddenly Taehoon lunged forward, throwing a punch, but Hoobin quickly dodged it. Taehoon coldly called out, hey. Hoobin was still looking down in surprise, thinking, it should have only been me who did not slip. But he is too fast, what should I do? At this time Taehoon reached out to swing a punch, asking with a glare, where are you going? Hoobin still dodged it. He continued to think, it should have only been me who did not slip, he is not wearing waterproof shoes. Even Pago could not keep up with me, there is not even a slippery floor like this. At that time, I understood for the first time the importance of footwork, and Taehoon punched Hoobin straight in the face, causing the channel chat to advise, no need to run. Hoobin was punched straight in the face, staggering, thinking, with a few strange movements, it is as if I am sliding on the floor, is that footwork? And the channel chat was still continuing to discuss, with a professional player, these are a few basic strokes, okay, the most basic, of the most basic, damn it. So that is it, how can Samduk win? And just as Taehoon was about to throw another punch, Hoobin quickly used his hands to shield and thought, footwork what? I practiced kicking 10,000 times. After that he continued to kick Taehoon's shin, then yelled calf kick. The channel chat said, I always believed in you, nice. Taehoon frowned from being kicked, saying, annoying, and Hoobin was still continuing to think, his punches are too fast, I can't see anything, can't use the take a hit without pain move. After that he yelled, I am going to kick again, and thought it hurts so much, but there is no other way. I can only take a beating while kicking. After that he threw a calf kick, but was also punched in the face by Taehoon's punch. Chig-se stood to the side, his face red, saying, damn, I do not criticize anything, but do not say the name of the move like that again. The channel chat also agreed. Yelling the name of the move is so crazy, why does he keep saying calf kick, mom, that is the highlight. Then he thought, also why are you fighting like that, the opponent is not Pago, it is a pro. But Hoobin still continued to kick and yell, come here, seeing that Chig-se thought, at this rate you will lose, but why do you keep stubbornly using calf kick? Could it be that the reason you are yelling like that? At this time when Hoobin was yelling calf, Taehoon paused slightly. Then Chig-se remembered the time Hoobin was fighting, thinking, is to get the opponent to pay attention completely to calf kick, then throw a punch, right? The scene changed back to reality as Hoobin was throwing a punch. He lunged forward, grabbing Taehoon's lower body, and yelled tackle. But he could not knock down Taehoon, so his whole body trembled, and Taehoon cursed, you dog. Hoobin's frowning face looked like he was gritting his teeth. He thought to himself, I have practiced like that, yet suddenly he remembered the chicken saying, are you worried? Are you scared that the tackle will fail? Or have you failed at tackle before? If so, then that is not tackle. The reason you failed at tackling, there is only one reason, is the posterior joint of the knee. If you grasp that spot, no matter what weight class the opponent is, they will fall. And indeed Hoobin successfully knocked down Taehoon, making him happy. Okay. The channel chat was frantically asking, wow, really, what is that, what? Chig-se stood there also wondering, how strange, why is it so easy? The channel chat also kept asking, is that guy really a pro? Why is it so easy? So Taekwondo is only like this. Hoobin still remembered what the chicken said, and if you tackled successfully, then the success rate is over 50%. After that Hoobin raised his fist. Chig-se continuously cheered, that is right, hit him, Keep punching like this and you will win. But suddenly the chicken's words appeared. Please remember carefully. Absolutely, do not throw a punch. Your opponent is a pro, because if you can't throw the finishing move right away, then you will be turned back. Then what should I do? I will tell you, the immediate finishing move. One hand deep behind the opponent, grip the shirt tightly, quickly. Hold on like a leech, to let the opponent resist, quickly. The other hand continues to reach in, hands intertwined, quickly. Use strength to hold on tightly, quickly. Use strength to hold on tightly. Effort will not betray you, the technique to press the carotid artery. GI chokes, quickly. The channel chat saw that technique and asked, wow, GI chokes, when did he learn that? I am going crazy. Hubin still remembered the time frame that the chicken said, it takes about 10 seconds for the opponent to faint, count in your head, so he counted silently, 1, 2, 3. But suddenly someone asked, hey but, why does he look so calm? Indeed Taehoon's face at this time was like nothing happened, and he was even giving a sarcastic smile. And he asked, hey, you forgot your leg? Is this your first time fighting? I have been observing for a while now. At this moment Hubin suddenly remembered the chicken saying, How to Fight, Volume 1. Don't be too excited. At this moment Taehoon swung his fist straight at Hubin, asking, you must be very impatient, huh? After that he remembered the chicken reminding, it is not the opponent who is forbidden from being overly excited, but you. The more amateur you are, the more you can't be overly excited, and you have to be very slow. You must proceed carefully, and do not forget the order. So Hubin blamed himself. I am so stupid. I have practiced so diligently, hanging on the closet every day for a month. Because I was afraid of missing the collar, I forgot to maintain the most basic posture, and he was flung out by Taehoon. But he still tried to stand up, and Taehoon asked, you prepared, tackle and GI chokes, huh? Chig Sae stood there, gritting his teeth, yelling, ah, what a pity, just a little slower and he would have won. The channel chat also agreed, that is right, tackle again then he would have won. Damn it Taehoon. Sung Taehoon intentionally took that hit, again damn it. Looking at it I knew Sung Taehoon intentionally fell. Reading those lines Chig Sae widened his eyes. Asking himself, he intentionally took the hit, why? Taehoon at this time spoke, listen. Hubin blankly turned to look. Taehoon held his shoe, giving a sinister smile, saying, you think I intentionally took the hit for what? The channel chat continuously appeared, from the beginning. A pro will not be tackled by an ordinary person like that, and Hubin glared at his shoe, thinking, since when? Mom, so he took the hit to take off my shoe, from the beginning I could not beat him, huh? Then he remembered the chicken's words, remember carefully. There is only one way for ordinary people to win against Taekwondo, is to stop the leg kicks. If you can't stop it then remember what I said. Run away right away. 36 tactics, fleeing is the best plan. And Hubin stared intently at Taehoon's actions, thinking, the leg kick of someone who is not restricted. Then Taehoon walked in Hubin's shoes and said slowly, now. I can leg kick, huh? Seeing him walk in he thought, equivalent to a 1-ton truck. On another side Kim Mun-song was staring intently at the phone, asking, you are really not watching? Choi Bumi frowned, replying, not watching. Mun-song heard that tone, so he asked, are you very angry? That is right. After that day, no matter how I contacted he did not answer. Bumi did not want to listen, so she yelled, don't know, talk about something else. Mun-song continued to ask, you are really not watching, huh? This time he is fighting a player. Bumi started to yell, no is no. But when she saw that technique, Bumi crashed into the phone screen, then said excitedly, this technique was successful this time, right? Seeing that change. Mun-song smiled softly, asking, you said you were not watching, but she did not pay attention, asking, will you Hubin win? Mun-song bluntly replied, no. This is still not perfect. Then he turned off the machine, leaving Bumi stunned, asking, why is that? Why did you turn it off? How can I watch it? Turn it on quickly. Ignoring her urging, Mun-song gently said, now. It is better not to watch. The scene changed back to that restroom. Chig Sae suddenly yelled, you Hubin. Wake up quickly. Hubin still had not woken up, mumbling, he intentionally took the hit, tackle and GI chokes what? And the channel chat saw that, so they asked each other, he is traumatized. What should we do now? And Taehoon used that shoe to rub against the toilet, saying, how good, it is not slippery anymore. Hubin looked at his actions, he continued to think, to take off my shoes. Then, for the past month But suddenly the channel chat was urging him, hey, I am cheering for you, damn it, Sam duck up, Sam duck up, Sam duck up. But hearing that encouragement, Hubin was not happy, but stammered, sorry followers. Then he thought, it is no good, I can't win, I should not have challenged him in the first place. And Chig Sa mumbled curses, You who bin, you dog. Are you not planning to make money? Hearing these words, he seemed to wake up, becoming excited again. Okay, your voices have touched my heart. Then he thought, Old Man Chicken said that Taekwondo must use both legs to fully unleash its power. Chig Sa said that Sung Tae-hoon is right-footed. Luckily the leg with the shoe on it is his right leg. He will use his left leg to not slip, so I may not lose. No one bathes 2 times in one river. I just need to tackle again and successfully execute GI chokes. But at this moment Tae-hoon threw a kick straight into Hu Bin's face, catching him off guard. And thought far. So that is how it is. Then he remembered what the chicken said. The only way for an ordinary person to win against Taekwondo is to stop the kicks. If you fail to stop it, then ordinary people can't win. You just need to start kicking, then you won't be able to think about anything. Being hit by a 1-ton truck, then what else can you think? After that Hu Bin glared, thinking, I can't breathe. From now on I will be eating a beating. What should I do? His eyes started to become dazed. Only hearing Chig Sa call his name, You Hu Bin. Are you okay? Wake up quickly. Suddenly he thought, attack. Like this, huh? What is it? And at this moment Tae-hoon straightened his leg, kicking his head sideways. He looked at that excited face from Tae-hoon, thinking, won't reach. All that you have practiced all this time, calf kick. All vanished into thin air. The direction of attack for Taekwondo is below, above, outside, inside, beside, front, back. Can you predict? At this moment Tae-hoon lifted his leg high, asking, You are right-footed to kick calf kick, huh? After that he swung straight down on Hu Bin's foot, causing him to yell in pain, and Tae-hoon stood there, laughing, saying, I kick lightly, it won't break. Chig Sa stood on the other side, seeing that brutal scene, his face pale, stammering, Stop. The channel chat said he lost. Hey, I can't watch anymore. Hey, go stop them. Chig Sa then yelled, Stop, you dog, Sung Tae-hoon. Suddenly the chicken's words appeared in Hu Bin's mind. If it really hurts, then the opponent is definitely dead, is the technique to turn your back to the enemy. The essence of Taekwondo. Side kick. Hu Bin ate Tae-hoon's side kick without being able to defend, causing him to cough. Chig Sa then knelt down. His hands and feet trembled, stammering, yelling, You Hu Bin, and Tae-hoon gently said, You are lucky. Because I kicked with my left leg. Are you okay? You are too skinny so I could not hit you with full force. Can I take your nutaba now? I am relying on you, Chig Sa. What content should we make now? Seeing him approaching, Chig Sa trembled, backing away, replying, No, stop. Tae-hoon smiled, asking, Stop? It is just starting. But Chig Sa said, Not you, stop. You Hu Bin. At this time he had stood up, holding onto the wall. He said, The next kick, even if it just brushes past, is very dangerous. He remembered the memories of when he was training, when he bent over. And he said, So try to train your body to withstand this hit one time. How to Fight Volume 3. How Ordinary People Win Against Taekwondo. Take advantage of the terrain, stop the leg kick. Don't leave the live stream, okay, my friends. Chig Sa saw that Hu Bin still wanted to continue fighting, so he angrily yelled, Damn it, you crazy guy. What is with holding the nutabu? You are going to die before that. If you keep stubbornly making money, then something big is going to happen. You do not need to do this to this extent. And at that time he remembered when Tae-hoon kicked Chig Sa. But at that time he could only stare blankly without being able to do anything. Remembered when Jaeyo visited Chig Sa in the hospital. Remembered Chig Sa's bright smile at that time. And his tears. It was full of heartache. That he could only stand outside. And changing back to reality he yelled, Remember to like and follow everyone, and remember to turn on notifications. This time it is not for money. Tae-hoon looked at that appearance of him. He smiled, sneering a little, and mumbled, I am really speechless. If I go in there I will be stuck on the top, bottom, left, right, so I can't leg kick, huh? If you are there, then you will win. Hu Bin bluntly replied, Yeah. Tae-hoon sneered, asking, But how? I still have another move, the essence of Taekwondo. Side kick. Just as he finished speaking, he started to throw a kick at Hu Bin. But suddenly he saw something, so his eyes widened. Chig Sa and the channel chat were also stunned. At this time Hu Bin was hanging himself on the railing. He thought to himself, Not GI chokes. But it is to avoid the side kick. After that he latched onto Tae-hoon's body. He was still bewildered by that. Then Hu Bin threw him down to the floor. He remembered when he was practicing that. And he started to grab Tae-hoon's collar identically. He thought to himself, Not to train my body. But that technique is for this. This time I won't make a mistake again. The camera recorded that whole scene. Mun Song observed everything, so he said in surprise, different from just now. Too perfect. And at this time Hu Bin was using baseball choke to lock Tae-hoon's carotid artery. He remembered his previous statement, 1 month later, if you challenge me and you win then I will give you my nutubu, he then thought, he bet. With everything that Yu Hu Bin has, I have never seen anyone like him. At that time he had replied to Tae-hoon, are you scared of losing after fighting in 1 month? And then he continued to think, he enjoys the fight. Enjoys the feeling when defeating the opponent. With a body that is 170 centimeters tall, weighing no more than 50 kilograms. No different from a punching bag, to let him punch as he pleases, yet it feels helpless and ashamed before that punching bag. Just like at that time. Just like the time when he tasted failure, when he realized his limits. Like the first time, he felt helpless and ashamed as a player. He is tapping, exactly like at that time. Tap out, this is an extremely humiliating action for a player. Tap out is an action to notify the audience that they give up. Seeing that, Chig Sae excitedly ran over, yelling, You Hu Bin. You won, and Sung Tae-hoon was defeated by someone he looked down on. The match should have ended like that. I should have stopped the match. But this is not a competition between players. At this time Hu Bin did not let go, even patted his shoulder, causing Chig Sae to yell, You Hu Bin. Hey stop, you won. But Hu Bin did not pay attention, thinking, a punching bag without real combat experience like me, completely got caught up in the match. To the point that he did not even feel the opponent's tap. Seeing him not reacting at all to his stopping words, Chig Sae yelled, Stop. You crazy guy, I said it is over, and Hu Bin was still immersed, adrenaline secreting, in a state of extreme excitement. Clearly someone was yelling, but I did not hear anything. Indeed at this time Chig Sae was yelling frantically, Squeeze more and he will die. You this guy, you are losing your mind. But Hu Bin did not care, continuing to count. He thought, in my head I only heard one voice. Fighting in real life is different from fighting in the arena. It is a war that must make the opponent unconscious. If the baseball choke is successful, then you have to count to 10 before releasing. After counting, Hu Bin loosened him. And he continued to think, if not, the opponent will wake up. After that he mumbled, Win. 1. Going back to the past when Tae-hoon was defeated by that same technique, and the announcer said, Player Sung Tae-hoon tapped out from the baseball choke. In MMA, Taekwondo is not weak at all. It is just that this ambitious player Sung Tae-hoon has run into a big wall. Standing before this wall, Taekwondo can't do anything else. Changing the scene back to reality, Tae-hoon woke up again. At that time the other two were arguing. I said just run. How did this guy go? He has fainted. Press on his leg carefully. Damn it, just go. Just leave him there, he will wake up on his own. Seeing that the two of them were doing something, Tae-hoon coldly asked, What are you guys doing? Hearing his voice they screamed in fear. Then they hugged each other, stammering, Then, if you sincerely want to know then we are willing to answer. Chig Sae trembled, saying, This guy is pressing on your leg to wake you up. But suddenly Tae-hoon squeezed Hu Bin's neck, and glaringly asked, Am I a joke to you guys? Hu Bin stammered, replying, I, just worried about you. Tae-hoon asked again, worried. Hu Bin then replied this. Is it yours, right? I dropped the leg when I was kicking just now, so I picked it up. Because it seemed important to you. Seeing that, watch, Tae-hoon laughed mockingly, then pushed Hu Bin away, saying, So humiliating, being pushed, he yelled, My ribs. Tae-hoon continued, You just do nutubu. I lost, so I do not care anymore. Don't come before my face, if not I will beat you so your parents won't recognize you. Seeing him leave, Hu Bin breathed a sigh of relief. That was close. And Chig Sae, his face pale, said, Don't go near any game rooms after this. Hey you Hu Bin, why are you sweating so much? Hu Bin heard that, showing a regretful expression, saying, Really, what to do now? If I smell like sweat then women won't like it. It is okay, because we have Duff body spray. Oh, this is really good. Thanks to anti-stink complex technology, it helps stop unpleasant smells and bring a refreshing scent. This is a natural scent that girls like, right? As expected after a tense fight, we have to spray some Duff body spray. Currently you can buy it at Olive Young stores nationwide. Spray wherever you go, win right there, Duff body spray. And how to fight, ended the live stream. After it ended the two of them yelled happily, It is over, what a tiring live stream. The remainder, at this time Jae-yo was looking at something, mumbling, Let us see. How to edit it, to get hot quickly, how to make it good, the task of editor Jae-yo. The ad to be put around this time, subtitles, must attach nicely. Suddenly she pursed her lips. Seeing the scene of Hu Bin getting beaten, she said, Must be really explosive to be good. And then she uploaded a new video, Thanks to Jiayul's editing skills, the video received 3 million views. Reached 190k subs, causing Hubin to do a handstand, saying, "Thank you." And at school, Chig came to him, saying, "It became so interesting after editing. The subs also increased by almost half. I told you, the players are different." After that, the two of them walked through the hallway, chatting happily. "You even said you would not accept, huh?" "When did I say that?" However, at that time I did not know. A tragedy was approaching from that newly uploaded video. Suddenly Chig asked, "But are you okay?" "I got hit by the side kick and was hospitalized." "But you took so many hits and you are not hurt at all, making me feel so unfair." Hubin heard that, smiling slightly while cursing. Is that so, damn you? A high-level loser like me has the ability to analyze bullies. But I think Sung Tae-hoon is so strange. Chig asked back, "What the hell?" Hubin then replied, "Sung Tae-hoon is not as trashy as Pago." Hearing that, Chig asked back, "What philosophy?" And then he remembered when he returned the watch to him. "Is it yours, right?" And he thought, "I already saw it." He remembered that sad face. At that time he said, "Maybe it is an important item to you." He thought, his face at that time. "Very soon, we will meet again." Then Hubin turned to ask, "But what happened to Sung Tae-hoon after that?" Chig replied, "Oh, you do not know, huh? He is famous." He blankly asked back, "Famous, why?" Chig replied, "Maybe if he plans to do Nitterba, then with just that face he can get 200k subs. He probably does not know either. But it is really unexpected, you actually value that Sung Tae-hoon." Hubin then replied bluntly, "It is not that, Chig I probably thought wrong. That Sung Tae-hoon is really a jerk." He teared up while thinking, "That handsome dog." The scene changed to that restaurant. Someone was watching Hubin's ad. It was Boomi, working while watching that clip. Suddenly someone walked over saying, "You are very pretty," causing her to be surprised, putting away her phone and greeting, "McDonald's, hello?" The other person still continued, "You are very pretty," causing Boomi to stop. A fat guy walked over, blocking her vision, saying repeatedly, "You are very pretty. Give me your number." But Boomi bluntly refused. "Sorry, I can't give you my phone number." He placed a lot of food, causing her to carry it shakily, saying, "Your order is here, 30 hamburger sets." But he did not give up, still asking the number. Boomi still refused. "I am sorry, sir." Then she thought, "That customer has been coming here too often lately, even if I hate him to what extent. Before, there was always Hubin to help me out of danger." And she remembered that scene of Hubin kneeling. The time when she abandoned him. She thought, "I should not have left at that time, but I should have stayed beside him." The scene changed to another place. At a meat shop, a displeased voice rang out, saying, "So annoying, I told you not to stack so much already." "Then what should I do now? Is my forklift your houses? What stack? One is already more than 200 kilograms. At most pick it up and stack it again." Suddenly that guy walked over, throwing a bag, saying, "You are very pretty," causing them to start asking the part-timer. He mumbled, "You are very pretty," while lifting that piece of meat up. They saw that and were surprised, discussing, "He is lifting it alone, why would not he? He is a player. What player is like that?" And he was lifting while looking at his phone, saying, "What is this? Sung Tae-hoon lost, huh? How to fight? There are hundreds of people watching. So just beat Samdok and I will get spoils." The scene changed to Hubin's school. At class 1-4, Jiayul was noting something while mumbling, "How to not look like an uncle, do not sing old songs randomly, do not add an @ sign at the end of the sentence. Alright." Suddenly someone dropped a toy snake on her table, causing her to stop. Then she yelled in fear, "Oh my God." Everyone in the class burst out laughing, saying, "I told you." Even when yelling she adds an @ sign, how do you pronounce that? Hey, is it filming yet? Filming already. But it is so boring, this won't get views. Seeing that, Jiayul jumped up, wanting to delete that clip. She said, "What are you guys doing? Why are you filming without permission?" They ignored her, laughing with each other, saying, "Is that so? Then let us delete it." "Mom, I will delete it now." Jiayul was pushed down, so she yelled, "Are you guys bullying me?" They then said, "I will delete it later. Why are you being so fussy? We are not crazy enough to film, then just leave it to upload." Jiayul stood up, frowning, asking back, "What?" They were still whispering, saying, Hey, stop it. Samdok is coming now. He will come and use the take a beating without pain move." Take a beating without pain, that skill that is not practical at all. That skill is so good, huh? Hearing them mock Hubin like that, Jiayul angrily lunged forward, throwing a punch and yelling, "That skill is only for pros. Okay, that is a super cosmic skill." But when she punched his forehead, not causing him any pain, so she curled her hand, feeling numb, and he leaned forward asking, "Is this to take a beating without pain skill? Let me film this." Suddenly someone lifted her collar, saying, "Hey, Jaehyul. Stop pretending to be cute, it is really disgusting. If you do not know Korean then study carefully, and it will be fine, you just keep pretending to be cute so they hate you." Jaehyul, with tears in her eyes, replied, "I am not pretending to be cute, no matter how much I practice it does not work out." Seeing those eyes they said, she is crying again. So fake, it is like I am the bad guy. At this time someone walked in from the door, and said these first years have not wiped their noses clean yet. Hearing that they turned around, asking, "What is it?" He asked, "Are you guys bullying Jaehyul, second-year student Chig Se?" His fighting ability was so bad. But a moment later he was lying prone on the floor, so they were confused. Where did this crazy guy come from? I do not even think he is a second year. "Hey Jaehyul, did you call him here?" Jaehyul yelled. "You guys do not know your place." Chig Se lying down there limply said, "I want to dig a hole to bury myself." The others were still talking to each other. "But what is this guy's name? Do not know, huh? I thought his name was Chig Se. Does our country have a name Chig Se? Anyway, these guys are too annoying." Just as he said that he reached out to flick his hand at Jaehyul. But his hand was grabbed by someone. It was Hu Bin. Hu Bin, while grabbing, thought, so unfair. Why are they so tall? They saw him and surrounded him, laughing, saying, "Little brother is really small, you are too cute in person." Hu Bin continued to think, "I am 18 and they are only 17. Have kids these days been this tall?" Then he asked, "You guys planning to hit Chig Se?" They replied, "Big brother planning to hit us. Have a boxing match, big brother, we are also live streaming." Appa won against Sung Tae-hoon because it was staged right. How can you win? Hearing those words Hu Bin thought, they completely looked down on me. What should I do? Then the one with the hat gave a mocking smile and asked, "Have a match with me, Bet Nutubu." Hearing that Hu Bin continued to think, these guys are really. I did not stage anything. Compared to Sung Tae-hoon these guys are not scary at all. I will also be very scary. Just as he thought, he called, causing them to pay attention. He continued, "Got 501. At the same time he said to himself, like Sung Tae-hoon. And that guy took 501 out, giving it to Hu Bin. The others hugged their stomachs, bursting out laughing. "You think you are Sung Tae-hoon, ah? Because it is Sung Tae-hoon so he looks scary. You I so embarrassing you guys, ah." Seeing that appearance of them Hu Bin thought, I can't imitate him. But at this moment that guy swung his hand up, saying, "You are too cute." Hu Bin also lowered himself, planning to throw a punch, but Mun Song was behind them at some point. Time passed. Outside the school there was the sound of laughter, yelling, "Oh." They saw Mun Song and ran away. Chig Se asked, "The time with Pago he still helped us. Why not this time?" Jaehyul replied, "He is not the type to randomly fight. Just appearing is enough, he does not have to act." Chig Se then said, "Anyway, you worked hard." Jaehyul pouted, saying, "These jerks, for something as small as a nose hair and they bully others." Chig Se continued to ask, "But what were they live streaming?" Jaehyul replied, "Hidden camera, they are getting more and more developed, so I am even angrier." Chig Se was blushing, thinking, today I scored points with Jaehyul. Then he suddenly yelled, "Hey, you Hu Bin, are you still scared?" Hu Bin blankly replied, "No, I am just thinking about something." Chig Se asked back, "Thinking about what else?" Jaehyul was treated like that by them, and you do not know to go punch them a few times. Hu Bin yelled, "You," Chig Se replied bluntly, "If I fight I will lose." Ignoring the two of them arguing, Jaehyul puffed out her cheeks, thinking, the take a beating without pain skill is not a fake, that is a skill only pros can use. The two of them glared, arguing with each other. I am also very angry. What? Because of Jaehyul? No. Because they dared to look down on my take a beating without pain skill. Hearing that, Jaehyul widened her eyes. Hu Bin gently stroked her hair. He said, "Sorry, okay Jaehyul, actually I was so scared just now. If there is another chance, then I will teach them a lesson, okay?" Time gradually passed to the afternoon, at that road. When Hu Bin was sleeping, he remembered what Mun Song said at that time. "Is there something wrong? Are you hurt?" At that time he stammered, replying, "Yeah, thank you, okay friend Mun, Kim Mun, not Mun, oh no." Seeing him stammer like that he gently said, "Just call me Mun Song, it is fine." Hu Bin asked again, "Calling you that is okay, can I follow your Insta?" He replied, "That depends on you, Hu Bin. Contact Boomy quickly." I know why you did not contact him, but you did not mean it that way, right? Hu Bin heard that, then turned away, replying, "Yeah." Then he thought, saying is so easy. But how can I do it? He already saw me in that appearance. The scene changed to reality. Jiayo was hugging that huge cat in her room. She remembered when Hubin stopped that guy's hand, saying, "Don't touch Jiayo." Her memory was twisted, causing her to smile happily. She hugged the cat while laughing excitedly. Then she put the cat down, laughing while punching it repeatedly. Suddenly she paused for a moment. Then she took out her phone to find something. She texted Hubin, saying hi. Hubin then asked, "Jiayo, what is up? Is there anything?" Jiayo replied, "Really, you make people sad. Can I only text if there is something?" Under the clothes rack was a box of ginseng. She looked at it with a look of decision. The scene changed to the restaurant where Boomy worked. She said, "Hello, welcome to McDonald's." Before her was that guy, giving a sinister smile, saying, "Delicious. Today, what time do you get off work, huh?" He was the YouTuber Serum, Huang Man Gi, sub 6-1. Seeing him leave, Boomy breathed a sigh of relief. She thought to herself, "He left, huh? He looks at me like that every day, making me so scared. I have to get off work late today too. What should I do if he waits?" Suddenly someone said, "Let me order 1 strawberry bingsu." Boomy turned to reply, "Sorry sir, we do not have bingsu." Seeing Hubin in front of her stammering, saying, "1 bingsu that time," could not finish eating. Seeing him, she was stunned, unable to say anything. Hubin bashfully looked at her, saying, "Hello, Boomy." A moment later she threw the bingsu Hubin ordered on the counter. Then she turned away, saying, "Next customer." Seeing that, Hubin lowered his head, thinking to himself, "She is really angry," creating a disappearing bingsu. Of course she is angry, suddenly coming to find him like this. A kind person like Boomy, but had to be this angry, is because I did not contact her for 2 months. Suddenly coming to find her like this. If I change my mind, then Boomy won't. Don't bother her anymore and leave. I have to eat the strawberry bingsu. On his hand were words reminding him, must find her katalk and phone number, then apologize. 1 bingsu that time, could not finish eating. Hello Boomy, must say those words really short. She seemed to have seen and read it, so she smiled slightly. She blushed, denying, "It is not me laughing." Hubin understood, so he withdrew his hand. Seeing that, Boomy asked, "Really, why do you have to write it on your hand? What for, huh?" Hubin thought. She smiled. Then she turned down and said, the next customer." But Hubin did not see anyone, so he thought, "Who else is there?" Boomy smiled. He excitedly walked over, saying, "You smiled." Boomy denied, "When did I smile?" Hubin affirmed, "Yes, you smiled. I just saw you smile." Boomy avoided his eyes, replying, "No way." Hubin continued to say, "No, I even saw your pretty dimples." Boomy gently replied, "My dimples are always pretty. There are a lot of customers now, so you go home quickly." Hubin then asked, "Who else is there? How have you been lately? Have you eaten?" But she ignored those words, but instead gave a scary smile, asking, "I heard you found an editor, huh?" Seeing that smile, he stammered, replying, "Editor." Boomy said, "Yeah." Then he panicked, thinking, "What is it? Why is she smiling?" Boomy stroked her hair, asking, "That editor is a girl, huh?" Hubin then looked at her face, thinking, "Is even scarier than Sung Tae-hoon, huh?" "Never mind, I will just explain first." So he quickly replied, "Yeah, she is a first year, she is in grade 4. Her name is Jie. Her name is Yul, she is very short." But he said, "I am not allowed to find an editor, huh?" And Boomy asked back, "Really, huh? Is she pretty?" Hearing that, Hubin paused, calling for help inwardly, "Mom, I am so scared." But suddenly someone walked over, asking, "What are you doing?" She asked. "Am I pretty?"